Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of the Society of Antiquaries of London. My name is John Cooper, and I'm a director here, which sounds like the top job. Fortunately, it isn't. I'm in charge of research and publication, so it's a particular pleasure to welcome all of you. Now, some of you in this room are fellows already of the Society of Antiquaries of London. I hope that by the end of the day, all of the rest of you in the room and online will be considering becoming fellows or possibly a new affiliate membership scheme if you're earlier in your career. The Society of Antiquaries is the foremost national scholarly society devoted to the study of the material culture of the past. Now, material culture means objects, paintings, some very fine late 15th century and Tudor paintings in this room, archaeology, of course, but it also means books and manuscripts, and we're very particularly thinking about those today. Now, my briefing notes that I'm provided with normally say that the Society of Antiquaries was founded in the early 18th century, and indeed we were. That's when we have our royal charter. But I'm imagining that pretty much all of you in this room would contest that and say that the Society of Antiquaries actually dates from the late Tudor period, and particularly from the 1580s, when people like William Camden, William Lambard, after whom we still have a travel grant named, and Richard Carew create this new form of studying the past, taking their cue from John Leland. Now, it was with that Cornishman, Richard Carew, that I began my love affair with antiquarianism, reading Carew's Survey of Cornwall in an original copy in Duke Humphrey's library. No EBO for me in those days. I wanted it to be the proper original copy. And to me at that time, antiquarianism was located in the past. The idea of it being a modern academic discipline simply didn't occur to me. And I just simply didn't know at that point of my research that there was still an active Society of Antiquaries doing the kinds of things that we're going to do today. It was only much later, through an art historical route and the remnants of St. Stephen's Chapel, Westminster, which becomes the House of Commons, that I re-engaged with antiquarianism, came to this building, showed too much enthusiasm about the Tudor portraits and collections like the Elizabethan gift rolls, and rapidly got promoted to become honorary director. So be careful what you wish for. The impulse of William Camden and his ilk lives on today in a global community of more than 3,000 fellows of this society, with an active publication program, research grants, public lectures, and open house activities. We're a charity, and we're increasingly cognizant of that fact. If you think that the Society of Antiquaries, judging by our magnificent apartments here at Burlington House, is stuck in the past, take a look at the display boards we have around in terms of what we are doing, work to open up questions of equality and diversity and challenging stereotypes within the archaeology sector at the moment in particular, and you'll see that we are forward-facing as well. If you aren't a fellow and would like to be, please talk to me at some point during today. We need more historians. I am horribly outnumbered by archaeologists here, and archaeologists tend to take the bulk of research grants. So when there is a good research grant coming in from the history side, we absolutely fall upon it. So please apply. And those research grants can cover a huge variety of subjects. And we also offer travel grants as well. So a very warm welcome. You could hardly imagine a more suitable conference for this institution in this building. And I'd like to welcome two other people to the front to talk. First of all, Julian from the British Library, and then Neil Younger, one of the organisers of this conference, will follow on. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name's Julian Harrison. I'm curator in the Department of Manuscripts, well, as it was at the British Library. I just want to welcome you all here today to our conference. I just want to say in particular that there's going to be a major discovery announced at the beginning of this conference. I have to say I've got two phenomenal PhD students who work on different subjects connected to William Camden. One of them is Raphael, who's based at the University of East Anglia, and she's supervised by Tom Roebuck. And the other one is Helena Rakowska, who's going to be speaking in a few minutes' time. She is a joint collaborative PhD student based at the University of Oxford with Alex Gadger and with Neil Younger at Open University, and also CDA with British Library. Helena has made some absolutely incredible discoveries, and we're really proud of what she's done. And just wanted to say, keep your eyes open. So thank you.
Right, good morning. We're in danger of having a surfeit of introductions, so I'll be very brief, but welcome to this conference. It comes out of quite a long-term collaboration between myself and Alex Guider. We've collaborated with Tom Freeman in the past, and now with Julian and with Helena, all reflecting on the neglect of Camden, and particularly from Alex and my point of view, the neglect of his annals as political historians of Elizabeth's reign. I recall vividly as a PhD student being aware of this work as a sort of elephant in the room, but an immensely confusing one, different editions, different translators, different languages, different dates, and very little good literature to explicate it. Hence, of course, partly his neglect, and hence, of course, this conference. Alex and I have worked in the past on a proposal to produce a new edition, which would be an immense task, for which sadly we've not yet been able to secure funding, but we're very happy to have been able to push the project forward in different ways, partly through securing funding for our excellent PhD student, Helena, who you'll be hearing from in a minute, and partly, of course, through this conference. My objective, ideally, is to get other people to work on Camden so that I don't have to, and I can simply learn from their great work. And it seems to be going quite well. So I'm delighted to see so many people here to educate me and hopefully other people as well. And thank you so much to all our speakers for coming. Thank you to the Society of Antiquaries for hosting us. And I should say thank you also to the co-organizers, Julian and Helena, and above all to Alex, who has really been the driving force behind this conference, without which it certainly wouldn't have happened. So enjoy the day, and I will hand over to Susanna and our first panel.
Hello, everybody. I'm Susanna Lipscomb, and I'm very pleased to be chairing the first session today. You've already met one of the people who's going to be speaking, but I'm going to give a formal biography now, and that is Helena Rakowska, who is in the second year of her Open Oxford-Cambridge AHRC DTP, which is, in other words, a collaborative doctoral partnership between the University of Oxford and the British Library. Her project is entitled The First History of Elizabethan England, the Making of William Camden's Annals, and she is examining previously neglected draft manuscripts of the history to determine the annals' authorship, sources, and intentions. Our other speaker in this first session is Dr. James McNamara, who began his studies in Latin at Wellington, New Zealand. Forgive me for messing your name up there, and gained a PhD in classics at Trinity College, Cambridge. He's subsequently been Director of Studies in Classics at Corpus Christi and Sydney Sussex College at Cambridge and Trinity College in Oxford. He's published on Tacitus, on Lucan, on Pliny the Younger, and on classical reception, and has held postdoctoral research positions in Wellington, Potsdam, and Florence. Prior to his current role, he worked as a historian for the Rotanga Tribunal, and he is currently Lies Meitner Fellow at the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute for Neo-Latin Studies in Innsbruck, supported by the Austrian Science Fund, where he is working on the relationship between Tacitus and the Annals, if I understand that correctly. We'll hear more about that in a second. The last thing to say is that later this year, he will be a visiting research fellow at Trinity College, Oxford. They're each going to give us a 20-minute paper, and then I thought we would have questions at the end where we can speak to both of them at once. So, Helena.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for those brilliant introductions. Mine's slightly over 20 minutes, so I'll just get cracking. In the late 1590s, while Queen Elizabeth I was still on the throne, William Camden, there we go. William Camden was set the undesirable task of composing the first ever history of Her Majesty's reign. Instructed to do so by his patron, Lord Burleigh, one of England's most influential men as Lord High Treasurer, Camden began to compile all the documents that he would need for the work, from parliamentary records to court documents to official correspondence. How Camden felt about being asked to write a history of an all-powerful and ever-present monarch can be inferred from the press of the work, which was eventually printed in Latin in 1615. He wrote, "From the very outset, the difficulty of the task, in its utter complexity, so to speak, discouraged me. For I stumbled upon dense piles of all kinds of writings and documents, arranged well enough in respect of the times, but most jumbled in respect of the variety of their arguments. In examining these things, while covered in dust and sweat, I exerted my whole self, and I gathered material, having carefully sought out what was suitable, though it was more rarely found than I had expected, until he, Burleigh, passed away and my efforts greatly cooled down." An obviously challenging task that perhaps until recently only the Netflix producers of The Crown could ever comprehend, though at least they only ever had to worry about their show being axed as opposed to their heads. Camden's last phrase here is an understatement. This is because upon Lord Burleigh's death in 1598, it seems that Camden abandoned writing the history altogether. This was presumably so that he could get back to his many other duties instead. Born in 1551 to a family of modest means in London, Camden was educated at Oxford University before he taught at Westminster School for the next 20 years. During this time, Camden identified himself as an antiquarian, where he and his former pupil, Sir Robert Cotton, officially founded the first Society of Antiquaries in 1585. This group's aim was to further its knowledge of British antiquities through the study of old monuments, documents, and coins, and indeed, as already mentioned, it was the forerunner for this very prestigious society we're at today. It was in tandem with the society's activities that Camden worked on his Britannia, one of the most important topographical works on Britain in the early modern period, published in 6 editions from 1586 to 1607, and which you'll hear more about today. So considering that ancient Britain had always been Camden's #1 passion, what was it that led him to finish and publish his history in 1615 and 1625, so many years after Elizabeth's death in 1603? And how did Camden create such a work, whose English translation from 1630 has not only formed the bedrock of Elizabeth's legacy today, but has also led some scholars to name it the first modern history of England. That is to say, the first objective and accurate account of Elizabeth's reign. Finding this out was a challenging but exciting task that I was set with when I began my collaborative doctoral award between the University of Oxford and British Library in October 2021. This is because despite a large amount of material evidence being available at both institutions regarding the Annals' creation, no scholar has studied these in depth to substantiate their claims on the history. This material evidence includes the original manuscript draft of the work, the Cotton MS Faustina F volumes, currently kept at the British Library. These consist of roughly 4,000 heavily revised pages bound in 10 volumes, full of crossings out, paste downs, and corrections, and are written in several different hands, including Camden's. The evidence also includes official records from Elizabeth's reign, collected by Camden and Cotton, their correspondence, as well as Camden's own annotated copy of a printed edition of the Annals, still available at the Bodleian today. These materials have consequently left many questions unanswered about the Annals. Who exactly helped to write the work? What sources were used to do so? How they were used and why? all of which I will attempt to answer in my doctoral thesis. However, it is striking how little attention has been paid to these predominantly Latin documents thus far, since in Camden's correspondence, he stated that he never wanted the Annals translated into English during his lifetime, quote, knowing how unjust carpers the unlearned readers are. What would be considered now a rather unjust remark in itself, it highlights how Camden thought that only a classically educated audience could possibly understand the work. After all, to be learned in early modern England was to be classically trained, since Latin and ancient Greek texts form the core part of every school curriculum. Boys were taught to translate a wide range of classical writings, where many dedicated spare time to such pursuits well into their adulthood. And since my own educational trajectory has shockingly followed that of an early modern schoolboy, I've found many delights in studying how Camden created his annals, some of which I will share with you today in hope that it will delight you too. This includes revealing the fact that due to a generous grant from the British Library Collections Trust, my colleagues have managed to digitize the entirety of the manuscript drafts for the first time ever with spectacular results. The most incredible one being that, thanks to specialist imaging techniques, we have uncovered 55 pages of previously hidden text that had been covered up by Camden in the process of writing his annals. By using transmitted light photography on pages that contain paste downs, it is now possible to see the original text underneath that has been inaccessible for over 400 years until now. With this in mind then, I hope to structure the rest of my presentation in the following way. I will first explain the circumstances which led Camden to complete his annals and change certain sections of it, namely in fear of punishment from his new patron, King James I of England. Then, in light of the newly revealed pages, I will analyze some differences between these, the rest of the drafts, and the printed version to demonstrate what details Camden was hiding and why. Ultimately, what will be shown is how Camden censored his voice with each new draft to not only paint James and others in a more flattering light, but to also make himself look like an impartial historian. What will therefore be argued is that a textual analysis of Camden's Latin can reveal that the Annals, still viewed today as an objective account of Elizabeth's reign, must be read as more of a literary work, forged under the pressures of patronage and contemporary culture. So first, the context. If we are solely to go off Camden's preface of the Annals, he tells us that he restarted the history after Elizabeth's death, when he realized that none of his peers had attempted to do the Queen's memory justice. However, more recent scholars have shown that it was actually only upon King James I's command that Camden returned to the Annals, somewhere between 1608 to 1612. The king had been upset over the pervasive, unflattering accounts of his mother, Mary, Queen of Scots, who'd been memorialized as a traitor for having plotted against Elizabeth, which led to her execution in 1587. Initially, James had hoped that the French author Jacques-Auguste de Thou would rectify this upsetting portrayal of Mary in his upcoming history. However, when it became clear that de Thou would not portray her any differently, James ordered Camden to finish and publish his annals instead, casting Mary in a better light. This contextual information therefore already contradicts some previous scholars' assertions that Camden was a, quote, modern historian, who was impartial in everything that he wrote. After all, this would make sense for a historian who had lived to see the disastrous consequences of censorship in both Elizabeth's and James's reigns. Camden, in fact, recorded one such incident in the Annals from 1601. In this episode, he describes how a fellow author, John Haywood, had published a history, the first part of the life and reign of King Henry IV, and had dedicated it to the Earl of Essex in 1599. 2 years later, when Essex had attempted a coup against Elizabeth and failed, Haywood was charged with treason, since this book was supposedly proof of a premeditated plot, since Henry IV had only become king after overthrowing Richard III. Camden's description of the charge, largely unchanged from draft to print, shows how unfair he thought Haywood's punishment was, in contrast with the other traitors. With Camden explaining how he thought the learned Haywood was unfortunate in being imprisoned after a few little words from his ill-timed history were read out of context, one can sense Camden's fear as a fellow writer in how easily one could be punished for history writing in his lifetime. Indeed, Camden's drafts reveal how carefully he changed little words of his own to appease James and to look like more of a neutral historian. Let me now demonstrate this to you through a few examples. Having catalogued the 4,000 folios of the Faustina volumes last summer, I was immediately fascinated when I first saw the page on the screen here, thanks to the marginal comment on the right-hand side and the fact that it was clearly made up of a few paste downs, as you can see with the arrows here. Luckily, Camden put marginal summaries on most of his pages, so I could tell straight away that the following section was all about rumores in Scotorum regum sparsi, rumors spread against the King of the Scots in 1598. An obviously contentious topic, I was eager to find out what may lay underneath, and thanks to enhanced imaging from the British Library's digitization team, this is what I uncovered. After exerting my whole self, covered in slightly less dust and sweat than Camden had been himself, I discovered that the first part of the text underneath actually belonged to an entirely different section of the Annals. Pertaining to an episode in 1591, a whole 7 years earlier than this one, it describes the English and French fighting the Spanish in war. I was shocked. What on earth was it doing here? With some further investigating, I realized that it was the earliest and never before seen draft of the 1591 episode, where 3 more existed within the volumes. In fact, as the digitization team uncovered more and more pages, there were 200 pages with paste downs to inspect in total. It soon became clear that this was not a rare occurrence for Camden, but a pattern. On a handful of occasions, just like here, Camden seemed to be effectively recycling old pages when he needed to paste various different cutouts together onto one piece of paper. One can only imagine how much Camden would have loved Microsoft Word with its capabilities of cutting, copying, and pasting hundreds of words into one document within the blink of an eye, something I know I will never take for granted again. But what then of the rumors about James? Excitingly, another paste down appears between the 1591 section and the one that is currently visible to the naked eye, as signaled by the yellow box here. With the entire section crossed through, however, it's currently illegible, which is quite frustrating. But luckily, we still know it was meant for the rumors section because of a marginal summary matching the one on the uppermost layer, which is still discernible. Reginae ad eam monita, the Queen's warnings to him about the rumors. While further attempts are yet to be made to uncover what Camden specifically wrote on that paste down, we can assume that the text was risky, thanks to the deletions that we are able to read from the remaining 3 drafts of this whole section. In the printed version, the text in 1598 explains how there were rumors that King James might have been a Catholic and that there were criminals trying to cause trouble between him and Elizabeth. However, it turns out that in the earliest visible draft we have of the episode, Camden was planning to include information that might have implicated James in a much more serious way. He wrote, "When Valentine Thomas demanded that he be heard about a matter of great importance, having been listened to away from everyone else, he began to testify that he had come from the King of the Scots to instigate a murder of the Queen. Realizing how slanderous an accusation of attempted murder by the king might come across, Camden changed this within the same draft to the following softened version. He began to falsely accuse the King of the Scots of having a treacherous mind against the Queen. This phrase gets subsumed into the next draft in Faustina F7, before it is made even less antagonistic towards James in the final version. Valentine Thomas falsely accused the King of Scots with ill affection towards the Queen. This final sentence is the same one that we see in the printed version, and the change in tone here is undeniable from the first to the last. Whereas Camden's earliest visible text has Valentine Thomas legally testify to plotting Elizabeth's slaughter in the king's name, The printed edition makes it clear from the outset that Thomas was lying, where Camden does not even dare to mention anything to do with the murder. But why did Camden feel the need to soften this so much? Well, recent scholarship has shown that in James's private correspondence to Elizabeth at the time, he was genuinely terrified that people might believe Thomas's accusation, where he kept demanding that his innocence be publicly proclaimed. Elizabeth, in fact, never believed the rumor and locked up Thomas in the Tower of London instead. But the confession had massive implications for discussions around Elizabeth's succession at the time. With the Queen being in her 60s, unmarried and childless, her councillors were growing more and more concerned at who would succeed the throne upon her death. James had always been considered a candidate, but Elizabeth had never officially declared him her successor. And a rumor such as this one was enough to disbar him from ever being able to claim the throne. After many diplomatic missions from Scotland to England, the rumor eventually died down. And as we know, James did in fact become king in 1603. Nevertheless, Camden's drafts here prove that even decades later, the rumor was still in living memory and that it was still too dangerous to record in its entirety. It could have made people think that James did not have a legitimate right to the throne, which is likely why Camden euphemized it in his printed version to leave no doubt that James had been Elizabeth's rightful heir. Camden was not only protecting James's reputation, however. Other more deliberate cover-ups reveal that Camden had some more inflammatory statements to make in connection with other important figures, including King Philip II of Spain, Pope Pius V of Rome, and Sir John Pickering, Lord Keeper of the Great Seal of England between 1592 to 1596. While it might come as a surprise to some that Camden decided to leave out criticisms of Elizabeth's enemies, the reason for this is once again clearly stated in the Annals preface itself. He says, "Alongside speaking ill of our homeland's enemies, I have thought it ridiculous to chase after the praise of a good citizen, since it is a distinguishing mark of a bad historian. I have taken care with regards to these matters that, as Polybius has ordered, I offer sacrifice to truth alone." Although the quote to Polybius is actually a misattribution, the sentiment is clear. To be a truthful historian was to be impartial, to neither speak well of one's friends or badly of one's enemies. And while the printed version of the Annals manages to give off the impression of Camden's objectivity through his neutral assessments, some cover-ups in the draft manuscripts reveal that this was hardly achieved by him on his first try. For example, on this page, despite initially expecting to see some new information regarding another war episode in 1598, I was astounded to find instead the first ever draft of the obituary of Philip II of Spain. While the printed version gives a balanced overview of the king's life and accords him a dignified death, Camden's initial draft reveals that he actually thought that Philip had, quote, "no imperial skills," and that he died of theriasis. This was known as a disease that caused parasites to multiply and explode in the body, which at the time was also believed to be a direct punishment from God. While in Camden's second draft, he'd already decided to remove the damning character statement about the king, it seems that he remained undecided as to whether to record the illness or not. This is because it is included in every single draft version until the final one, where it's crossed out, as you can see at the bottom here. It seems then that Camden felt the need to do the same thing for Elizabeth's arch nemesis as he did for her heir in the history. Despite having been an enemy, Camden discarded negative details about Philip's life and death to not only protect the king from a salacious legacy, but to also make himself look like more of an objective historian. A similarly loaded statement regarding Pope Pius V was also covered up by Camden. In a much earlier episode in 1570, he describes how the Pope had decided to excommunicate Elizabeth for her anti-Catholic beliefs. The printed version factually states how Pius had arranged secret plots against Elizabeth the year before. But Camden's original explanation here is much more dramatic in tone. It says, "The Roman Pope Pius V, who had previously arranged secret plots against Elizabeth and had neither warned nor summoned her before, now in spiritual warfare, thundered with a terrible clamour of words through an announcement of his papal bull, and he'd stirred up a rebellion against her. The phrase spiritual warfare with the metaphorical imagery is obviously quite provocative, so it makes sense that Camden got rid of it in the final narrative to make his history look more neutral. In fact, this draft also demonstrates how Camden had initially intended to summarise the papal bull, but later decided to print the full legal document in the text instead. So it seems that just like with his phrasing, Camden was also careful in choosing what primary sources he would include in his history, so as to avoid seeming like an unreliable historian. Finally, it is worth drawing attention to the fact that Camden had originally recorded some more damning statements about other English officials too. When describing how John Puckering had come to replace Christopher Hatton as Lord Keeper in 1591, the covered up text and earliest draft of the episode reveals the following. John Puckering, a teacher of municipal law, followed in that office with the title of the Lord Keeper of the Great Seal, who fell out of favour with the clerics due to the dirty and corrupt deeds of his ministers. And due to his lack of knowledge of classical literature, foreigners thought that it was completely unbecoming that the most flourishing kingdom of England had a chancellor who did not know Latin. Considering that Camden's aforementioned letter makes it quite clear what he thought of people who didn't know Latin, it is not unimaginable to conclude from this draft that he considered, or may have considered, Puckering as an unworthy replacement, just as other foreigners had. Nevertheless, Camden never risked having someone think that he was of this opinion, as the paste down replacing this text completely gets rid of any talk of Puckering's character. It, alongside the rest of the draft and the printed version, simply states that Puckering took over from Hatton. So, without the enhanced imaging here, we would have never known that Camden had anything bad to say about Puckering, nor would we ever think of him as anything but an impartial historian. There are more examples of Camden's textual suppressions that I could have shared with you today. But as the day draws on and the next speaker in our incredible programme awaits, the time has now come for me to suppress my own excitement, at least until the questions, and to leave you with a few concluding remarks. While Camden's Annals has been previously named the first modern history of England due to Camden's use of primary sources and professed impartiality, a close literary analysis of his Latin drafts shows that he was not as objective as previously thought. With the help of new imaging techniques, we've been able to determine that Camden deliberately concealed factual information to not only respond to the inclinations of his patron James I, but to also avoid getting into troubles with censors and his well-educated community. Not only did he have to avoid writing anything risky about James to evade punishment, but he also followed this protocol for the likes of King Philip, Pope Pius, and John Puckering to avoid being labelled as a biased historian. It is no wonder then that in the final part of the Annals preface, Camden wrote that he wished to be remembered only, quote, a smaller writer in the great affairs of history. In a world of punitive censorship and intellectual scrutiny, Camden knew that his Annals could not be an objective account of Elizabeth's reign, nor should we claim it as such. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much to the organisers for having me here today to present my work. I'm in the early stages of this project in Innsbruck, and I'd like to share with you some features of Camden's use of the classics. So to get straight into it. It's working. Great. The last page in Thomas Hearne's 1717 edition of Camden's Annals uses the word Felix and its derivatives 3 times in its concluding celebration of Elizabeth's reign. Now, the question we might ask is how to translate this. I would say on these 3 occasions, you'd probably require 3 different English words. When we're told she should be remembered with memoria felicissima, we might want to say something like happiest memory. When King James accords to her prudentia and felicitas, we might see a conventional pairing of wisdom and good fortune, 2 things that a leader needs both of to be successful. And finally, if we take the reading that Hearne includes at the very end, and Anna d'Este's view that Elizabeth was both gloriosissima and felicissima, we might say that she was most fortunate or maybe most successful. Given that felicissimum is the last word of the text, I think it makes a difference what we would want to read on this version. And I can't say that I've decided completely which would be the preferable translation, but I introduced this by way of pointing out Camden's very careful use of Latin. And this is an instance that we're going to come back to at the end with some further considerations of what we might do with this passage. So I'm studying the role of classical literature and history in Camden's Annals and reappraising Camden's literary technique in Latin. I'm working at the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute in Innsbruck, which is focused on Neo-Latin literature, and my colleagues are engaged in uncovering the lost Atlantis of Neo-Latin texts. Now, obviously, I'm studying an author who is far from forgotten, but I think his identity as a Neo-Latin author is something that has been overlooked in recent times, and especially since he is available in English translation and mostly read in English translation today. So I'm trying to uncover his Neo-Latin present and his classical past. What I'll focus on today, given the time constraint, is some concrete examples demonstrating the varied functions of the classics in Camden's Annals. And I'll sketch out some preliminary interpretive directions, which of course are provisional at this stage of my project. So it's my view that the classics can help us to understand Camden's work right from the large scale of how he organizes the Annales down to quite close details of interpretation. And in fact, we've already seen some examples of that. Previous scholars have noted the importance of the classics for Camden. Hugh Trevor Roper made the point that we've just heard in the previous paper. Patrick Collinson has called the 17th century translation something like a transformation of the text. Donna Sutton has talked about Tacitian features of Camden's writing, particularly pointed character sketches, reports of rumors, and so forth. And Kirsten Weyand has focused, I think, in a very productive way on authorial interpretation and rhetoric, and the way that the Annals are aimed at a wide European transconfessional audience. And I think this is a good path to go down in understanding what the rhetoric of the text has to offer us. So these are the texts that I'm going to be using mostly. My first example comes from the preface. In the preface of the Annales, Camden cites several classical authorities, Polybius, Tacitus, Herodotus. In this instance, Camden cites Tacitus for the claim that he will not pry into the secret thoughts of princes. Now, if you're going to select any author to support the claim that you're not going to pry into the secret thoughts of princes, it really would not be Tacitus. So this makes us ask, what is happening here? This is a very close quote of Tacitus, but it's not Tacitus's expression of intent himself. It comes from a speech in which a Roman knight is defending himself. He was a friend of Tiberius's erstwhile favorite Sejanus, and after the fall of Sejanus, there were widespread reprisals against his associates, and so Terentius is defending himself here. Why does Camden use the quote in this way? So we might see it as a balancing act. What we've just heard, in fact, is the need to defend himself against possible criticism, possible royal criticism. But it's a pretty audacious move here to choose Tacitus as your authority for this claim. And you don't even have to know the specific passage to realize that. maybe what is going on here is that he's standing up for his use of Tacitus more widely throughout the text. This may cover up or make possible his use of Tacitean references for political wisdom as the text proceeds. And we'll find that unlike other classical authors who are named repeatedly, Tacitus is used, but never again named after the preface. So a potential controversy that might arise from a Tacitean approach to history writing with its critical and skeptical angle, he may be trying to anticipate and front foot that possible route for criticism. And I think this also shows that the use of classical references is unlikely to be straightforward and that Camden can expect his readers to approach this text with a critical eye. My second example comes from the time when Mary, Queen of Scots, had already been pronounced guilty of treason by Elizabeth's commissioners, and the King of France sends an emissary. Now, Pomponius de Bellière includes two classical precedents in his letter to Elizabeth, including one here from Cicero's defense of the Galatian king Deiotarus. And the point he's making is that apparently Cicero says it's unheard of for a king to be tried on a capital crime. Elizabeth's response is to provide a marginal commentary in the true classical style and offers a series of historical counter-arguments. But the ones that receive the most attention are the classical ones. So in each case, Elizabeth takes de Bellière's paraphrase of a classical instance and then responds with a word-for-word reference to the classical source to make her own argument. And so, yeah, she's doing that to support her own case. Now, this shows us international communication happening through classical texts. Now, it cannot be the case that Cicero's defense of King Deiotarus in 45 BC was central to the decision-making or legal argument over Mary, Queen of Scots. But what it does is it provides a very clear example of Elizabeth taking an opportunity to make a point that's important to her self-representation, especially abroad. And that's that she was not doing anything outrageous or unheard of. And throughout the text, we find this insistence on not doing anything outrageous or inauditum. And this is a consistent concern for a queen whose motto was semper eadem. Now, here's a much broader field. I'm talking about a range of wider concepts here. In Camden's representation of Ireland, the contrast between humanitas, civilization associated with England, and barbary, barbarism in Ireland, barbarians, is very strong. Now, in Sutton's searchable text, we can find 21 uses of barbarus or barbaricus, 12 of which refer to Ireland, to the people, customs or behavior there. And this dichotomy between civilization and barbarism is very well attested in Roman history writing. An exceptional example of visual detail in the Annales really stands out is this much quoted passage when Shane O'Neill came to London in 1562. And it's quite clear that the accumulation of visual detail here is to make O'Neill appear exotic and outlandish. In addition, he's received kindly. We see cum humanitate. But humanitas can also, of course, mean civilization. And I think this sense is strongly activated in the context. Now, on the other side, we see a potted history of the office of the Lord Deputy in Ireland. And Camden reaches for the example of Roman governors. And this, I think, is another good example of reaching for examples that will appeal to an international audience to explain the English government in Ireland. So the narrative here is of civilization propagated in a barbarous land implicitly. And it's no coincidence that this digression, which could have appeared in a number of places, comes right before the notice of Henry Sidney's departure for Ireland. And we find later on Henry Sidney's own views on Ireland as a barbarous land. Now, what appears to be happening here using this broad scheme familiar from Roman historiography is projecting a particular image of the Elizabethan wars in Ireland, which I think is particularly relevant to an international audience. So, for example, portraying the wars as rebellions put down is an important line of argument. So we also maybe see some sort of preference through the text for policies that involve stamping English control on Ireland more firmly. And I think if we keep this scheme in mind, this broader scheme, it provides fertile ground for looking at more detailed questions. For example, differentiation within the Annales. For instance, we find a smattering of high register words and phrases from Latin epic and tragedy cropping up in the later account of the 9 Years' War. And so this, again, may be indicative of authorial intent in how to portray that war. And we also find that a high proportion of the significant variant readings noted by Hearn in the last book of the Annales, and perhaps we'll find more for these through the manuscript work, relate to events in Ireland. And so I think understanding any authorial rhetorical priorities in this part of the narrative may help to throw light on these important textual questions as well. In the later years of the life of Robert Devereux, the Earl of Essex, we find classical citations frequently, and this is no surprise given Essex's classical learning. What I'm going to focus on here is a competing series of classical comparisons or use of exemplar examples from classical history. In the prosecution speeches after Essex's failed rebellion, we find him compared with Catiline, the arch conspirator of Roman history, by Yelverton, and then we find Bacon comparing him with the Athenian Pisistratus to emphasize his deceptive powers. But even before that, we've had a string of classical comparisons within Camden's narrative. So after his first trial in 1600, using a technique that classical historians often employed, unnamed observers compare the Queen with Mithridates of Pontus and Essex with Germanicus, and both of these examples are intended to suggest that he's the victim, Essex is the victim of envy. Germanicus is a very sympathetic figure. Then during the narrative of the rebellion in 1601, we find Essex's own point of view. He cites a Ciceronian line, which implies that his enemies are dangerous, unhinged enemies of the state, according to a well-known field of Ciceronian rhetoric. And perhaps even Essex's supporters using the famous line, "How long will you try our patience, Catiline?" Or a hint at that line to suggest that the Queen's counsellors are trying Essex's patience. And this would be a rather more indirect use of classical allusion. But given that we have a series of classical exemplar, including all these other ones, I think it's a possibility that what we're getting is an attempt to show not only the official line, Essex as Catiline, but also other perspectives. And so Camden certainly offers us a more complex narrative than simply an account of a conspirator. This is a curiosity, but a caveat as well. In 1583, Camden reports that Jerome Bowes brought the first moose to England from Russia. This passage may be puzzling for a couple of reasons. So one is that it appears the moose does not bend its legs. That is not true. Mooses do bend their legs when they move. But we can explain this because there's a tradition. So we find, going back to Julius Caesar, he explains that the elk does not bend its legs. In fact, Caesar says that to hunt an elk, you find the tree it leans against, you saw halfway through the trunk, it leans against the tree and then it falls over and can't get up. So this is also in Pliny the Elder, who describes the moose, or at least the machlis, is so the same animal in Camden. A more puzzling thing may be this small detail. He uses this word propago to mean the legs of the moose. This is in no dictionary. So normally propago means offspring, or if it's a plant, it may mean an offshoot. So why does Camden have this odd way of describing the moose, both having no bends in its legs and using this very strange word? Well, the answer I think may come from a mid-16th century vocabularium on four-legged creatures, which appears very close to Pliny the Elder and his description of the machlis, and which in turn Camden seems to have a very close association with in his explanation of what the machlis is. And so what I think this should remind us of course, is that classical sources may be reaching him indirectly. But it also makes me wonder about some of the instances that have not been given much attention yet of Camden's description of natural phenomena, celestial phenomena, and what his preferences are there for modern or ancient learning. It's in this case, it appears that he may have used a relatively recent source, but also he's using a tradition that has come from Julius Caesar and Pliny the Elder, and whether his readers are expected to feel comfortable with a well-known classical authority on the moose, or whether we're supposed to see something more up-to-date, is a question that I'm still going to have to investigate further based on his other accounts of natural phenomena. So finally, to come back to that concluding passage in the Annales. The triple use of Felix at the end of the Annales, I think, intersects in an important way with two references to the Roman Emperor Augustus. So first, Camden refers to Suetonius's life of Augustus to note that Elizabeth achieved the peaceful death that Augustus always hoped for. And later, we have the words of her successor, who compares her with Augustus. Now, I think it's worth having in mind here a Roman tradition recorded by Eutropius, that emperors in the later empire would be inaugurated with the wish that they be felicior Augusto, melior Traiano. So more fortunate than Augustus, better than Trajan, who became widely known as the Optimus Princeps. So Camden's conclusion is that Elizabeth is felicior Augusto, but he does not go so far as to say that she was melior Traiano. The force of that conclusion, I think, is only reinforced if you also take the manuscript reading with the words of Anadeste, whose last word in the text is felicissimam. I think what this teaches us is that Camden is very careful in his use of historical comparisons and very careful in constructing Elizabeth as an exemplary figure herself. He stops short of a panegyrical conclusion that she was optima princeps, and he allows for reflection on the nature of that felicitas, whether it be translated as success or good fortune. Whatever English word we were to choose to translate Felix at the end in this section, it remains difficult to capture the wider implications of that word in context. So some preliminary conclusions. Classical comparisons, I would argue, are being used here to promote particular points of view at particular times or a particular analytical position on a historical event. But like ancient authors, Camden uses exemplar and allusions to provoke critical responses, and so it's not a simplistic matter of simply choosing a goodie or a baddie and comparing with them. Attention to Camden's Latinity and use of the classics, a shared background for his international readership, helps to throw light on his rhetorical priorities throughout the text, and to critique that idea that he's writing objectively. Further directions, there are numerous directions that this research can go from here. One thing I'm particularly interested in is his handling of speeches. So when we find phrases from Tacitus or Cicero in a speech of Queen Elizabeth, are we reflecting a source, or is this Camden shaping his source? We have then the wider question of the extent to which Camden's Latin versions are reflecting or transforming sources generally. And then, of course, we can look at the larger scale questions about the structuring of the Annales, for which, for example, I think there is room to see a tragic arc in places, for example, from the treatment of Walter Devereux through to Robert Devereux. And these are elements that reach across those analytic year groupings. So I think there's still a lot of fertile ground here for comparing Camden with the classics and seeing what they can teach us. Thank you very much.
Well, two superb papers to start us off, both a close reading of hidden manuscript pages and multiple manuscript versions, and a close reading of classical allusions and their genealogy, reading between the lines in both cases, one literally, one metaphorically, and fascinating in the fact that in the end, their findings tend in the same direction, one looking to the use of modern technology, one turning to look at antiquity to help us understand Camden. And yet what they're revealing is this revelation, I suppose, revealing a revelation that Camden is Taciturn in his approach to truth in the writing of history, that we need to take his claim to impartiality itself as part of his flattering rhetoric, reminding us, I suppose, once again, not to take things at face value. So I'd like to take questions for both our speakers now. Two things. One, these questions are not comments. And two, I'm going to repeat your question as far as I'm able for those who are watching at home. So if you can keep them brief, I'll be very grateful. Thank you. Oh, you've got a mic, even better. I won't repeat them. That's better, but still keep them brief. Okay, who wants to ask a question? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks for organizing this conference and thanks for these lovely papers. Really interesting. I have a question about impartiality. So I suppose I read those things a little bit differently. It seemed to me like he was trying to moderate himself in the sense that he had this initial emotive reaction, and then it iterated. He actually tried to moderate his comments. And I was wondering if you could think about impartiality not as a sort of natural reaction, but as a form of practice where you have your emotional reaction initially, and then you, in an almost stoic way, try to tamp it down in successive draftings. And so, isn't that what impartiality as a practice, as opposed to a natural reaction, might look like?
Before you answer, maybe I'll take a second one as well, if I may, at this stage. Just here.
A brief and very possibly ignorant question, mainly for Helena. Do we know if Camden used any amanuenses?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you both for those brilliant questions. So I think maybe I'll actually answer the second one because that's like much easier. Yes, he used amanuenses. That's a big thing that I'm currently sort of hoping to do research on in the next part of my PhD. There are probably, I think I've counted 7 different hands in the Annals manuscript drafts. What is incredibly confusing is that there are later sort of comments by clearly later cataloguers who will say, oh, this whole draft is in Camden's hand, but with the British Library's curatorial staff and myself, we've looked and it's not his hand. The great thing is that it looks like he was, most of the corrections are in his hand. So all the edits, we know that he was painstakingly looking through them. And then that actually checks with the fact that we've got the annotated copy of the printed version. And again, I mean, Camden was just such a stickler, like he was really, yeah. So he is using scribes. I'm currently in the process of trying to identify them and figure out what that means. But thank you for that question. And hopefully you can talk to me in a year and a half when I have a bit more about that. And then thank you again, Noah, for your brilliant question. And I think that's absolutely spot on, that this is a form of practice, right? I mean, what I find really interesting about it is knowing precisely that we have his correspondence that shows his real annoyance at having to write this history. He literally didn't even know whether James would actually approve of the Annals. There is draft correspondence saying, oh, we sent this off to Cambridge. Not contrary to my expectations, he's decided to publish it. So it shows you that, yes, there is a form of practice going on of him trying to temper his things. But clearly, if he's still worried at the end that James might not be 100% happy, I feel like there is perhaps room for him trying to not just flatter his patron. He's trying to be, with the classical allusions, things like that, trying to speak to his educated community as well. And I guess there's that sort of bias from me where I'm so fascinated by that personal story. That's why I want to know what he really thought, which is why I'm saying that. But absolutely, I think you're spot on. It shows that there is a form of practice, and maybe it's better to say not that he wasn't an impartial historian, but he just wasn't an impartial person, like most of us aren't. So thank you, brilliant questions.
Right, next. We've got 2 there. I'll take those both, please.
Hello, this one's perhaps more for James. And I was thinking the question, what's in a name? That Camden calls it the Annales. Now, he could have called it the Historia, or the Vita. And I think it's you say that he doesn't really mention Tacitus significantly, but surely anyone picking up this book that says Annales, they will know what he's thinking. They might expect some Tacitian hints in it. What do you think?
And yes.
Another question for James, I think. In parliamentary speeches of this period, it is quite normal to find them littered with classical allusions and quotations. So I'm wondering, we are surprised to find chunks of Tacitus and so on in Camden, but do you think that Camden's contemporaries Or at least, do you think Camden would have expected his readership to recognize these allusions? And does that influence his known reluctance to see the Annals translated into English?
Hey, thank you for the questions. Yes, so on the first question, in the preface, he does actually reach for Tacitus and say, I have arranged my work as Annales in order to do what Tacitus says. And he takes out a moment when Tacitus has said that he's aiming to create a work that will memorialize what is praiseworthy and criticize what deserves criticism. So that is a sort of overt statement of why Annales, and it's overtly linked to Tacitus. So that I think would support this this idea that Tacitus is definitely present, stated in the preface. You're expecting something to have a somewhat Tacitian aspect. And that's maybe why he has to get in there and allay fears that he's going to be too critical or too inclined to drill into the motivations, even if he does go on to frequently look into the look behind appearances. So yes, Tacitus is stated up front and given there's a characterization of Annals right up front there, but then he has to sort of manage that, I think, as the work goes on. As for, yes, whether people could be expected to recognize allusions, and what was the other point, whether people would be surprised to find them at all? Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, it is true, certainly the idea of including words and phrases, you've got to be careful looking to draw too many conclusions as to exactly why something has been expressed that way, because there are many ways that a phrase that's reminiscent of Tacitus could end up in the text, and there are many things it could be used for. But I think the very prevalence of these ideas, and I think you can probably distinguish here between maybe more or less remarkable, you could say, allusions, or at least reuses of language, that in some cases it's an idea that is maybe strongly associated with Tacitus, or it's a important concept politically. And in those instances, I would be inclined to think that those are not inert classical references. Those are ideas that are circulating in which they need to be interpreted each time they're used. So a commonplace could be used many times over, but that doesn't mean it's a sort of inert chunk of meaning. It can be reinterpreted in context. At other times, you may find linguistic coincidences, and so I think you need to take each instance on its merit.
Okay, we've got one here just between the two speakers just asked, and one over here.
Yes, I thought I'd get in before you moved away. Yes, if I remember correctly, Defoe and other contemporaries thought that this was to some extent a collaborative project with Cotton. And I'm wondering to what extent, Helen, you think that Cotton was involved? And if it was in some ways collaborative, what role does that have in what you've been saying about the changes in drafts?
Think about that whilst the microphone moves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for an already absolutely fascinating and really inspiring morning. My question actually follows on from the gentleman's question about translation and Camden's reluctance to see the work translated. And it's a question for Helena, but it comes out of Helena's paper, but in a way I think it's maybe for both. It seems to me that what he's talking about here is this idea of unjust carping, from your lovely translation of the unlearned readers. I wonder if you could say a bit more about that specific risks associated with works in English on this kind of topic, as opposed to works in Latin. Thank you.
Something most book writers here will know about. Okay, who's not?
Again, thank you so much for those questions. I'll first address about Cotton's contribution. Thank you so much for making that point clearer, because it absolutely is. It's something, when I say who exactly helped to write the work, that is a big thing and what I'm interested in. what has already been just from my initial paleographical like sort of examinations, what is shocking is how little of Cotton's hand is actually in there. So in the previous scholarship, you know, everyone mentions it's in there. Yeah, it is in there. But like, I've literally been able to find like, I don't know, like dozens of pages, not hundreds. I mean, there's thousands of pages. So that's already something quite interesting to me. And then I think what then becomes more interesting is where is it? And it's at really critical points like Mary Queen of Scots obituary, which, you know, is literally talking, you know, because Cotton had so much knowledge of Scottish history, that's there. But what I find really interesting is, so there was this knowledge of being a collaborative work, but I think that's where perhaps, and like maybe James can say a bit more about this, to be, you know, all ancient historians always came up under one name. And to kind of feel like a really reliable historian where you're literally, he's including eyewitness accounts and things, it's not particularly useful to then have this as a collaborative work, because you don't, there is this one narratorial voice. And I think if it became like, you know, where they really kept saying, oh, it's a bit of Cotton, this, that, it doesn't work as this sort of cohesive, reliable historian. So to answer in short, there is a contribution. I don't actually, at least in the manuscript drafts themselves, they are not as big. I need to look more into the correspondence, because Cotton was very important in sort of the outside connections of it, you know, going through James, things like that. And yeah, I think that I'm actually going to be arguing that I think it's precisely because he wants to follow sort of ancient historiographical techniques, which isn't about showing, you want to be a sole reliable narrator. And then in terms of the unjust carping, thanks for that, Tom, with the risks of it being in English as opposed to Latin, I mean, Patrick Collinson, who James had mentioned, has already, you know, done a bit of work on this, and how basically what has happened in the English translations that came quite quickly afterwards is that Elizabeth is coming off a lot more glorified. And I feel like what's happened is that because Camden is precisely, at least in his own narratorial voice, he never specifically compares anyone to an ancient person. As we see, you know, it's in Essex's speeches, Mary's speeches, but it's never in his own narratorial voice. What we're losing is that there are these allusions. There are, you know, sort of things that are phrased in different ways that I think in Latin you would pick up. If you're a learned, educated reader, you would see that is a Tacitian sentiment. I've literally seen him in the manuscript drafts go from saying, oh, I am going to compare this person to Pompey the Great, as in Essex to Pompey the Great. He gets rid of that. Then he changes that and just paraphrases. So in English, that's completely lost. You don't know where that's coming from. But I think with Latin, with those textual sources that a lot of them would have had to hand, they would have pieced that together. And so I think he wants to keep it in Latin so that, you know, he's not getting, you know, actually, I think he doesn't want to be bashed from unlearned readers as well as the learned readers, actually. I think that's more important to him. So I think the risk is basically being misunderstood in a way that he didn't want to be misunderstood. And James, if you have any comments, please.
I guess maybe just a small comment maybe on the rhetoric of how you lay out a work like this, which would be that ever since ancient history writing, so you can think of Thucydides, you know, there's a move that you make to say, I'm not writing this for the present day, I'm directing this towards posterity. And he makes that move in the preface. And we get this turn to posterity right at the end here as well. So I think, you know, in terms of how a historian might set themselves up to deal with that problem, there are conventional ways of doing that, which he uses. And so perhaps the decision to write in Latin plays into that, but a small thought on it.
Okay, I'm just going to take John's question. I'm also going to reveal those on the chat, if I can. And so you can read those if I can get them to the size. Yeah, doesn't really look like it works. See if we can expand that. Meanwhile, John, as I fiddle with the technology.
Yes, thanks very much. I think this question and the answer to it will probably emerge throughout the day, but I'm just thinking about James's order to Camden to restart this work. And I'm wondering about the motivation of that, because is James not rather wary of the sort of ongoing nostalgic cult of Elizabeth? In a sense, is this a means of him trying to sort of neutralize that and
prevent that from becoming even more of a problem for him than it already is? Because it's a bit of a risky strategy, I would have thought.
And there's a question on the screen for you, Helen. So if you can both answer in a minute each. That'd be great.
Very quickly on your point. So, I mean, correspondence literally shows that I think James is particularly worried about the pervasive, accounts about Mary, Queen of Scots, and you can see through the draft manuscripts how carefully anything about Mary is being changed to be as positive as possible. And yeah, I think he might be worried about the cult of Elizabeth, but equally, he seems far more interested in just the first 3 books that are published in 1615, which goes basically just after Mary's execution, and that's that. And then it's only 10 years later, after Camden's death, that the others are published. So that's to be really brief on that. And then the question, okay, everyone's been able to read that. Oh yeah, while I'm reading.
Yeah, so sorry.
So it says, has Helen been able to analyse the early years of Elizabeth's reign when the events of those years might have not been quite as politically sensitive, although there would still have been some sensitivity surrounding the early years and the military campaign? Was it less sensitive, basically? So yeah, I feel like that's really, really interesting. And it looks like, weirdly, that the sort of different suppressions do come up at sort of more sensitive points, like about major figures in history, including Elizabeth. But I'm yet to uncover everything. So just to be really short, there's more work to do on that. So sorry about that.
Yeah, and a very brief response to the other question. That has sometimes been answered with points about possible inconsistency. So scholars have said, he's critical of Elizabeth and the Mary Queen of Scots affair in places, but more inclined to praise her in other respects. So that can maybe come down to how comfortable we are with a text that is not presenting a consistent viewpoint, and how ready we are to accept that there are multiple arguments occurring. And so I don't have an answer, but I think that's an underlying matter of approach that we could maybe keep in mind.
Right. Thank you both very much. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll ask up the next chair.
Okay, thank you. So yes, we are pressing straight ahead. It's a work day. We have, I'm delighted to introduce this next panel. We have 2 extremely distinguished scholars of early modern Britain. And because we're a little over time, so perhaps I won't read out the full biographies, if they'll forgive me, because I think they're well known enough already. But first, we are going to hear from Professor Blair Worden, Emeritus Fellow of St Edmund Hall, Oxford, who's going to be speaking about Camden and the 2nd Earl of Essex, who does not have a PowerPoint. And then afterwards, we'll continue straight on into Professor Susan Doran's paper, Professor of Early Modern British History at the University of Oxford, who is going to be speaking with a delightfully brief title of Camden's Elizabeth. And then, as in the previous session, we'll take questions at the end. So please come forth, Professor Worden.
Well, I only wish I could edit this paper in the light of the fascinating session that we've just had. But if I'm to keep to time, I fear the only practical course is for me to read it as it is. I did wonder in the first session where the best place to stand is in relation to the microphone. Am I audible? Thank you. What? I am. Oh, good. Thank you. I have learned from Tacitus, explains Camden's preface in Latin, that the principal end of Annals is to preserve virtuous actions from being buried in oblivion, and to deter men from either speaking or doing amiss for fear of after infamy with posterity. Camden brought the same goal to Britannia. There he selected prominent people, past and present, for sparing commendations and for sometimes unsparing condemnations, which he incorporated into his surveys of the counties to which the individuals were attached by the titles of peerages or by residence. If Robert Devereux, second Earl of Essex, a figure so alert to his own obligations to virtue, looked himself up under the County of Essex in the editions of Britannia published in his lifetime, he must have been gratified. In the first and second editions in 1586 and 1587, when the young Earl had begun his military career and gained the Queen's favour, Camden already records the praises bestowed on Essex by contemporaries. In 1590, the year after Essex's exploits in the expedition to Portugal, the salute becomes superlative. He is lauded for his heroic virtue and prowess and presented as the hope of his country. The passage reappears in the edition of 1594 when he becomes a privy councillor and statesman. In Britannia, Camden does not particularize the virtues of Essex which he hails, but we have clues in the salute in the Annals to the fortitude of his invincible courage, never enough to be commended, and in Remains, where Camden delights to remember the Cadiz expedition, the apotheosis of Essex's leadership and valour. We may think of Camden as a mild and affable civilian, but his pride in England's record of martial glory shines through his writing, a subject on which, as on others, we can watch him in literary collaboration with his friend Samuel Daniel, whose verse finds in the warrior Essex, Daniel's patron, the image of ancient honour near worn out of date. Under James I, when many former Essexians looked to the heir to the throne, Prince Henry, to revive Essex's own martial spirit and policies, Camden wrote much more warmly of the prince than he did of James I. In the treatment of Essex in the Britannia of 1600, there is a change. Internal evidence shows Camden working on the volume at least as late as February of that year. After Essex's return from his disastrous campaign in Ireland the previous autumn, the Earl had been disgraced and imprisoned. In the first half of 1600, the government subjected him to humiliating public rebukes, and he was removed from almost all his offices. Yet he lived in hope of royal forgiveness and of restoration to favour. Camden responds to the Essex crisis by shortening his tribute to him and removing its most effusive phrasing. Even so, the text of 1600 gives no hint of the cloud over Essex's head. He remains a man accoutred with virtue and worthy of the praises he has won. The Elizabethan editions of Britannia are our only guide to Camden's perception of Essex to survive from before the rising of February 1601. That shocking fiasco which altered the terms in which people thought and wrote about the Earl. In the next edition of 1607, we get a quite different picture. Camden reuses material from the tributes of the previous versions, but only so as to mark the height from which Essex fell. In the words of Philemon Holland's translation of 1610, Essex was adorned with singular gifts of nature and grew so fast to such honour that all England conceived good hope he would have fully equalled, yea, and surpassed the greatest virtues and praises of his progenitors. But alas, while he was carried away with popularity and made haste to outgo his hopes, he cast himself headlong into destruction, as many more have done, who, despising that which might come by patience with security, have made choice to hasten thereto before time with their final overthrow. Camden is silently translating Tacitus's account of the fall of Bruttius Niger, an agent of the tyranny of the Emperor Tiberius and his overmighty favorite, Janus. Camden's words belong to a subterranean web of Tacitian and other Roman historical allusion in his writing, though it would need a classic tracing. It's not only in the sections on the county of Essex that the Earl suffers in the edition of 1607. In the account of the Elizabethan wars in Ireland, which he added to Britannia in that year, Camden terminates his account of Essex's command there by declaring that the author would take no pleasure so much as to remember what afterwards befell Essex in England. The accounts of Essex in Britannia are brief as their context require them to be. In the Annals, if we accept the demise of Mary, Queen of Scots, a subject which in the English reign of her son demanded exceptional treatment, the fall of Essex occupies much more space than any other political episode of the reign. The event is distinctive too in the sense of immediacy, of close-up that Camden brings to the telling. To readers who come to the Britannia of 1607 from the posthumously published Annals, the renunciation of the Earl in that year is a surprise, though I hope by the end of my paper to have explained it. The treatment of Essex in the Annals is hardly an apologia. On aspects of his behavior that aroused and arouse division, especially those relating to his disastrous Irish campaign of 1599, Camden often comes down against it. The rising of 1601 is unequivocally condemned, even if represented as an act of folly more than wickedness. Yet the Annals is far from obliterating the admiration of Essex, evident in the Elizabethan Britannia. In the Jacobean Britannia, Essex's self-destruction is a matter for denunciation. In the Annals, the fall of that man of innate good nature, possessed of such sparks of virtue, is a matter for regret. Essex's good nature exposes him to the wiles of his unscrupulous adversaries, on whom the Earl himself blamed his troubles. Being not made for the court, explains Camden, Essex fell easy prey to their subtle contrivances, as their tactics lured the heedless Earl into their nets, and by ensuring his appointment to the doomed Irish campaign, steered him to destruction. That was Essex's own view of their conduct. If we're tempted to think of his claims as paranoid, self-deceiving, and I admit to the temptation, the endorsement of them by the instinctively measured and balanced Camden is a weighty obstacle to that judgment. Camden attended Essex's trial in February 1601 and wrote a narrative of it, which he uses in the Annals. Yet the most distinctive feature of his account of Essex lies in the previous year. After his return from Ireland, against royal orders in September 1599, Essex had been confined for 6 months in the house of Lord Keeper Egerton. In March 1600, he was allowed to move to his own London home, but under house arrest. In August, he was released, but not forgiven or restored to favor or allowed at court. Through that time, the Earl's mind and allies were divided. Should he, as his remaining friends at and around the court advised, humble himself by begging submissively for the Queen's forgiveness? Or should he, as the advisors Camden calls the kindle coals, urged, recognize that his standing, even perhaps his survival, depended on a forcible challenge of the court? Paul Hammer has demonstrated Camden's use in his narrative of that phase of the Essex crisis of a memorandum drawn up by Lord Henry Howard, the future Earl of Northampton, that intimate collaborator, as Camden was, of Robert Cotton, in whose papers the document lies. The memorandum records Howard's attempts of 1600, to which Camden repeatedly refers, to steer Essex into submission. Howard, brother of the Duke of Norfolk, who was executed in 1572, had, like him, conspired with Mary, Queen of Scots. He'd frequently been imprisoned. His protracted efforts to revive his own and his family's political fortunes stalled until the 1590s, when he formed a friendship with Essex, on whom he heaped political advice, and in collaboration with whom he approached the center of events. Camden's knowledge of Howard's campaign of 1600 goes beyond the memorandum so ably explored by Hammer. In Camden's papers among the Smith manuscripts and the Bodleian, there's a pair of documents from the same year, also by Howard, which a misleading catalogue entry has obscured. Apparently belonging to a process of drafting, the documents are statements of advice to Essex about his prospects and his conduct. Stretches of them reappear in précis in the Annals, even if Camden's tactful phrasing conceals the ruthless Machiavellianism of Howard's thinking. The extracts are interwoven with other material, which is not found in the Howard documents, but which likewise answers to Howard's purpose. and which is most obviously to be explained as likewise derived from his drafting process. Camden loved to track down documents and bring Elizabethan politics to life by reproducing them. Howard's texts gave him good copy. Yet Camden's use of them is not to be explained on that ground alone. There is a prevalent misconception that Camden spent the second half of 1600 with Cotton in the north of England collecting material for a new edition of Britannia. That is what Camden later remembered, but the edition of 1600 where the material is included makes it clear that the journey took place in the previous year. In 1600, Camden was a close observer of events in the capital. The Annals does not merely record Howard's campaign on Essex's behalf, it aligns Camden with it. Though he voices sadness where Howard expresses bitterness, the historian sees the failure of Howard's exertions, as Howard himself does, as the calamitous capture of Essex by the Kindle Coal. His secretary, Henry Cuff, at their head, who goaded him into rebellion. While Howard is the only restraining influence on Essex named by Camden or by Howard himself, the Annals makes it clear that others, including many indifferent men, that is, impartial men, were involved, who had great hopes that the Queen's recognition of Essex's virtue would win out. Camden reports the arguments of the Earl's friends, of those that loved him best. Those words, of which I remember no equivalent elsewhere in the Annals, themselves sound loving. Henry Cuff, whose conduct on Essex's behalf appalled Camden, was nonetheless an old scholarly friend, a man, as Camden says, of exquisite learning. Commendatory Greek verses by him appeared in every edition of Britannia. Cuff's and Camden's friend, the scholar Henry Saville, whose friendship Essex invoked as a special mark of the Earl's commitment to learning, was arrested after Essex's rising and his studies searched, though he was soon released. Camden tells us that Cuff was wont to complain to me that Essex carried his love and hatred always in his brow. To me, the assertion of personal knowledge is an insertion into the draft. We can only guess at the circumstances of Cuff's complaint. Perhaps he made them during his efforts to recruit followers to the Kindle Coal's cause. If so, he failed, for in 1600, Camden is in Howard's camp. Howard is an underexplored figure in Camden's life. Their common bond with Cotton is only part of the story. Camden and Howard shared interests during the late Elizabethan period. Their involvement in the Society of Antiquaries, Howard's work on Essex's behalf on the office of Earl Marshal, and Howard's ambition to reform the College of Heralds, Camden's province, as Clarenceux King of Arms. Under James I, Howard acted as intermediary between Camden and the king over Camden's coverage of James's mother. In 1606, Howard, who was an undeclared Catholic with a conspiratorial past, needed to distance himself from the memory of the gunpowder plot, published a long account and condemnation of it. It was Camden who translated the work into Latin for a continental audience, a sizable task for so busy and eminent a man. In 1609, Camden moved to Chislehurst, just down the road from Greenwich, where Howard had acquired a large house and was extending the estate. It was Camden who composed the epitaph for Howard's tomb. And it seems to be to Howard that we owe the survival in Camden's remains of a poem of Howard's father, the Earl of Surrey, the epitaph for Thomas Clear. The manuscripts of the Annals survive in successive drafts. A number of the editions which Camden inserted concern Howard's family, whose reputation Henry was bent on recovering. It would be a misleading simplification to describe the Annals as slanted in the Howard's favor. But Camden's sympathy with the family's afflictions and the ground shared in Camden's and Howard's perception of Tudor history are plain to see. Camden, who's dismayed to recall the execution of Howard's father Surrey for light causes in 1547, attended the treason trial of Surrey's son and our Howard's brother Norfolk, and wrote a long account of it in the Annals, as he did of the treason trial of Norfolk's son, the Earl of Arundel, in 1590. Camden no more absolves Norfolk or Arundel than he does Essex, but like Essex, the two men seem to Camden victims of ruthless enemies at court. Camden's account of the fate of Norfolk, to whom as Essex he attributes innate good nature, is close in spirit to his narrative of Essex's fall. Camden and Howard shared an intense hatred of the man they blamed for Norfolk's death, the Earl of Leicester, with whom Howard had quarrelled viciously and who in the Annals is the villain of Elizabethan politics. Leicester is blamed by both Camden and Howard for the troubles of Essex's father, the first Earl, another victim of sinister courtly contrivance. Enemies to father and son got them sent to Ireland, where they'd be out of the political way and succumb to the challenges of the post. The first Earl was dispatched there, recalls Camden, through the cunning court tricks of Leicester, who, desiring above all things to have him further off, had aimed to plunge him into dangers under pretense of procuring him honor, specie honoris. We're back with Tacitus, who has the Emperor Tiberius find pretext to remove his rival Germanicus to an eastern province, specie honoris. Howard drew Essex's attention to Tacitus' word. The second Earl himself, in a letter to Antonio Perez, silently alluded to a parallel passage with parallel wording in Tacitus' histories to illustrate the contrivances of his own adversaries who wanted him sent to Ireland. In the portion of Camden's Annals which draws on Howard's documents in the Smith Papers, we learn from one of the passages that are interwoven with those texts that some observed of Essex that he had not any deadlier enemies than, as was said in old time of Germanicus, his own ornaments and virtue. What else may Howard have said about Germanicus, the doomed rival of the Emperor Tiberius, before Camden reduced the passage to praise him? In 1605, Ben Jonson, Camden's devotee and friend, published the play Sejanus' Fall, where an opponent of Tiberius's wicked regime lauds the memory of Germanicus's virtues to the sky. In the same passage, we learn, irrelevantly to the plot, of Germanicus's removal to the command of an eastern province by a trick of state which jealous princes never fail to use to undermine rivals with fair pretext and honorable colors of employment, to shift them forth into another era where they may purge or lessen. Camden pays repeated homage to his patron, the instigator of the Annals, Lord Burleigh. He has far less to say in commendation of Burleigh's son and political heir, Robert Cecil. He does, however, name him as one of the three enemies whom Essex believed to be bent on his destruction, alongside Sir Walter Raleigh and Lord Cobham. Even when Camden does praise Cecil, he places him in implicit contrast in his father's shadow. So does Ben Jonson, who reviled Cecil but was obliged to salute him. Burleigh, says Camden pointedly, lived long enough to his own glory, but not long enough to his country. Camden's assault on the memory of Leicester, the precursor of Essex's enemies in courtly contrivance, extends to Britannia, but only in the edition of 1607, when Leicester's queen was dead. If Camden had outlived James I, under whom Cecil remained the leading minister during his own lifetime, perhaps he would have made his own feelings about him explicit. Howard and Camden both indicate, Camden as usual the more politely, that Essex's fall destroyed the balance of power at court and left Cecil in unchallenged and unhealthy control, as Camden has it above the Queen, who in Howard's words now reigned as the moon in borrowed majesty. Cecil's ascendancy created a new political order, under which a number of Essexians were either eliminated or brought under his sway. If the destruction of Essex changed the terms in which he was written about, the literary representation of Cecil altered too. Cecil's defeat of Essex had incurred profound resentment, not least for his blackening of the Earl's image in the wake of the Rising. Cecil's response was to prolong the blackening while whitening his own public persona. It's to that strategy, I suggest, that we should look to understand Camden's denunciations of Essex in the 1607 Britannia, where while Essex is downgraded, Cecil is upgraded. It's there that we find much the most approving words, succinct as they are, that Camden ever bestowed on Cecil, albeit as the son of Burleigh, that Nestor, ours. Robert, writes Camden, had been given the earldom of Salisbury for his singular wisdom and great employments in the affairs of state to the good of prince and country. Camden had to say something, for his method obliged him to survey the earls who'd held the titles attached to that city. Even so, the tribute stands in contrast to the silence about Cecil's merits in the Annals. There are parallel contrasts in other writings of the time. Around 1600, Ben Jonson's play Cynthia's Revels had its premiere. Jonson had a copy specially printed for Camden, where the dedicatory lines salute him as once a pupil, always a friend. The play figures Essex by mythological allusion in the humbled and submissive guise that Howard was urging on the Earl. Essex is represented as Actaeon, the straying hunter who, after affronting Diana or Elizabeth, was devoured by his own hound. After Essex's death, Hugh Holland, the warm friend, Johnson, Cotton, and the mentor of all three of them at Westminster, Camden, adapted Jonson's identification of Essex with Actaeon to the new political order. In a long and obtrusive digression, the Holland's poem Pancharis of 1601, published in the aftermath of Essex's death, Actaeon, and thus Essex, is not Jonson's humbly passive figure, but a crazed rebel. Abortive fancies swim about his brain. Actaeon's hounds have become the incendiary party among Essex's followers. The poem recalls Essex's plan to seize the court and to raise the Queen's surest servants from her side. The chief among the surest servants was, of course, Cecil, whose merit the poem sets against the public obloquy that beset him after Essex's death. Where Holland stepped, other writers would follow. In 1608, the year after the edition of Britannia which denounces Essex, George Chapman's double play The Conspiracy and Tragedy of Byron drew explicit parallels between the French conspirator, the Duke de Biron, who'd been executed in 1602, and the Earl with whom he was frequently compared on both sides of the Channel. After a complaint by the French ambassador who objected to the representation of his king Henry IV in the play, Cecil intervened and the offending material was cut. In getting it omitted, Cecil also secured the removal of an edgy passage about Essex, to which the ambassador's complaint was irrelevant, and its replacement by a scene between Byron and a consummately honest and wise English counsellor who warns him of the folly of sedition. The counsellor is not named, but does not need to be. He's praised in imagery that in the following year reappears in a poem dedicated to Cecil in Chapman's translation of the Iliad. Another parallel takes us closer to Camden. In the second half of 1600, when Jonson's Cynthia's Revels presented Essex in submissive guise, Camden's friend Samuel Daniel wrote 3 acts of his play Pelotas, which he abandoned after the Essex Rising, but of which the completed text was performed in the winter of 1645. Even critics suspicious of topical readings do not contest, though they miss the extent of, the analogies between Essex and the play's Greek hero, a follower of Alexander the Great, who was executed on a doubtful charge of treason. Daniel converts into verse the advice which in Camden is given to Essex by advocates of restraint in 1600. Having failed to heed it, Pelotas is destroyed by the subtle scheming of his adversaries at court, a fleeting theme in Daniel's sources, but the connecting thread of the play. Here too, Cecil intervened when the play was prepared for publication. Under pressure from him, Daniel revised passages of the text and added an explanatory apology to it. As a result of the changes which made havoc with the play, Pelotas's rivals ceased to be ingeniously ruthless contrivers. The chief of them, Craterus, becomes the savior of the state in treason, one of the most honest men that ever followed Alexander, one of his most grave and worthy counsellors. We saw Camden in 1607, breaking off his account of Essex in Ireland at the mention of the Earl's subsequent rising, for neither take I pleasure so much as to remember the same. Daniel's apology ends with an acknowledgement of Essex's weakness, which I would wish all that love his memory not to revive, so that his errors and disobedience might never be remembered among the examples of disloyalty in this kingdom. There's no telling whether Cecil leant on Camden, but Camden would anyway have got the point from Daniel, if from nowhere else. The preface to the Annals, again borrowing silently from Tacitus, states that in writing the book, Camden feared no danger, no, not from those who think the memory of succeeding ages may be extinguished by present power. The Annals is a brave attempt at truthfulness in the hazardous field of recent history. But no one, within the political restraints of Jacobean writing, could be wholly free of present power.
Hello, everybody. I'll get straight in. As Patrick Collinson pointed out some 20 years ago, there were at least 10 different versions of Camden's Annals, printed between 1615 and 1717. 4 of them in the original Latin, 1 a French translation, and the remainder English translation. Sorry, could somebody, not moving on to the next slide. We have to have the slides in most of my talk is about.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. What do I use? This one. Okay. Let's hope so. As Collinson noted, the title differed somewhat from one edition to another, as did the credit given to the author. But what he didn't mention was the absence or inclusion of images of Queen Elizabeth on the frontispiece or elsewhere within the text. Yet these portraits, together with the title pages, influence the reception of the book. Would it be read as a history of England and Ireland during Elizabeth's reign, or a history or biography of the Queen herself? The pictures of the Queen are important, and in my talk today, I intend to discuss their derivation as well as their impact. At the same time, I hope to add something to our existing knowledge about the printing of the book. To carry out this task, I had to examine several copies of the same edition, but they're not all identical. As happens with many other printed books, a picture is sometimes stuck onto a clean page, later by one of its owners, while on other occasions, a picture was excised to become a freestanding print. Certainly this picture of Elizabeth was added later to one of the 1615 Latin editions of books 1 to 3. But thankfully, the intervention is obvious. Not only does the insertion not fit the page, but Elizabeth's title is in English. And in fact, actual fact, the illustration comes from a 1773 edition of Paul de Rapin's History of England. No other copy that I've seen of this first edition has an illustration of the Queen, nor did the posthumous volume, the Thomas Alter, which contained book 4 and continued the story from 1589 until the end of the reign. Evidently, Camden wanted it that way, since he roughed up the title and title page on a manuscript folio amongst his papers. For him, there was no need for Elizabeth's portrait to grace his text. But as the title makes clear, it was not envisaged as a biography of the Queen, but a history of the events of the reign in the mode of Tacitus. Because of Camden's intent that the work would be a serious scholarly study of this kind, his choice of printer for both works was Simon Waterston, one of the 10 powerful stationers who had set up the Latin Stock, a partnership dealing in Latin books, mainly in folio. Two years before the Thomas Alter reached publication in London, the first complete Annals was published in Leiden. It was also the first Camden text to include a portrait of Elizabeth, placed before the apparatus and after the typographicus lectoris. The Queen greeted readers before they embarked on the work. Her central role in the story was also marked out by the royal coat of arms on the title page. The engraving itself may well have been familiar to readers. It was not new, but taken from a freestanding print, which you can see on the extreme right, which was itself based on one of the 84 illustrations, of men and women in Emmanuel van Metteren's History of the Netherlands, although it's an inverted picture. And that was printed for the first time in 1614. All three pictures are cut down and adapted impressions of an Isaac Oliver full-length print of the early 1590s. Why was the Annals printed in Leiden? Well, according to Daniel Wolfe, after the criticisms, and there were criticisms, harpings, leveled at the first volume, Camden had lacked confidence that a second one containing book 4 would go into print, and had therefore sent a manuscript copy to his friend Pierre Dupuy to ensure its publication. For its printer, Dupuy chose Elsevier, the big popular pocketbook publishers in Leiden, who decided to produce all 4 books in an octavo format. Presumably, Elizabeth's portrait was included to encourage sales, for she was a recognizable figure in the United Provinces and much admired because of the help she had given them during their War of Independence. Printed the same year as the Leiden edition was the first English translation of books 1 to 3 by the Genevan, you know probably, Abraham Darcy. This was also the first one printed in England to include an engraving of Elizabeth. In some reproductions, the picture appears next to the title page, but it was originally placed on the page facing Darcy's dedication to James I. The portrait was taken from a freestanding print made around 1617 by the popular and prolific engraver Francis Deloram, who based his image on a portrait by Nicholas Hilliard. Deloram knew Darcy well, and an engraving he completed of the translator in 1625 appears on the last page of some copies of the Annals. The halo of stars around Elizabeth associates her with the woman of the Apocalypse in Revelation 12 and the Virgin Mary. And it was a type of dedication never seen in her lifetime, but thought appropriate after her death, mainly because of the coincidence of her birth and death dates. The first being the eve of the Nativity of Mary, 7th of September, and the second the eve of the Annunciation, the 24th of March. While such a glorification of Elizabeth would have sat uncomfortably in Camden's original Annals, it suited very well Darcy's interpretation of the Queen, whom he extolled as the all-glorious, all-virtuous, incomparable, invicт, and matchless pattern of princes, the glory, honor, and mirror of womankind, the admiration of our age, and much else besides. Such extravagant language, although we have seen some which is tersely complimentary to Elizabeth, but that kind of extravagant language and uncritical eulogies are pretty much absent from Camden's work. Yet the Italian motto, meaning through every change I stand constant, which you can see on the print, corresponds better with Camden's own words in the Annals than Darcy's. According to Camden, her motto was Semper Eadem, while Darcy's bizarre wording was always one. And it was a mistranslation because he used a 1624 French edition as his text. And its author, Paul de Bellejean, called her device toujours une. But the fact that he actually gets it wrong also suggests that Semper Eadem was not a phrase that was so closely associated with Elizabeth as it is today. The main difference between Delaram's original engraving and the one in Darcy's translation is found in the paean of praise to Elizabeth. As you can see in the book, the adulatory verses, presumably composed by Darcy himself, are written on a scroll, unveiled by a cherub on top right, whereas in Delaram's freestanding print, there is no angel, while the lines commending the Queen's virtues, which were written by John Davis, are at the bottom. The words are different too. Darcy adapted those from Davis to put his own stamp and slant on them. Whereas Davis alludes to her gender, Darcy chooses not to, presumably because he makes a comment about that elsewhere in the text. Darcy refers to Ireland. After all, it was a central theme in Camden's account, while Davis's work, which was written in the 1590s, late 1590s, possibly 1600, doesn't mention that catastrophic failure. Darcy mentions the Pope by name, whereas Davis called her Faith's Shield. Otherwise, they're very similar in theme, both focusing on Elizabeth's alliance with France, protection of the Netherlands, and foiling of Spain, themes that had a particular relevance and resonance in 1625, when England looked set to renew war against Spain, themes that were also appearing on monuments to Elizabeth in London churches around the same time. The elaborately engraved title page of Darcy's edition was executed by his frequent collaborator, Robert Vaughan, but made to Darcy's design. Although you can't see it on this truncated reproduction, the inscription at the bottom reads, engraven by R. Vaughan by Mr. Darcy's will and direction. This page contains no image of the Queen, but Darcy made sure that her presence was felt there. The new title of the work shifts attention from events in the realm to the royal history of the famous Empress Elizabeth, whose name was supposed to be highlighted, though it pretty much looks blacked out in this reproduction. Her personal emblem, the phoenix, sits in pride of place on top, where in sacred books would be the Tetragrammaton or the IHS. The Tudor rose is just below, so that readers could understand the emblems and small pictures on the title page that depict English victories during the Spanish War, and incidentally include the taking of Cadiz by Essex and also by the Earl of Nottingham. Darcy, who was a very minor published poet, produced a verse that would explain them. Unquestionably, Darcy's main aim in making this unauthorized translation was to win patronage, hence the display of noble coats of arms on the pillars, as well as his dedications to the King, Prince Charles, and an extraordinary number of noble men and women, among whom was Nottingham, the sole Elizabethan warrior still alive. But Darcy seemed to have been unsuccessful. Perhaps those who knew Latin recognized that he didn't, and that he was no scholar nor poet. 4 years after Darcy's incompetent effort the young Thomas Brown produced a translation of Book 4 while he was a student at Christ Church. Neither his name nor Camden's were on the title page. The printer, who was Thomas Harper, had acquired a second press that year, and to make the book more commercially attractive, it was also presented as a history of Elizabeth's life, adapting Darcy's title and including a new picture of the Queen facing the dedication to King Charles. Brown's translation was reprinted in 1634 for sale in Oxford, but Elizabeth's portrait is not in the surviving copies I've seen. After this, the translation seems to have sunk without trace, probably because readers and owners preferred to have a copy that contained all 4 books. Seizing the commercial opportunity, the very next year, Robert Norton, who we've already seen in the presentations, produced a translation from the Latin of all 4 books, which almost immediately overshadowed both Darcy's and Brown's. Although seriously flawed, different versions of Norton's Camden have ever since been the mainstay of Elizabethan scholarship for those who don't read Latin. The 1630 folio edition became unambiguously the life of Queen Elizabeth. On the title page, the Annals of Camden's original title is demoted, with the phrase "composed by way of Annals" printed in smaller letters halfway down and no longer Latinized in spelling. Printed for Benjamin Fisher to be sold in his shop, as had been Darcy's translation, Delaram's portrait is reused, but now as the frontispiece, while the Queen's coat of arms replaces the angel bearing Darcy's words of praise. Only after the introduction are readers told in a heading that what follows is the true history or annals of England. Only in the preface is Camden's name mentioned. In Norton's preface, signed R.N., there is a long panegyric to Elizabeth that was a million miles away from the dispassionate and detached voice of Camden, and echoed instead the flamboyant tributes of Darcy. Here, Norton also provided a clue to the iconography of the Delaram portrait, where he drew attention to the concurrence of Elizabeth's birth and death with the feast of the Virgin Mary, and calling it a blessed note as one observeth of her endless blessedness and society in heaven, with those wise virgins that kept oil in their lamps to await the bridegroom. This was a reference, of course, to the parable of the wise and foolish virgins in Matthew 25. Norton's second folio edition brings forth Delaram's portrait and Darcy's title page, so for the first time they face each other. But a new title is brought to the work. Moreover, Norton, or maybe the printer, further dissociated this edition from Darcy's by eliminating the verse explaining Vaughan's complex engraving. The Latinized Annals, or Annales, has been restored to prominence on the first frontispiece, and Camden makes a first appearance as the work's original author on both the first and second. I just wonder whether there have been complaints about plagiarism that attacked Norton after the first edition. To ensure sales, the title page advertised that the book included editions of the authors never before published, but note the plural, authors, and that RN is now also on the frontispiece. 40 years on, and Norton's Camden reappeared. Appreciating interest in recent royal history during the Restoration, a new edition of the English translation went into press. The printer was the widow Elizabeth Fletcher, whose family firm was experienced in the publications of academic and law books, and who was building up for herself a reputation for printing literary works. One wonders if Camden is now being considered a literary work. Norton's book was therefore a good match for her interest and expertise. It sold sufficiently well for a new folio to appear in 1688, this time printed by Miles Fletcher, son, as the Stationers' Company had intriguingly taken away Elizabeth's license that August because she was then found guilty of printing unauthorized works. Given the year is 1688, I wonder at any rate what those works were. On the title page of both editions, Camden's name is prominent, but there is no sign that the book was originally written in Latin. This is ostensibly Camden's own history of the Queen. Note too, the word Annals is nowhere to be seen. Additional material not used in Norton's earlier edition, the 1635, not the 1631, were added. Gross faults were amended. Unhappy errors, the editor's words, rectified, and the language made more intelligible. But who undertook the work is not specified and unknown, obviously not Norton because he was already dead. The portrait of Elizabeth is no longer Delaran's. The engraver was Robert White, and he gave the print the title, The Illustrious and Most Renowned Princess Elizabeth, the Queen of England. Given that White was the leading line engraver for the print trade at the time, you might think that he would have produced an original design. But in fact, the image of Elizabeth on the title page is adapted from the engraving by William Fairthorne of the Complete Ambassador, published in 1655. We can see minor differences in the face and ruff particularly, but the most important one is that White has removed Burghley and Walsingham from the picture and zoomed in on Elizabeth. Airbrushed out, there is no one to accompany or rival the Queen on the stage of state. And so we come to the final full edition of Camden's Annals in Latin. It was edited and never mind, you can see it. It was edited and augmented by Thomas Hearn, a non-juror who had been recently ousted as the librarian from the Bodleian Library, but was able to use Camden's notes, which have been mentioned here in the Smith manuscript, that were deposited in the library. He needed the edition so that the book would qualify as a new edition and avoid flouting the copyright law of 1710. Prohibited from using the university impression, Hearn financed the 3 octavo volumes through the subscriptions of patrons. Most scholars agree that his is the best of the Latin editions, including those published on the continent. It sold well, but Hearn refused to allow a reprint. While many copies of the books today contain no picture of the Queen, a new engraving of Elizabeth by George Vertue faced the title page of the first volume, and a freestanding copy print is in the British Museum. And it's supposedly from a painting, and it says by Francis Hilliard. Francis Hilliard was the son of Nicholas, but there's no mention that I found that he was in fact either a painter or an engraver. Fitting in with Camden's style, the caption to the engraving is in Latin and provides just Elizabeth's title. But now the Semper Eardem is lifted directly from Camden's text. But without this motto, without the insignia, would you know it was Elizabeth? It's very different from Vertue's other engravings of the Queen and indeed of the Elizabeth we've come to know and sometimes love. In conclusion, I should be evident from my whirlwind tour of the different frontispieces and title pages. There is no one Camden's Annals, nor Camden's Elizabeth. The Latin text differs both in content and size from each other. The English translations vary in their titles, visuals, and style, appropriating Camden but losing his voice. Together with illustrators, the translators changed the genre of the work from a history or chronicle to a biography, and helped create and disseminate the myth of Gloriana. Nonetheless, historians have cited or quoted from the different editions of Camden as if it didn't matter, and I include myself here. Thankfully, the University of Birmingham has taken one important step towards a better appreciation of the original with Dana Sutton's online transcriptions of Camden's Latin alongside an English translation. It was based on the 1630 text. She gives an explanation as to why she chose that one. It's now easy to check the English against the Latin. And hopefully, with new work being undertaken that we've heard about this morning, and hopefully a new edition, that money is found for a new edition with notes, the past cavalier treatment of the Annals will be fully recognized and cease. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you so much to both speakers. I think Sue was very eloquently demonstrating why I, as a postgraduate, was so confused by Camden that I gave up and left it. So we just have a few minutes for questions before we have a coffee break. So if people would like to raise their hands, we'll follow the precedent and take two at a time, but yes.
Thank you very much again. My question is particularly, you mentioned that Essex fall from court in.
Sorry, I think perhaps if you could speak up a little, I'm not sure the microphones.
Okay.
Well, we're not hearing you terribly clearly from here. Yes, that's
sorry,
right.
I'll try again, Blair. I think you said, to quote, that Cecil was very much in control of the court after Essex's fall. And I'm curious to know to what extent everybody actually thinks that he also controlled a lot of what went into the Annals. Cecil, Burley, or no, Robert Cecil.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Well, there's a lot of contemporary comment which assumes that the fall of Essex ends the balance. But Camden denies that Elizabeth divides and rules, and it seems to be a very interesting denial because everybody else said that's exactly what she did, and it's what Howard particularly says about it, and how the whole political situation has changed with Essex's fall. I mean, previously you've had, he's very funny, Howard, about it. He talks about the successive stages of the reign and the way that she has played off ministers against each other, and how that simply ends when Cecil falls, and when Essex falls. And I think it's true, isn't it? I mean, there are other important people still around, but he surely is the dominant figure at court. And as Secretary of State, of course, he's in control of so much information that nobody else has too. Howard is very clever, and he works his way across to become the ally of Cecil. But that's really to do with the negotiations with James I. Howard isn't on the Privy Council. And there's no one on the Privy Council. I mean, Buckhurst, Nottingham, are serious significant figures, but I don't think they rival Cecil. And Camden simply takes it for granted that I think Cecil is the leading figure.
Yes, Peter.
I was really interested in what you said about his portrait of Leicester, and I was really interested in what you said about his portrait of Leicester. Yeah. And I recall an article by Simon Adams which argued that portrait is based heavily on Leicester's Commonwealth. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that. I mean, because the thing about that is, Leicester's Commonwealth is an acknowledged libel. And so if he's incorporating large amounts from Leicester's Commonwealth, he's actually using libelous material inside a history that he's saying is objective. And he must know he's doing that, right? I mean, he presumably doesn't think that Leicester's Commonwealth is an objective history. And insofar as he's taking stories and material from it and using it in his account of Elizabeth's reign, he's transposing one mode of discourse into another and using Tacitus to do it, which makes it an extremely interesting series of transactions between texts and modes, I think. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, it certainly conforms to what is said in. I'm not going to tell you about Leicester's Commonwealth. You're an expert on it, but I don't know. I'm not sure that he took wording from it, but I mean, I think that view of Leicester, you don't have to be a Catholic to hold it, if you see what I mean. I mean, I'm half sympathetic to what you're saying, because I think that Catholic view of Leicester and indeed of the whole regime really does get through. And you've talked yourself about its relationship of Johnson Sejanus to it. I mean, I think that really is there. And Johnson, after all, what was a Catholic. But I hadn't really thought of it as, perhaps I've forgotten or not read Simon Adams. I can't remember what he says about it. I hadn't really thought of it as a regurgitation of the Leicester's Commonwealth. I mean, I have read Leicester's Commonwealth, and I just don't remember it in that way. But yeah.
I just wonder whether Howard comes in here, because I mean, there's thoughts, aren't there, that Howard also, knew and had a hand a bit in Leicester's Commonwealth, and that would fit very well with the Howard hand over Camden. So I do take your point there, and I think Howard might be the missing link.
Thank you, Sue. That's very helpful. I mean, I think it's generally agreed Howard didn't write Leicester, but it certainly represents. I mean, he was an influence on it. I think it's generally agreed, and that's a good point, because it would fit. Yeah.
Okay, perhaps time for one more. All thirsting for our coffee? In that case, since we are a little over time, perhaps we better draw to a close, but we can just thank our two speakers again.
think that Cousin Paul said that the Elizabethan bookshop here. You're the British, they're at the British House.
Don't really know very much about it. One of my colleagues is
I recognise. Just because I went.
she's
Right. Oh, yes, it's a fantastic exhibition. It's just that there are these four jewels that Elizabeth gave to Henry Hunsford, Lord Henry Hunsford, and they're in the V&A. And I wondered if there's actually a list of when she gave them.
might want see.
They're quite spectacular. The thing that if there was, they would have put it into their. Yes, thank you.
What is it?
Oh.
Oh my God. This is the barriers.
I'm this is the person. Can we take our seats, please, ladies and gentlemen? Well, hello, everyone. It's time to get going again. So if you can take your seats, this happy buzz of Camden-related conversation and academic interaction is precisely what we wanted to see. So this conference is already proving a very sort of rich intellectual experience. In our third session, we're delving in even deeper into manuscripts and archives that we began talking about in the first sessions. That subject has already come up with reference to exciting new discoveries. Now, you may have noticed, the eagle-eyed of you may have noticed in one of the Camden title pages that we saw that James VI and First was described as King of Virginia. So it's a particular pleasure to welcome Nicholas Popper as one of our speakers, who is Associate Professor of History at William and Mary College in that state. He's the author of the forthcoming The Spectre of the Archive, Political Practice and the Information State in Early Modern Britain, which is coming out next year, and of Walter Rawley's History of the World and the Historical Culture of the Late Renaissance, 2012. Can you tell us, Rawley or Raleigh? Okay. Thank you for sorting out that age-old historical controversy for us. That's the latest word from Virginia. And Nicholas is also the editor of books at the Omohundro Institute of Early American History and Culture, the premier book series, my notes tell me, in early American history. Our second speaker, you already heard from very briefly at the beginning, Julian Harrison, is lead curator of medieval historical and literary manuscripts at the British Library, and of course, very closely involved in this Camden project, as he's co-supervising collaborative PhDs on William Camden's Annals with the University of Oxford and Open University, as we've already heard, and on the origins of the Cotton collection, something else we've heard about, with the University of East Anglia. But first of all, Professor Nicholas Popper.
All right, thanks, John, for that lovely introduction. And just to be clear, I am not currently King of Virginia, nor shall I ever be. And thanks to Alex, Lorena, the Antiquaries for having us here today. Really interesting paper so far, and like Blair, I wish I had heard them before I wrote this. Can you not hear? Would this be better? Yes, I see. Yeah, okay. All right. Do I need to go through the thanks again, or are you all kind of familiar with what those look like? Good. Okay. I'm going to begin with a caveat today, which is that I am not a Camden expert, certainly not in comparison to the other people, to any of the other people speaking. I am someone who has broadly studied early modern historical culture and practice, and inevitably that has meant reading Camden's works and encountering him in different guises, though mostly as the author of the Britannia and the Annals. And I should note that this non-expertise is somewhat intentional. Camden has exerted a powerful gravitational pull over the study of early modern British historical culture. And it's true that it hasn't necessarily resulted in monographs, multiple monographs devoted specifically to him. But if you look at works like Dan Wolf's or Fussner or Levy, Camden is either the beginning or the end of something in all of those. He's sort of stands out in particular amongst everybody else. And one element of my work has been to see how that culture, that historical culture looks different if we examine broader social distribution of the kinds of practices and discourses often associated with Camden. and in particular, investigate the political, intellectual, and social impact of some of the methods for which he was most famous and which he popularized and circulated to many around him. And this is what my talk will do today, still, even though it is mostly about Camden. So while such a perspective aligns with the general focus of my work, I've also been compelled in this direction by my inexpert titling of this talk. The title, Camden Visits the Tower, and here we have an early 19th century image of the record office in the Tower of London at that time, the Caesar's Chapel. So the title was rooted in my assumption that much in the same way that he plumbed obscure and arcane sources from cathedrals, churches, cemeteries, and many other locales, Camden joined many of his contemporaries in making use of the records held in the Tower of London, which were mostly chancery documents such as charter rolls, patent rolls, inquisitions post-mortem, and perambulations produced prior to the reign of Henry VIII. I've recently finished a book, there it is, that has a cover and everything, which traces, amongst other things, the growing consultation of these records during Elizabeth's reign. In the context of the book, that expansion of usage reflected a long trajectory in which, between 1560 and 1700, Britons increasingly mobilized the ever more accessible medium of paper to collect political information. This, I argue, became the underlying structure of British political activity. It was driven in part by an appetite for collection, but it was also facilitated by the spreading recognition of enterprising overseers of collections like that in the Tower of London, that they could earn status and perhaps provoke personal advancement by imposing order on the materials under their purview, highlighting powerful and rare texts that they controlled, and creating catalogs, digests, indexes, and transcriptions to facilitate access to the materials under their control. As the founts, forms, and audiences for such work of textual circulation diversified, British political life coalesced in new and different ways. For one, its functioning became rooted in such collection of information, and thus it came to resemble an information state, that's my argument, but also its institutions, offices, and practices of government came to define themselves based on their histories as articulated in the records they had produced. At the same time, the broader audiences became absorbed into political life, and how they devised and reinforced their ideological positions resembled that of a nascent media society, or a society in which relations were mediated by the exchange and circulation of texts. In essence, I see this as something like a metastasis of Camden's signature practices. Now, that longer trajectory is beyond the remit of today's talk, but the core of that argument does underlie this paper. For today's purposes, I should just note that the crucial moment for the transformation of the Tower records took place first in the 1560s, stimulated by Keeper of the Tower records William Bower, and subsequent keepers after his 1570 death, who included Michael and Thomas Heneage, William Lambard, and his son Robert Bower, made sure that the Tower continued to draw substantial traffic to its teeming collections throughout subsequent decades. My expectation for devising this paper was that consulting Camden's work to see what was that it would work to consult Camden's sort of textual output to see what he had derived from the Tower, and that this would lead to the conclusion that Camden helped replicate its holdings across the realm by, for example, including transcriptions of Tower records within his printed works. So I was a bit surprised to discover that, in fact, there was quite little of this in his printed works, and even less direct evidence of Camden visiting the Tower. And I should note that actually there's a nice tradition of this. Selden, who became Keeper of the Tower records, basically never went there either. He used transcriptions of the Tower records that in Cotton's library, which Camden may have done as well, but that Cotton got from Bower as well. But whether he was there physically, he was in the records only textually for sure. This, of course, does not mean that Camden scrupulously avoided the records, and as I will discuss below, he certainly encountered those that originated or whose originals resided there in various forms. But there's no evidence that he followed in the path of contemporaries such as Lambard, Robert Cotton, Francis Thynne, Arthur Agard, and many others by going to the Tower, plunking down the 10-shilling entrance fee, and then working with the keepers and their clerks to identify relevant documents and either copy them himself or pay a clerk to do it. While some of these figures filled the crab pages of their notebooks with transcriptions, summaries, and abridgments, and more of Tower records, and here's Bower, who was one of the keepers, doing something like that, Camden's notebooks reflect deep engagement with a huge variety of sources, but not these. Similarly, the margins of the printed works of such figures are often lined with citations to patent rolls, close rolls, inquisitions ad mortem, and more, which undergirded their historical claims. While the Britannia is, of course, predominantly concerned with Roman Britain and reliant on expansive reading and classical authors, across its editions, treatments of even the later aristocratic genealogies do not bear indications of clear consultation of Tower records, or for that matter, records in the College of Arms, which is a sort of slightly different question. It is distinctly possible that Camden, ensconced first in Westminster and then at the other edge of the city in the College of Arms, really did not frequent the Tower of London and simply consulted the records that resided there through other people's copies or fairly minimally. That said, there are two sets of Camden's notes that are clearly anchored in consultation of Tower records. In close analysis of them, I suggest, both helps excavate Camden's practice and also illuminates the impact of the broader community of practitioners in which he participated. It will also help expose the mechanisms and forces driving those bigger changes I referred to above. That is the co-production of an information state and a media society. That's sort of a shorthand, but works well enough. And it connects those historical developments to Camden's practices. Now, both sets of notes are in Camden's notebook, now held in the Beinecke Library at Yale University and happily digitized. Though this notebook has long been known, it's been used very little, and even a peremptory inspection illuminates why. Aside from a few transcription of documents, it's predominantly just lists, mostly of the creation of noble titles and descents, like this one. The only framing information for the list, if there is any, is typically the note of the regnal year in the margin, or some sort of dating thing, and you can see that there. Comparable lists are ubiquitous in early modern collections, but rarely have scholars figured out what to do with them. And in this case, it's reasonable to say that they seem connected to either one of the revised editions of the Britannia or to his work as Clarence or Herald after 1597. But it's hard to see how much more one would make of these on their own. However, looking at the two sets of notes from this notebook that contain slightly more information about where they came from can tell us a bit more about Camden's practices and his world. The first set are two lists that are on first glance very similar to the others. One is a list of the chancellors of the Duchy of Lancaster. The second, a number of appointments on the Isle of Anglesey. But unlike the other lists, the marginal information in these is not restricted to the regnal year, but to the source of the extract. For example, if you can look here, you can see this. The first for Anglesey is from the 13th and 15th membrane of a fine roll produced in the 5th year of Edward II's reign, and others derived from Close, Francia, and Scotia rolls, all which, like the fine roll, would have been stored in the Tower of London. Now, Camden almost assuredly did not himself pore laboriously over the dozens or rather hundreds of rolls in the Tower, seeking any reference to Anglesey or the chancellors of the Duchy of Lancaster, a monumental and wildly dispiriting task just to imagine. And no matter how scrupulous and disciplined he was, that's not what he was doing. Far more likely, this list capitalized on reference works created not long before by the figure who had most reformed the Tower records, William Bower. Before Bower's appointment in 1560, these records were haphazardly stored, while the rolls might be labeled, and even the labeling system was inconsistent. And there was no systematic organization or architecture by which they were stored within the Tower, within the Caesar's Chapel. No updated catalogs or calendars, no indexes, no guides. Like most archives at the time, they were a mess, and anyone who wanted to use them would have to kind of go through and fight through them and hoping to find what they were looking for. Bower had been appointed keeper through the recommendation of Thomas Perry, comptroller of the household, but when Perry died shortly after Bower's appointment, Bower began to aggressively protect his position and to devise uses for the records that might bolster his standing, and in fact, he hoped to get him a better job. In particular, he appealed to William Cecil, Lord Burleigh, who had been Perry's patron, to shore up his authority over the record against challenges from the Chamberlain of the Exchequer and the Master of the Rolls. And, especially in response to this latter, he highlighted work that he had done and intended to do to make the Tower records usable. This included spending a year compiling what he called a brief compendium or repertorium of all the charters from the reign of King John to Edward IV. To create it, Bower sorted the records by monarch, regnal year, and type. As an example of a particularly full year, you can see sort of here, the 21st year of Richard II's reign had produced 1 parliament roll, 1 charter roll, 3 patent rolls, 2 close rolls, 1 fine roll, and 1 frankier roll. Each year from King John to Edward IV was laid out this way, with some totals given for each year and then each reign. At the end was a list of other document classes in the Tower, such as bundles of petitions in Parliament and inquisitions post-mortem. This catalog almost certainly accompanied a general reorganization of the rolls, which reduced the previous disorder into a chronological arrangement parallel to the structure of the repertorium. This coordination would have instilled a significant degree of order into the archive, for by mapping its holdings according to the catalog, the repertorium became both an inventory and a finding aid. And I should note that later keepers use this to reorganize and sort of the archive every time they feel that it has become disordered from people taking out or moving rolls around and the like. Bower had also produced tools to better navigate individual record classes. As he wrote to Burghley, he had, quote, transcribed in great volumes all things which seem necessary or useful to whether the Queen or to her subjects, from the Parliament rolls, patent rolls, and the foreign rolls. Again, from John's reign to Edward IV. For the most part, this took the shape of him transcribing the first lines from each entry into the rolls into codex paper books, with marginal years typically indicating the year and source, so that anyone consulting them could navigate back to the original. And if you look at this, this is from, this is the image I showed before. You can see that that's exactly what's going on here. It's not necessarily incipits, but there are sort of the names, and it's what goes one by one because he's proceeding sequentially through the roll or the membranes. These books were also often decked out with paratextual tools such as indexes, tables of contents, and running headers to facilitate quick use. These codexes became guides to the archive that could be frequently consulted in lieu of the originals. I mean, you have to think about how much easier it is to navigate and to find the mature information that you're looking for using these things in codex books, even if they're enormous folios, as compared to rolls, which are obviously much more difficult to quickly scroll through, to navigate, to find information, to have sort of headers, and often are written in orthography that I think Bower was certainly comfortable with, but I'm not sure that he could guarantee that all of his clerks would be. Bower relied also on his facility with the records to construct a number of policy papers, such as a book, what he called a book of the King's supremacy over the clergy for Burghley. Though he died in 1570, Bower's labor fundamentally transformed the possibilities of the Tower. And by the 1590s, which is when we have the first register of visitors going there, it was drawing in hundreds of visitors willing to pay enough a year, willing to pay enough to make the keepership a somewhat lucrative post, pumping hundreds of sheets of copies of records into the collections of noblemen, statesmen, lawyers, and scholars throughout the realm. Now, Camden's notes on Anglesey and Lancaster almost certainly derive from Bower's work. And indeed, if the Anglesey and Lancaster notes make this explicit, it is no less likely that many of the other lists in the volume similarly relied on Bower's tools for their construction. To create this list of the accounts of Arundel, for example, he may simply have gone to Bower's collections on patent rolls and consulted the index for Arundel, and then simply transcribed what he found there, or what he found by using that to navigate the sources. The motivation for this could have equally been for heraldic purposes or for his more sort of scholarly historical ones, because it worked equally well. But I should emphasize, what I want to emphasize here is that Camden capitalized on a push to bring order and organization to previously unkept masses of historical records in such a way to abet not only their storage, but also their consultation, circulation, and integration into a reservoir of knowledge about the British past. Bower's project too was antiquarian, just of a slightly different sort than Camden's, as it stimulated accessibility and circulation rather than consolidation of past records into a narrative. Now, my suspicion is that Camden made these notes more for some heraldic purpose than as part of the new editions of Britannia or response to Ralph Brooke or any of those things. These thus constitute an example of what one might call intragovernmental clerical work focused on facilitating the exchange of information between government organs. The second set of Camden's notes that I'll look at today, by contrast, show how Bowers' practices also facilitated the circulation of such materials beyond official institutions. Now, this set consists of a series of aristocratic genealogies interspersed with discussions of how to determine the descent of titles when the heirs general were female and there were more distant potential male heirs. The materials all relate to the 1590s suit by Edmund Neville de Latimer against Mary Lady Fane, in which Neville tried to lay claim to the barony of Epigraphy and various other titles by denying that it could have passed through to Mary from her father and instead should have been diverted down a different line to him. And I will confess that I find the genealogical details of this case incredibly obscure, so please don't ask. The genealogies of the related barony of Latimer and of several of others, Camden describes as precedents brought into the office of arms 10 December 1598 by Mr. Edward Neville of baronies descending to heirs male. And you can see that here. He also copied Lady Vane's rebuttal similarly, and it's prefaced by a note that it was put into the office of arms by the Lady Vane 10 December, so at the same time. Now, Camden evidently copied these notes at the College of Arms, perhaps for the trial that took place in February 1599, as notes also in this notebook that he made from the hearing revealed that they were introduced as evidence, or that this is part of the sort of the docket of evidence for the trial. Even after the Earl of Essex, in his capacity as Earl Marshal, decided in her favor, Neville de Latimer continued to press various suits, including after 1601 to be Earl of Westmoreland, before a final 1604 judgment settled the case in her favor. And it's therefore plausible that Camden could have just copied this material in preparation for that 1604 case, or even after, for any number of purposes. What is most striking here is not Camden's role, but rather the itinerary by which these notes came into his possession and into his notebook. For while Neville de Latimer's claim was adopted from his father Richard, who had died in 1590 and had felt similarly dispossessed, Neville de Latimer instead prosecuted it by using copious analysis of the records that were in the Tower of London. His proximity to the records was somewhat serendipitous and somewhat the opposite. He had been imprisoned in the Tower for complicity in the Parry plot in 1585, and despite Burleigh seemingly endorsing his pardon, he would not be released until 1598. But he made use of his time there to do the kind of research in genealogy. As the remaining register of visitors for the period between 1591 and 94 suggests that he was the most common consultant of Tower records at the time. And here, this is the first page of it. And so this is the first page. The first person on the register is Neville de Latimer. Just on this page, you can see there's him again. Here he is again down here. I think there's one other one which I'm not making out. But he is by far the most frequent presence in the Tower of London Record Office during this period. Visiting several times each term to obtain copies of patents, inquisitions ad mortem, and other materials concerning his ancestors, but author other lines of descent. Information which flowed into the genealogies, he presented as precedents for his claim, which he then transmitted to the College of Arms, where Camden consulted them to make his own copies. Now, Neville de Latimer was not ultimately successful, though from what I can tell, there was some acknowledgement of the legitimacy of his case, which resulted in him getting to keep the castle. So he didn't exactly die in a ditch. But I should highlight two elements of this episode concerning how Britons interacted with the material evidence for their past at this point. First, when made accessible through reforms like Bowers, the records could be used by crown subjects to appeal and interact directly with the government. In this case, the reforms introduced by Bowers enabled, perhaps in both the literal and the therapeutic senses of the word, Neville de Latimer's genealogical windmill tilting. No less importantly, once extracts were copied off the unwieldy, weighty rolls and out of their unfamiliar orthography, it was quite easy to recopy them repeatedly, to transmit them into new notebooks and archives. Neville de Latimer's deposit of the genealogies goes to the tower, works with Barrow to get them, copies them, deposits these genealogies in the College of Arms, and then Camden makes his own copies from there. And this is simply one instance amid an explosion of comparable exchanges or driven by copying of documents in the late 16th century that transformed the documentary terrain in which offices and officials worked. Again, in this case, Camden was at the end of a circuit in which archival labor, methods, and practices facilitated the circulation of fine-grained, document-supported, but previously obscure evidence of the British past out more broadly into the world. This circulation, adaptation, and recontextualization in the service of political and legal claims, I would suggest, also distinguishes this moment from the more static form of medieval textual governments most associated with Michael Clancy, which simply does not have this kind of rampant copying and circulation of materials. That is, this is antiquarianism neither as scholarly exercise nor a means of fetishizing origins, but as a practice mediating political life and communication more broadly. One final example will hopefully illustrate the possibilities of this political practice, and this time concerning the use of tower records by the Society of Antiquaries. Camden was, of course, the leading light of this group, though with one or two of exceptions. I find his remaining essays for it to be somewhat conventional traipses through Latin etymology to explain things like that the title of duke comes from the Latin word dux. Now, and I mean this glibly, but I don't mean it entirely glibly, because for one thing, his essay on the Earl Marshal contains a gesture to a patent under King John that I think is the best might be the best evidence of him actually going into the Tower records, but most likely I think he got it from somewhere else. But it's also the case that his essays for the Society remain entrenched in the mode of the Britannia, philological and most concerned with Roman Britain, even when concerned with offices with rich medieval histories that could have provoked consultation of Tower records. Most of his fellow members of the Society, when faced with such questions, in fact, use the same approach of consulting predominantly classical sources, as well as a staple stock of medieval chronicles. And accordingly, in fact, most of their essays closely resemble his. Some, however, did go to the Tower for such inquiries and took their analysis beyond the etymological. For example, Francis Thin's History of the Lord Chancellorship upon Thomas Egerton's ascent to the position in 1597 began with the office's origins amongst the ancient Hebrews and detailed its manifestations through the ancient world, again relying on the kind of philological analysis of classical sources. But the concluding portion of the text, the collection of certain records found in the rolls of the Tower concerning the chancellors and the times wherein they were invested with that office, transcribed charters and other formal materials produced from 1205 to the present, drawn from research in the Tower itself. And here you can see he's rubricated the sources from which he's gotten the materials to help, again, navigation and help those stand out. Moreover, from these materials, Thyn delated the chancellor's rights and duties. For example, in outlining where past chancellors had transacted business, he cited rolls from Edward II's reign that, quote, "Your lord shall see in many records of the Tower mentioning the making of the chancellor, that when he had the seal delivered unto him, he went unto Westminster Hall, and at the marble table appointed to him, therefore, did use to seal and sit amongst the clerks of the chancery, as the chancellors of old time before were accustomed to do." Now, this raised the question of whether the seal could be used when the chancellor was absent, which then in turn solved by recourse to other records. The records thus supported a fine-tuned image of the practice and power of the Lord Chancellor, down to the accoutrements of the office. Compared to Camden's comparable essays, Thyn uses the evidence afforded by the labor of Bower and others to go beyond etymological knowledge and into a more prescriptive delimitation of the duties and powers of the office under consideration. The production and circulation of essays like this about specific institutions or practices or texts of British governance exploded in the early 17th century. Fundamentally antiquarian texts that increasingly assumed significance as the means by which crown offices and institutions jockeyed for authority and power, but also the means by which they developed their own constitutions, responsibilities, and obligations and practices. Camden may not have gone to the Tower, Or his going to the tower might have entailed copying the texts of other people who had. He may have done so in essence virtually or in surrogate. But his practices and values were those that accelerated the circulation of historical political records and writings through British political culture. And one can see this dynamic in the Annals as well, in which he directed his same practices towards relatively unused state papers. The sort of papers, I should note, that before the late 16th century were not produced in nearly the same quantities nor preserved with the same care as they subsequently would be, but that increasingly became part of the textual apparatus early modern Britons used to define their politics. I think the key point that I would make here is that the kind of things that he uses for this, the kind of collections that Burleigh had, the kind of collections that Cotton had, depended on practices and methods that simply were not in operation 100 years before, or if they were not then preserved with the same assiduity that they were at that time. And I think that's perhaps a fitting way to end this paper, although it's a fairly loose gesture. But it is observed that understanding Camden and his world entails recognizing how that world changed as his tools, techniques, and values were applied in different contexts, and how that in turn motivated and guided his own trajectory too. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nicholas, for a fantastically rich and energetic presentation there. Let's note some of those manuscripts that have ended up at places like the Binaker and the Huntington. Let's not be too sad that these have ended up on the other side of the pond, because I suppose there are those lovely research fellowships to apply for us to the Henry E. Huntington Library to study these materials. We now take a trip across London, moving from the Tower to the British Library. I was saying hello, I suppose, to the Old British Museum on the way, which we saw the British Museum stamp on a couple of those manuscripts that we've seen, and we hand over to Julian Harrison.
Super. Thank you very much. And I should just want to say that you were introduced earlier today to my brilliant supervisee, Helena. It was occurring to me the other day that I'm working on another project at the British Library on the theme of medieval women, and my colleagues on that project are called Helen, Elena, Helena, and Eleanor. So I just want to point out that there's absolutely no such thing as unconscious bias at the British Library. And I'd just like to also dedicate the paper I'm going to be giving today to the memory of Colin Tite. He is pictured outside the church door of Conington. He was the author of the early records of Sir Robert Cotton's library. And I have to say that I've cribbed quite extensively from that particular book when compiling this particular paper. And I should just say that when we published a blog post about him a few years ago, he died sadly in 2017. We couldn't find any photographs of him whatsoever. And then a couple of months ago, I was going through some of the papers that his niece handed over to us at the British Library and opened one of the folders and out dropped this particular photograph. So I'm really sort of touched to have that. So, but of course, I've mentioned Robert Cotton already. And on the left here is a painting held in a private collection of Sir Robert Cotton, holding his hand on the Cotton Genesis. And on the right, a painting now held at Worcester College in Oxford. This is William Camden. And of course, there is a symbiotic relationship between Cotton and Camden, master and pupil. William Camden was Cotton's schoolmaster at Westminster School, and they collaborated extensively throughout their careers. They went together to Carlisle in 1600, gathered Roman inscriptions. They were part of the early campaign to form the Society of Antiquaries. They compiled parliamentary papers together. I just want you to look very carefully at the picture on the right. This is Camden. What do you see? Well, this is what really comes to my mind. He's not wearing gloves. It's outrageous. Outrageous. I mean, how can you believe that somebody in the 17th century didn't take such care of their books that they weren't wearing gloves? I mean, lo and behold, just outrageous. So Why am I talking about Camden's manuscripts in the light of Sir Robert Cotton's library? And it all comes down to the will William Camden proved on the 10th of November 1623. It's held at the National Archives. And among the clauses in that will, first and foremost, it says that Robert Cotton was to have first view of the books and papers to retrieve whatever Camden had borrowed from him. So we immediately see that books are passing backwards and forwards between Camden and Cotton. And next, Camden bequeathed to Sir Robert Cotton all my books and manuscripts, except such as concern arms and heraldry, which were to be left to the office of Clarence. And if that wasn't enough, Cotton was made one of the 2 overseers of the estate alongside John Wise. So here's the diagram which I compiled. It might not be very self-explanatory. It kind of reminds me now of a kind of like a diagram of precipitation. Is kind of now makes me realize that doing geography A-level was really worthwhile. This is just to explain what has happened to at least some of the manuscripts which passed through the hands of William Camden. They were exchanged, passed to Robert Cotton. Some of them were actually presented or given to Robert Cotton before Camden's death in 1623. Others were bequeathed in the will. Subsequently, then, of course, we have Robert Cotton's own ownership of those particular manuscripts, some of which were then presented or loaned to other collectors. Under Cotton and his son, Thomas Cotton, and his grandson, John Cotton, those manuscripts were again rearranged. Then the manuscripts were bequeathed to the British nation by John Cotton in 1702. There was a famous fire at Ashburnham House in 1731, but they are now held at the British Library. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, but of course it goes back to the foundation of the British Museum in 1753. I should also add, of course, that under the custodianship of the British Museum Library, many of Camden's manuscripts have again been rearranged, bound, and most notably nowadays, many of them have also been digitized. So they've undergone a different life too. They can be consulted in more than one form. So I compiled a list of questions that I thought might be worthwhile considering today. How and when did Camden acquire his manuscripts? To what extent did those manuscripts shape William Camden's attitude towards historical writing? Was he a connoisseur of what we might now call medieval manuscripts? Do those books copied in his own hand throw a new light on the political intrigues or antiquarian studies of his day? Are Camden's manuscripts to some degree an expression of cultural identity, or were there any other attempts at self-censorship as signalled in the Annals of the reign of Elizabeth I? Now, these are all legitimate academic questions, but I have to tell you, I'm not going to answer any of them today. Because what I'm interested in, most personally for today's presentation, is what actually happened to Camden's books, and in particular, how we can trace them. And what I like to present you with is this analogy. We have hundreds, potentially more, Camden's books surviving, not just at the British Library, but at other collections worldwide, but we don't necessarily know which are those particular manuscripts. So it's an exercise in identifying how can we attribute a manuscript to having passed through William Camden's hands. So I'm going to compare it to what I'm attempting to do today. It's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle, piecing it together. Imagine, you're a bit like a Just Stop Oil protester at Wimbledon. You're going onto the centre court, throwing the jigsaw pieces up in the air, they land on the ground, and we're now attempting to piece them together. And these are the types of evidence that I'm thinking of. So I'm going to go through them in the rest of the presentation, not very scientific form, but there are manuscripts which were copied by Camden, which we have ownership inscriptions by Camden, we have his correspondence, manuscripts which we have evidence that they were borrowed by him, and so forth. So I'm going to start with this particular manuscript. It's probably the most important one that you're going to see today, at least because I discovered it. Well, not truly that, but this is the so-called F-text of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It was probably written at Christ Church, Canterbury in the 1090s. And it's really significant, I think, because it's the only manuscript of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle which is written in both Old English and in Latin. It's a bilingual version. But there is evidence on it for early modern ownership. There are annotations. And in particular, there is, as you can see on the screen here, somebody added an annal for the year 527, recording that Cerdic and Kenrich fought a battle with the Britons. Now, the most recent facsimile and editions of the Epitaphs of Anglo-Saxon Chronicle attributed that handwriting to somebody called William Lisle. But when I was looking at the manuscript more closely, I looked at the annotations and the margins, I looked at this particular, I realized it has the telltale handwriting of William Camden. So William Camden actually owned this particular manuscript. I think that's rather significant, but not only for the so-called Epitaphs of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, but also for the other booklets which are bound within Cotton manuscript Domitian A8, because there's evidence that at least 2 others of that collection, about 12 different disparate medieval codices have been bound together. At least 2 others of those, we have evidence that they belong to William Camden. So it starts to make you wonder whether the entirety of that particular composite Cotton volume came via William Camden. Indeed, there's actually quite an interesting sort of relationship between many of those historical texts. Most of them medieval. All of them tend to be incomplete in some way. They begin and end with the beginning, the final pages or the first pages missing. So here's my second example. So this is a manuscript which suffered terribly in the 1731 Ashburn and House fire. This is the only surviving copy of the city of Britannia and ruin of Britain of a 6th century British writer known as Gildas. And as you can see, the manuscript doesn't actually survive in its entirety anymore because of the fire damage. It's particularly difficult to read, but that also means that the opening pages have been lost, and with it goes all evidence of its previous ownership, except for the fact that in the published catalogue of the Cotton collection in 1696, at the end of the entry for Vitellius A6, it tells you that it was a gift from William Camden. So this is the kind of evidence that we can potentially use to try and identify manuscripts which passed from William Camden to Robert Cotton. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known this. And in fact, I actually had never occurred to me until I was preparing today's paper that William Camden actually also owned the copy of Gildas's Ruin of Britain. This is another fire damaged manuscript in the Vitellius press. And this is actually one of the more unusual ones because you can see what happens when manuscripts and parchment is damaged by fire. You can see that the pages start to sort of congeal, they kind of compress, the pages start to oscillate, but you can still see traces at the bottom of this page that this manuscript belonged to Robert Cotton, but it was a gift to him from William Camden. And that may mean that it was given to him before 1623. We don't have all that many, as far as I can tell so far, don't have all that many ownership inscriptions which say that it was a gift to Cotton from Camden in this particular way, but this is one particular form of evidence that we could potentially use to identify which of William Camden's books remain in the Cotton collection. So I'm going to pass to other types of evidence that you can actually see which give physical credence to the fact that they must, at least some stage, pass through Camden's hands. And naturally, anything which contains his handwriting falls into that particular category. Now, this is a manuscript. It's not written entirely in his hands, contains the names of tenants in chief. Cotton manuscript, obviously 10, but it does at least have a title on one of the opening end leaves, which is written by William Camden. So that at least suggests it belonged to Camden at some stage, or maybe he borrowed it. Maybe he never intended to give it back. Another manuscript here, I'm looking up different examples. In this particular case, we know that this particular manuscript and this poem was dedicated to Camden himself by John Johnston. This poem on the cities of Britain. And again, that gives you the inclination to suspect that having been dedicated to William Camden, it was a personal gift to him, it remained in his collection, and ergo, at some stage, it passed into the collection of Robert Cotton and ultimately to the British Library. But we do have other manuscripts which are written in their entirety by William Camden. This one I find quite interesting. This is an Epitome of Doomsday book. On the page here, we have an extract from the County Survey for Surrey. And this is William Camden's telltale handwriting. Particular features, I know both Helena and I and others have been working on Camden. After a while, it just rings a bell, his particular forms of handwriting. So we do have in the library's collection a number of manuscripts of this kind of ilk, papers which are transcribed by William Camden from other sources, perhaps the Tower of London, perhaps other records, and so on and so forth. And we also have papers which I might refer to as preparatory notes. These are things which provide evidence of Camden collecting notes in order to write, compile, compose his own printed treatises. Cotton manuscripts Julius F10 and Julius F11 combined have been defined as containing collections for Camden's remains of a greater work concerning Britain. And in fact, the page on the left here shows a memorial which goes on to say that this is actually an inscription, an ancient inscription, which was found on a stone monument in the garden of the house of Cecil at London. So we're now starting to put all the evidence together. And again, this manuscript also contains lots of weird and wonderful bits and pieces put together, not necessarily used in the actual final work, but forming the kind of working preparatory documentation for it. This one actually surprised me. I genuinely did not know about this until quite late last night. This actually came to me, this is actually noticed by Colin Tite again in the early records. So this is an epitaph of Mary Queen of Scots, written in Camden's hand. As Colin Tite points out in the early records, it's not actually noticed in the 1802 Planter catalogue. It's written on folio 2, but it's not described in the list of contents of that volume. But it is at least very, very interesting when it comes to thinking about Camden's relationship with Mary Queen of Scots, why he is copying this out, and what relationship potentially does it have to the Annals, and so on and so forth. Another note, again in Camden's hand this time. Camden, of course, being a herald, has a great interest in heraldry, genealogy, and coats of arms. So in this case, there's a description written at the end of this page. Sir George Villiers' younger son, Sir George Villiers of Brooksby, first created Baron, Warden of then Viscount Villiers, afterward Earl of Buckingham, Again, when you look at the notes combined, there is this great focus on recording people's ancestry, family history, and recording their coats of arms. And this is another case. I find this one quite interesting as well. So this is actually found in a manuscript of Robert Glover's Ordinary of Arms. Now, Robert Glover dies in 1588, and Cotton obviously acquired this manuscript because although the vast portion of the manuscript is written by Glover, there are these additions entered by William Camden on blank pages. And on this particular case, he records the coat of arms of Francis James, MP of Barrow Court in Somerset, who dies in 1616. So other kind of comparable notes made by Cotton added in the margins of manuscripts. So what I'm trying to push at here is that often Camden is an annotator, he's a note maker, he makes additions to manuscripts. So there are different ways of recognizing his contributions to those manuscripts, but they aren't necessarily all written by him in his own hand. And in this particular instance, this is a very good heraldic example. he notes at the bottom of the page, Middleton baronet, native of Denbigh, who brought, I think it says, Andrew water to London and found the silver mine in Cardiganshire. And then it goes on to describe his coat of arms, and it gives it the date 1622. So that is very sort of sound, datable evidence for when this edition was made by William Camden. And another way to identify manuscripts in which Camden made contributions, as I've noted already, is in the 1696 catalogue of the Cotton manuscripts compiled by Thomas Smith. And occasionally, as we noticed already for Gildas, Vitellius A6, occasionally we have notes which actually attribute the actual historical contributions to William Camden. So in this particular case, at the end of the entry for Cotton manuscript, Tiberius B8, it makes notice that that manuscript contains several historical notices and fragments by Mr. Camden. And if you consult the manuscript itself, not that much it has to be said, but there are pages typical of what we've been looking at earlier today, what our other speakers have been referring to, items which are written explicitly in the hand of William Camden. And the other form of evidence I should draw your attention to is the correspondence of William Camden. We've got an entire volume in the Cotton collection. Camden collection, that's a slip, but maybe we should be calling it the Camden Cotton collection. This is correspondence written to William Camden. I just picked out, this is one letter. This is a letter of William Lambard, sent in July 1585. I think we can also identify with this. It starts by saying, "Pardon, I pray you, Mr. Camden, this breach of my promise, in that I have holden your books some few days above the time at which I promised to return them." It's a very typical thing, but as we also discover that it wasn't just people who borrowed books from Camden who kept them for a long time, but sometimes Camden himself was guilty of that. And this is evidence found in Harley manuscript 6018 at the British Library. Although it's in the Harley collection, it contains, among other items, lists of the very first handwritten manuscript catalogue of the Cotton collection, started sometime in the 1620s, potentially, and again, records of manuscripts which are loaned by Cotton. And in this particular case, it starts at the top of the page, a note of diverse written books and papers sent out before 20th December 1606 and not yet returned. And the first entry, Mr. Camden, to Mr. Camden, all my books and papers and records and pedigrees that were Mr. Bowers in diverse volumes. Then it goes on to list them, and some of these manuscripts we can still identify. One of them, for example, is the manuscript of the Chronicle of Marianus Scotus, which is Cotton manuscript Nero C5, written at the very end of the 11th century. It actually contains the first record of the Doomsday Survey, nonetheless. So taking all that evidence together and thinking about Camden's interests, the particular topics that come to mind that Camden was most interested in and which are really evidenced by the surviving manuscripts that we've been able to locate in the British Library. So some of those topics inevitably refer to heraldry and genealogy, relate to the study of feudalism, relate to the Anglo-Saxons in particular. There was some interest in European history, particularly British antiquity. And of course, he does touch on contemporary politics. But I just want to leave you one further thing. If you want to be considered a genuine 17th century antiquarian scholar, you haven't made it unless you've had a pub named after you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. If I can invite Nicholas back up. I'm not going to attempt to summarize those two fantastically rich papers, but they worked extremely well together, I think, and you will all have spotted a number of connections. We've been introduced to Camden as a research historian. His work has been located within the sort of administrative and material cultural context of the Tower Archive. We've had several reminders of Camden as a herald, actually, in both, and in the Oxford Dictionary of National Biography, of course, he is historian and herald, rather important. We've seen detailed evidence of the percolation of Camden's books and manuscripts through Cotton and back and down to places like the Huntington Library. I take back my criticism of Henry E. Huntington, the railroad magnate who bought so many manuscripts, because clearly Camden was doing very, very similar things. And I think that something else has come up, which is the practical utility of antiquarianism. This wasn't simply an abstract intellectual discipline, but it had purpose and use, both genealogical and political. So I'd like to hand over to questions, please. We need to keep these fairly brief because everybody will have rumbling tummies and we're up against time. Any questions? Sir? We just wait for the microphone a second. Just thank you.
I've got a question for each of the speakers, but actually I discover I've got a second very brief question for Julian, which hopefully other people want to know. Where is for William Camden? Where is for William Camden? This is not my main question, but where is the pub?
Apparently it's in Bexley Heath. I think we should all go there after this.
So the question I guess I want to ask Nick, but I think it does kind of speak to both papers, is the extent to which, I guess for more kind of what we've heard sort of practical, what is the overlap between the kind of more administrative style of record keeping and I guess annotative practices and the notes that are preliminary to the Britannia. So do we need to see that practical kind of note-taking, record-keeping feeding into the, I guess, the more kind of scholarly, humanistic, philological style of research, or do you think they're essentially separate? So I agree with you about that Beinecke manuscript. I think that is more for his professional life.
Sure. I think, I think that what I'm trying to look at is a sort of structure of practice, right? And the structure of practices of note-taking and circulating these sources around. Camden's not perhaps the best person to do it because for various reasons, I think he, I actually don't know what he was like as a schoolmaster. Maybe he was doing that there, but he never has quite the same kind of official position that many of his other colleagues and the people that he influences do, right? So then the other person I use mainly here is another not great example of that because he's constantly trying to get a job, and he does get a job as a herald. The herald's a kind of weird job. Please look at some of the other people who are part of this crowd. You look at Lambarde, who ends up being keeper of the Tower Records for a brief period of time. Thomas Talbot, Arthur Agard. They do end up much more in Fleetwood. People in the Society of Antiquaries. They do end up in these kind of low-level clerkships or mid-level clerkships. And so I think that's where you see it more. I think that looking a little bit forward from, say, the 1570s into in the 80s into the 90s, aughts, and beyond that, you get much more of that. And you have people like Thomas Wilson, who's keeper of the state papers, who's definitely doing this. Actually, from the 70s and 80s, it's probably Robert Beale, who's the main person who I think is engaged in these kinds of practices. And Beale is very much, David is more of an expert on this than I am for sure. Beale is somebody who, in addition to doing the work of the clerk of the council, is also collecting massive amounts of paper on his travels, and it's paper like this, and he's writing notes, writing where he got it from, using it to circulate it, creating new writings from it, and providing those and passing those along to individuals in order to guide the kind of administrative and bureaucratic work as well. And then, I think that someone like Sir Julius Caesar, I could just keep, is another like really fine example of this, of somebody who is compacting these practices both for reasons that look more like a resuscitation of the past, but also for ongoing practice in the present. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. On the issue of Robert Beale, the book should be out next year. I just finished it basically this month. But a question that draws, Nick, on your paper, but I suppose it's more for Julian, and it has to do with where Camden is getting his papers and ultimately the dispersal of Walsingham's papers, and how much of Walsingham do we find in the Annals? That might be too big of a question for today.
Well, again, yes, I can't say explicitly where the papers came from, but there is that sort of acknowledgement and that recognition that they are squirreling away in archives, not just them, but they have other people working on their behalf. So as Helena mentioned earlier, there are amanuenses who are writing up some of these documents for them. So I should add that I have my other supervisor here today, Raphael, who's working on the origins of the Cotton collection. And although not explicitly looking at how items arrived to the people who gave their papers into the Cotton collection, but that's one of our live questions, is like, how on earth did these papers come about? And we do have this notion, of course, that Cotton in particular, I know full well that he acquired things and didn't hand them back. And again, the claims on, well, he purloined them. There's a famous case with William Lord writing to him on behalf of St. John's College, Oxford, demanding back their famous manuscript 97. And he did return it, but he kept some of the pages for himself. He kept the most famous pages. So again, you might also point to the fact that, some of these people, they're circulating papers, documents between them, and maybe our notions of sort of ownership and custodianship are slightly different today than they might have been in the early 1600s.
I'll just quickly add also that, I really don't know the answer to this question at all, but my suspicion, if I were to guess, would be the Matthew Parker circle, that people like Lawrence Noel and William Lambard were almost certainly the ones who were responsible for this. Because in many ways, this is an ecclesiastical practice before it is a secular one.
Do we know if any of Camden's printed books that he had in his library, whether owned or temporarily resting in his account, whether they ended up on the second-hand market in the 17th century, for example?
Yes, another good question. So another line of research that some people have been recently undertaking is actually trying to identify Cotton's printed books, because that's where I'll be looking in the first instance. And again, one of the anomalies of the presentation, the bequest of a Cotton collection to the nation in 1702, and then subsequently part of the foundation collection of the British Museum in 1753, is that we now have the manuscripts, but the books either were subsumed within that collection or they were dispersed. Likewise, for example, Cotton's coins. We know, for example, that William Camden was a great numismatist, and those coins have probably ended up in the British Museum, but it's actually hard to identify which ones necessarily passed through Camden's hands. But there is one particular manuscript, I should refer to it as a manuscript, but Smith Manuscript 1, held at the Bodleian Library, is actually the copy of Camden's Britannia, which was presented to Robert Cotton. And at some later stage, it escaped from the Cotton Library and ended up in the Bodleian. Let's get back.
Right, as chair, I'm going to guillotine debate at that point. I'm sure you'll agree it's been a wonderful morning. Just one tiny anecdote. I don't know if that question I raised about Raleigh or Raleigh, the eagle-eyed amongst you may have spotted that one of those Cotton catalogues, indexes, says it was Raleigh. So you heard it here first. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers?
Right. In there. Right. There we go. Go on, you do it. Oh, I see. Right. So will it be? Is it saved there? I can. Right then. Thank you very much. Not many on it, so should be fine. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Right. Very well organised. Is it all being recorded? This. Right.
Has it come off soon?
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
Sorry,
Don't worry.
sorry. How do I get it back to the screen? I can't have it. What the?
It's sharing this. Can I nick the screen share? Yeah.
I think we have 1 minute for any latecomers. Well, it looks like 2:30 to me, so welcome back everyone for the next installment. And I think, like all of us, our hearty thanks to our hosts for the nice sandwiches. And today, for this session, we at last talk explicitly about Britannia, but we're getting two themes that seem to have been coming through all day. First of all, the question of the sheer textual complexity of Camden's works. And secondly, the question of Camden's engagement with primary sources. So first of all, we have Dr. Tom Roebuck from the University of East Anglia, and he is working on intellectual cultures of Renaissance and early modern Europe. You see some things he's currently working on in his paper, but he's also writing a biography of Thomas Smith, the remarkable late 17th century scholar, Orientalist, antiquary, non-juror. He's also explored the great 1693 revision of Britannia by Edmund Gibson. And then to discuss, for our second talk, we have Dr. Angus Vine, who's from Stirling. And he is another intellectual historian of the Renaissance period. And he's already written 2 major books on the question of antiquarianism. I note from his website on Stirling that he's been looking at not merely Francis Bacon, but also William Shakespeare. So he's clearly keeping his options open as to the question of Shakespeare authorship. But without more ado, I should say, as usual, we'll ask our 2 speakers give their papers, and then we'll field questions. So, Tom, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone who has been involved in organizing this wonderful event today, and thank you for having me. I hope, can everyone hear me okay, including our colleagues listening online? I hope so. And I'm just going to test this to make sure there we go. Some will blame me, Camden wrote in the 1607 dedication of his magnum opus, Britannia, to King James VI and I. I'm quoting here in Philemon Holland's translation. For that I have omitted this and that town and castle, as though I proposed to mention any but such as were most notorious and mentioned by ancient authors. Truly, Camden explained, it was my project and purpose to seek, rake out, and free from darkness such places as Caesar, Tacitus, Ptolemy, Antonine the Emperor, Notitia Provinciarum, and other antique writers have specified, and time hath overcast with mist and darkness by extinguishing, altering, and corrupting their old true names. Naturally, Camden had not been completely successful in his endeavor, as he admits. Not only was he never likely to be so, but, and I think this is a crucial statement of some of Camden's thinking, some things are to be left to the inquisitive diligence of others. Neither, as a learned man said, he teacheth well, which teacheth all. Another age and other men may daily find out more. It is enough for me to have begun. Mihi satis superque incepisse, and I have gained as much as I look for, if I shall draw others into this argument, whether they undertake a new work or amend this. This is indeed an invitation which later generations were to take up, most obviously in the substantial additions to Camden's Britannia, published in 1695 under the editorial guidance of the young Edmund Gibson. In his preface, Gibson wrote perceptively about Camden's own approach to scholarship, antiquarianism, and the act of writing itself. If Mr. Camden had lived to this day, he had been still adding and altering his Britannia.
and had no doubt left his Britannia much more complete if the last 16 years of his life had not been taken up with the Annals of Queen Elizabeth. That preference for the Britannia over the Annals is baked into the 17th century historiography around Camden already. And it's wonderful, partly many pleasures of today is to see that corrective coming in today's conference. In Gibson's understanding, Camden's Britannia was therefore an inherently incomplete, provisional, and unstable endeavor, a tapestry that presented an infinitude of possibilities, which Camden himself endlessly corrected and upon which he continued to embroider, and which stood as an invitation to future scholars to inquire farther. This tendency to revision is obvious if one glances at the range of editions of the book, from the first in 1586 via several more Latin editions, including one in Frankfurt, until the last Latin edition emerged in 1607. And I'll come back at the end of my paper to explore the question of whether Camden ever truly finished with Britannia. However, I want to devote most of my paper today to exploring the issues of the traces of Britannia's material origins. The drafts, and I use that anachronistic word deliberately, the drafts that are preserved in the Cotton manuscripts. In particular, I want to explore the idea that the material origins of Camden's book, its early drafts, cannot be entirely separated from the book's inherently draft-like status and Camden's own impulses toward revision and textual instability. As such, it's a particular pleasure, I must say, to speak on this topic on the same panel as Angus Vine, and his miscellaneous order, I think, has really got me thinking a lot about this topic. I should, though, warn everyone before we get into the detail, there are no exciting discoveries to be found, no newsworthy topics to be broadcast. And in fact, you'll see how desultory my efforts are in comparison with the absolutely brilliant work we've already heard today with the drafts of the Annals. But hopefully there might be some points of interesting thought-provoking connection. The earliest drafts of Camden's Britannia are now Cotton Titus F7, which is also bound together with F8, and which contains some further draft pages from Britannia. The end papers used to bind them are drawn from a sort of medieval Psalter manuscript. Perhaps these were rebound when they entered the Cotton Library. I'd be interested in Julian and other colleagues' thoughts on that. As you can see, Titus F7 takes the form of a running piece of prose on one side of the page, sometimes the recto, sometimes the verso. The opposite page would then usually be left blank, giving Camden the chance to draft rough passages for insertion into the continuous prose on the other page. Sometimes only a small amount of that page is used, as you can see in this example, so where you just have a small amount at the bottom. But more often, the page is crammed with additions, as you can see in this one. And sometimes smaller pieces of paper were pasted into the draft, as you can see in this example of Camden's citation of Wolfgang Musculus's commentaries on Genesis to substantiate his account of the origins of the most ancient inhabitants of Britain. Camden also dated his own progress through the draft. He had reached London by Christmas Day 1578, Worcestershire by Maunday Thursday of 1579, Yorkshire by May 1st, 1579, and by 21st December, he had swept through Scotland, Ireland, and the surrounding smaller islands, leaving his entire work drafted. The prose draft then, our colleagues in the room might struggle to see this because it's under there anyway. But it has the date 2nd of January at the start. It's a little bit unusual, this, but my instinct is that probably does mean 2nd of January 1580. It's a little bit unusual, but my instinct is that does actually mean 1580 rather than 1581, as it follows so naturally from 21st December 1579. Dates were important to Camden. He was fascinated by astrology, as we know from this manuscript, a set of horoscopes for himself, fellow antiquaries and nobility. And his dedication of the 1586 Britannia to Burghley bears the resonant date of 2nd of May, Camden's birthday. These key festival, as it were, festival and personal dates in the manuscript draft of the Britannia give a sense of the writing of this work as a kind of symbolic progress around Britain, itself tied to the turns of the seasons and the festive calendar, at once personal and public. The facing page additions to the draft are not dated, but I think we can be confident that several of them date from after 1581. Camden must have kept adding to this initial draft for a few years after he completed the initial prose run through of the work. The other important early draft manuscript of Britannia is now Cotton MS Titus F9. This represents a slightly later stage of the drafting process. Camden dated one of the pages to 1st June 1583 and contains much more detail on the medieval history of particular counties. Let's briefly just try to clarify the relationship between F9 and F7. I'm going to look very briefly at a passage chosen almost at random from the very middle of the draft. Camden's descriptions of Lincolnshire, especially the town of Crowland. Oh, sorry, there's the date of 1st of June, 1583. Here's the account in the 1586 Britannia of Crowland, and I'll read in the translation. Holland, southeast Lincolnshire, is divided into two parts, the lower and the higher. The lower is snarled up in streams, fens scarcely navigable by the inhabitants, and it has a few towns, among which the most famous is called by us Crowland. That is, according to the interpretation of Ingolf, the abbot of this place, a raw and muddy land. The place, as the monks write, was once infested by I know not what fearful shades. In the time before Guthlac, a man who led a hermit's life there of the highest sanctity, in whose honor Ethelbald, king of the Mercians, founded a monastery at the greatest expense at the joining of little rivers with a double bridge. The bulk of this material on Crowland derives from Titus F7, the earliest draft. Although this Crowland material is actually written onto one of the facing pages, which Camden initially left blank, and so it already represents a slightly later insertion. But the introduction to this paragraph, Holland is divided into two parts and a few towns of which Crowland, is found in Titus F9. The assembling of the whole 1586 Britannia then is a matter of stitching material together from multiple documents. Even then, there was still a considerable process of revision to reach the 1586 Britannia. As you can see, even in this passage I've left in white here, which doesn't appear in either of these drafts. Okay, what kind of possibilities for thinking, writing, and doing antiquarian scholarship did this process of drafting afford Camden? What underlying connections do there seem to be between the process of stitching together the Britannia and the inherently draft-like book that I outlined at the start of this paper? Or to put it more simply, what does Camden seem to be doing in these draft papers? Firstly, Camden's drafts stage the layering of British history itself as Camden conceived it. And I'm interested at how, I was thinking about this morning listening to Helena, I was interested how in this manuscript, it seems to me, it's full of layers, rather than covering over and hiding and concealing things. It's about layering on top of one another. And Camden's drafts as such seem to stage the layering of British history. Roman over British, Saxon over Roman, Northern over Saxon. As F.J. Levy argued in his classic study, Camden's Britannia, especially in its earliest forms, was focused in its earliest forms on the Romano-British layer, on recovering Britain's ancient Roman place names, especially from the Antonine itinerary. And I think there's a lot right in that account. Ancient Roman material is especially prominent in the Britannia's first draft, although even in that very first version, you find plenty of, for example, Saxon material and histories of important ecclesiastical foundations. But where I think we might depart just a little from this account is the implication that Camden intended, even at first, to produce primarily or only an account of Roman Britain. The draft suggests otherwise. There's a reason why Tacitus and other classical authors might predominate in the Britannia's first draft, because by 1578-9, they were much the easiest authors for Camden to find. His medieval materials in the first drafting process were therefore, it seems to me, more limited. But he always intended to include this material as he came across it, because he literally left space for it in the, as it were, interleaved blank pages of the draft. So these pages are filled up with quotations from key medieval historians. And this is exactly what we can see here, where Camden has added material from William of Malmesbury's Gesta Pontificum on the Anglo-Saxon foundation of a monastery at Winchcombe by Kenilworth, and drawn an arrow to insert it into his account of Gloucestershire. I'm fairly sure that when he was doing the first run through, he did not have access to this text. And incidentally, this is one of the reasons I suspect that many of these editions may date from 1581 or afterwards. According to a note in another of Camden's notebooks, according to a note in another of his notebooks, in 1581, he borrowed a copy of Gesta Pontificum that had originally belonged to Burghley, and seems to have come to Camden from Barnabé Brisson, the French scholar and statesman, whom Camden was particularly proud to have met when Brisson came to England as part of the delegation to Queen Elizabeth to attempt to negotiate a match with the Duke of Anjou. The archaeology of Camden's drafts, therefore, mirrors, as it were, the archaeology of British history. Secondly, the margins of the draft offer opportunities to Camden to introduce what we might call methodological reflection. They wouldn't put it like this, but in an anachronistic way, we might call methodological reflection into the work. Let's take the development of one of the most celebrated passages in the Britannia, the refutation of Joseph Scaliger, whom Camden calls Literatissimus. Hopefully you can see that there. In Scaliger's 1577 commentary on Tibullus, Scaliger had notoriously amended Seneca's reference to Cheiroleos Scuta Brigantes, the Brigantes with their blue shields, to Cheiroleos Scotta Brigantes, the blue Scotto Brigantes, which he claimed to be the oldest reference to the Scottish people, and thus the Scots owed to him the entire origins of their nation, Scaliger claimed. This would be embraced by George Buchanan in 1582, and to which Camden also responds in the 1586 first printing of the Britannia. But here, and I think this is kind of just amazing, Camden actually had drafted this section already, including his defense of the reading of Scuta Brigantes in 1578, or perhaps 1579, only fairly shortly after Scaliger's book had been published and before Buchanan's 1582 work was published. But today I just want to draw attention to this marginal insertion, which is Camden's comment that this conjecture of Scaliger's is not from books, but from his wit, from his own intellect, ingenium. The question of the role of ingenium in historical study is a hugely important one for Camden. It's one that he revisits at greatest length in the dedicatory preface to the 1607 Britannia. In this case, then, the margins of the draft act as a kind of space from which to launch these kinds of key methodological reflections which underpin Camden's thinking as a historiographer. Thirdly, the draft affords Camden ample opportunity to change his mind and for us to witness him doing so. We noticed at the outset that Camden scrupulously observed that he had not always been successful in freeing from darkness the names of Britain's ancient places, and the draft bears out the uncertainty and difficulty of this work. One example comes early in Britannia's journey in the discussion of Devon, the identification of the Truculent harbour from Tacitus's Agricola, or rather, as you can see here, Trutulensis Portus in the text that Camden knew. And in the 1578-9 draft, Camden amends Trutulensis to Tertulensis Portus and identifies this place as Tor Bay. He acknowledged, though, that some of readers might find the emendation to Trutulensis to Tertulensis a bit of a stretch, but less so than that had been offered by Beatus Renanus in 1533, who had amended to Rutupensis. Tertulensis as Tor Bay, as far as I can see, never actually makes it into any printed versions of Britannia. And it's interesting to speculate what may have changed Camden's mind here. It's possible that this is part of a part of the exchanges with Thomas Saville on the interpretation of Tacitus Agricola, which doesn't survive, because I don't think this is discussed in their surviving correspondence. It's only in the 1587 Britannia, sorry about the blurriness here, it's only in the 1587 Britannia that Camden adopts the Renanus emendation, and thus associates this passage in Tacitus's Agricola not with Tor Bay in Devon, but with Richeborough in Kent. And this becomes the commonly adopted understanding of this passage going forwards. The draft there, therefore, lets us be alive to the flickering uncertainties of the ancient British landscape as Camden expounded them. Fourthly, Camden's manuscript drafts become embodiments of the ancient landscape and places of Britain itself in all their messiness and instability. This is most evident at the end of the first book of the Britannia, which concludes with the description of Scotland. Camden never quite went through with this initial idea of having a book 2 devoted to the British Islands and their inhabitants. I haven't got a highlight, but I hope everyone can see the idea that this would have been a book 2. But there are traces of this. Presumably, he sort of abandons this idea because as particularly the English material swells so immensely, the idea of having book 1 and book 2 just didn't feel right because book 1 would have been the vast majority of the work. But there is a little trace of this that survives in the fact that there's a separate printed title page given to the description of Ireland and the islands adjacent to Britain. Camden's draft, however, gives vivid force to the idea that the book, Britannia, and ancient Britain, or certainly the island anyway, which includes England, Wales, and Scotland, are somehow becoming coterminous. Here's the ending of the Scottish, so the ending of what was classed as the first book, the ending of the account of Scotland in the earliest draft, closing with Finis, which appears in the printed edition, as well as the date, 12th of June, 1579, which doesn't. The text ends with Camden's account of Holborn Head, which Camden calls Howborn and identifies with the place of Ptolemy called Tarvedrium or Tarvisium. He concludes that Howborn is a vast promontory, and certainly it has set a limit to Britain. And it has the name Tarvisium because Tarvis in the British tongue signifies end. And with this, therefore, let us put an end also to this book, i.e. to Camden's book, and prepare for, crossed out the islands of Britain, Ireland with the British inhabitants. And because only the draft has this 2-book structure, there is something I think particularly compelling here about the connection Camden is making between the end of the book he is writing and the physical, geographical end of the island of Britain. At the same time, none of the printed versions of Britannia include the last phrase that I've highlighted in bold, that the reader must prepare for Ireland and the British inhabitants. In a sense, the printed version ends with more finality here. It doesn't actually reach out to Ireland. But the draft, perhaps appropriately for such an inherently unstable form, perhaps embodies best the uncertain, incompletely boundaried relationship between the island of Britain and the wider British archipelago. Fifthly, Camden's drafts exemplify and embody one of the Britannia's, sorry, my script just disappeared. One of the Britannia's most distinctive features, most distinctive structural qualities, the way it revels in digression. In the 1607 dedicatory preface, Camden is at pains to repudiate digression, but I don't think that can ever really feel true to anyone who's grappled with reading this work and following its complex movements. We saw earlier that a single paragraph of Camden's book is stitched together out of multiple drafts, and the same is true of the process by which the work's larger sections emerge and are spliced together with one another. Let's take another example, the placing of the famous section on the name of Britain, where Camden traces the origin of the word Britain from the Welsh brith, meaning broken off, and the Greek tania, as he sees it, meaning land. In Camden's earliest draft, this section on the name of Britain comes straight after the section on the origin of the name of the earliest inhabitants of Britain. We have there the Cimbri or the Celts. In other words, each discussion of the naming of ancient Britain, people and country, follows directly on from one another. And a leaf is then subsequently inserted between these pages, which strengthens the link between the sections further. But you may say, if Cimbri is the name of the first inhabitants of the region, where does the word Britain come from? However, in the eventual 1586 Britannia, there's a lengthy set of material inserted between the account of the naming of the first inhabitants and the name of Britain, a discussion of the custom of those inhabitants, which stretches over 8 pages and firmly breaks up this rather neater discussion of naming as it was initially found. This material then on the customs of the Primi Incolae appears in the later draft, Titus F9, and was probably composed sometime after 1st June 1583. So again, we see Camden splicing together materials from F7 and F9, but here the sections spliced together are far lengthier than a single paragraph. And I think this particular accretive quality of the Britannia, its sense of being built out of discursive fragments, is a quality which emerges partly from the materiality of the drafting process itself. I'm going to skip the 6th point, and in the interest of time, enter some conclusions. I have been exploring the intellectual synergies between the process of stitching together the Britannia in manuscript form and Camden's tendency towards accretion, revision, and provisionality. None of these qualities were lost when the work entered print. After its first publication in 1586, Camden's Britannia went through 5 further editions in London, 1 in Frankfurt. At each stage, Camden spliced in more material, some from his own researchers, some from his network of regional antiquaries spread around the country. But did Camden ever finish the Britannia? His surviving papers suggest he never intended to embark on another truly substantive revision of the work like that he produced in 1607. And this, incidentally, is one of the drafts which seems to have gone into the 1607 version of Britannia. Even so, he cannot be said, I think, to have truly regarded the work as finished, or at least he never quite finished with it. One case in point is this autograph set of editions to the English version of the Britannia of 1610, which he dedicated to the collector Thomas Howard, Earl of Arundel, and it survives now among the Smith papers in the Bodleian. Here we see he went to, and here he's adding all sorts of material. I think the particular interest of this document is that it hints for Camden, with Philemon Holland's translation of the Britannia, that the work had, as it were, gone into English. And this would be the next phase of its development and its history. Finally, Camden's own copy of his 1607 Latin Britannia in the Bodleian Library points to his concern for the ongoing life and development of his own book when it passed away from his hands. And I imagine many of you will know this book. I do think it's one of the most wonderful works, wonderful single books in the whole history of 17th century British antiquarianism, as it really contains the whole tradition in one volume. You have Cotton's signature on the title page, marginalia by Richard James, Cotton's librarian, marginalia by John Selden in the top left corner, several notes by Thomas Smith and by Hearn. More significantly, there are Camden's own notes and corrections. Camden himself also pasted in accounts of archaeological discoveries sent to him, such as this from Roger Dodsworth in Roger Dodsworth's own autograph. Finally, Camden had pasted into the front of the book a handwritten copy of the passages censured by the Spanish Inquisition in their Index Librorum Prohibitorum, published in Madrid in 1612, another interesting link to Camden's own interest in censorship. In other words, Camden's own copy of Britannia became a kind of archival repository of the life of his book, and its inherently unstable, unfinished, perhaps ultimately unfinishable nature. It is enough for me to have begun. Perhaps one of the reasons the Britannia endured as a classic over so many centuries and later editions and updates was precisely because of Camden's embrace from the outset of the provisionality afforded to him by its earliest drafts. Thank you for listening.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. Thank you for the invitation to speak and the organisers to reiterate what people have said. I'm not actually going to talk about the Britannia, so it may be not quite what you're expecting from the programme, but I am going to talk about Camden and another aspect of his scholarly methodology, which I think does follow on from the previous paper, actually. So I'm going to talk in particular, I suppose, about the role of fieldwork. Okay, so let's get started. On the 21st of January, 1600, the London publishers Edmund Oliphant and Arnold Hatfield entered a new and strikingly original work in the Stationer's Register. That book was a short guide to the monuments, tombs, and inscriptions in the Collegiate Church of St. Peter at Westminster, aka Westminster Abbey. Methodologically daring and innovative in its subject matter and focus, this book was a landmark publication in all sorts of ways, and a work that had a transformative effect on antiquarianism in the later 17th century. The book, in case any of you haven't guessed, was William Camden's third title to be published. But now, I think true to say, little known, Reges Reginae Nobiles et Alii in Ecclesia Collegiata Beati Petri Westmonasteri Sepulti, etc., etc. This slim epigraphic guide, a quarto of just 42 leaves, was one of Camden's most immediately influential works. As the first dedicated historical guide to an English ecclesiastical building to be published, it was also a genuinely groundbreaking one. Subsequent years saw a series of cathedral and church descriptions modeled on it, which I'll talk about at the end of this talk. And they also witnessed the publication of a growing number of historical works devoted to inscriptions and epitaphs, which were similarly inspired by it. The book, moreover, was also an immediate commercial success. Copies sold quickly, and it soon attracted the attention of a diverse range of readers, not least because entrepreneurial vergers took to selling copies in the Abbey precincts. Scholars turned to the book as a model for writing about church monuments and inscriptions, whilst travellers and visitors to the Abbey bought it, in effect, as a form of guidebook. Further editions followed in 1603 and 1606, slightly augmented, but only slightly. And yet today, for all its immediate innovation and impact, this is one of Camden's least familiar and most rarely discussed works. So that fact alone, I think, is justification for me talking about it today. Indeed, when Alex first invited me to speak 14 months ago, I was determined that I wouldn't talk about the Britannia, nor indeed the Annals. So it was, I guess, a toss-up, I thought, between his guide to Westminster Abbey and his textbook on Greek grammar. And there is a connection, actually, which may come apparent as we go on. And in the end, I decided I probably have more to say about Camden, the epigrapher, than Camden, the grammarian and schoolmaster. Although, as I say, there is some overlap. But this talk is more than just an exercise in restoring attention to some of the less familiar parts of the Camden canon, worthy as that project undoubtedly is. I also want to use Camden's guide to explore some of the shifts in English antiquarianism that took place in the 17th century, and some of the methodological innovations which are anticipated, but also embodied. And notably here, I want to use the guide to trace the emergence of epigraphy as a historical discipline in Britain, and thus to tell the story of the beginnings, at least, of what a later 17th century antiquary, Thomas Dingley, would call, a wonderful name, I think, history from marble. Camden's book, I'm going to suggest, was the pivotal work here. A study grounded in the philological methods of a previous generation of predominantly continental scholars, but which pioneered the application of those methods to a much larger set of historical remains. So not just classical inscriptions, but also medieval and post-medieval monuments. And in a British context at least, Camden's book was also the work that instigated the interest in epitaphs and inscriptions, not only as pieces of historical evidence, but also as objects for historical analysis in their own right. Okay, let me now turn to the book a bit more closely. So in terms of its contents, Camden's guide combines typically antiquarian research into the origins of the Abbey with comprehensive enumeration of its tombs and monuments, and occasional, mostly rather basic observations about its architecture, and some elements of really travel narrative indeed as well. So as such, it mixes what scholars have come to call church notes with lists of monuments, descriptions of coats of arms, very important, and transcriptions of epitaphs and other inscriptions. So structurally, it consists of two parts. It begins with a brief history of the abbey from its foundation in the 7th century. And this provides a potted account from the abbey's origins right through to its most recent past. Camden's principal sources here, certainly for the early history, were papers that formerly belonged to his most celebrated 16th century predecessor, John Leland, and a chronicle written by the 11th century Norman monk, Sorcardus. And he would have had access to the latter thanks to Robert Cotton, two manuscripts of Sorcardus' Prologus de Constructione Westmonasteri were in Cotton's library. Faustina A3, Titus A8. Camden, I think, consulted both. So the first part of the book is a conventional, textually based history. The second, and much more substantial part, switches tack to material culture and to epigraphy. The remainder is essentially a comprehensive collection of the abbey's many funerary inscriptions. And Camden interspersed transcriptions of these with brief historical notes, short biographies of the persons memorialized, and occasional descriptions of the monuments themselves. And significantly, he also, he also recorded some of the coats of arms to be seen in the abbey. And I think this is really important because it's a reminder that one of the motivations, indeed one of the most important motivations for this kind of antiquarian activity, in England at least, was genealogy. So you can see on the right of your slide, a list of the coats of arms dating from the reign of Henry III and his rebuilding of the abbey that could be seen on either side of the nave. So what about organization of the book? In essence, Camden adopted a similar approach to that which he employed in the Britannia, but very much in microcosm. So this book walks the reader or traveler through the interior of the abbey, identifying monuments and inscriptions in Latin and English in 20 different locations. And here I think Camden was still following contemporary antiquarian and chorographic models. It's the kind of spatial organization and spatial approach to history, which was common practice for those two. And it's also been suggested, I think this is probably true, that encomiastic guides to cities such as Rome, written for secular travelers and pilgrims alike, may also have provided him with a literary model for this approach. However, just as importantly, I think, in terms of influence on the book, was the work of a previous generation of continental scholars and antiquaries. As William Stenhouse has shown, there emerged in the middle of the 16th century a group of antiquarian and humanist scholars who, in Stenhouse's words, opened avenues towards the systematic exploitation of inscriptions as historical evidence, who gathered records of examples, who produced general rules for the interpretation of epigraphic material, and whose works pioneered ideas about the scope and potential of inscribed evidence. Originating in a small group of scholars based in Rome in the 1540s and 1550s, these individuals developed ideas about the interpretation of inscriptions that had a profound influence on the next generation of scholars. And by the end of the 16th century, this book was published. The first handbook on epigraphy to be published in early modern Europe, work by the Spanish humanist and antiquary Antonio Agustín, and it's his Diálogos de Medallas, Inscripciones y otras Antigüedades. Dialogues 9 and 10 are devoted specifically to inscriptions. First published in 1587 in Spanish. Italian translation followed 5 years later, and then a Latin translation in the early 17th century, which I guess led to its dissemination. Agustín believed that the primary value of inscriptions was philological, and that it lay in their potential to verify the spelling of classical Latin, what he called el provecho de la ortografía, the test of spelling. But importantly, he also recognized that these remains had a different kind of evidentiary purpose too. And it was here, I think more so than in his philology, that he offered an important model for Camden. Agustín suggested that inscriptions could be used to supplement and even correct textual records, and that they could provide valuable historical information about a whole range of subjects, but notably family history and genealogy. So again, there's that link to using this kind of evidence for tracing family descent. The third significant influence on Camden, and another explanation for his decision to write about monuments and tombs at this time, lay closer to home. And for this one, we need to turn to his biography, because I think it helps to explain why he turned to this particular interest at the moment that he did, the late 1590s. At that point in his life, Camden underwent a significant change in his professional circumstances, as he'd moved from Westminster School, where the Greek grammar came from, where he'd been a master since 1575, to become one of the leading officers of the College of Arms. Following Richard Lee's death in September 1597, Camden was appointed the Richmond Herald on the 22nd of October, and a day later promoted to Clarence King of Arms, the position that Lee had held. So genealogy would therefore have become not only an important scholarly interest of his, but also an essential part of his professional life. And this development, I think, was surely a significant factor in his decision to write about tombs and monuments and inscriptions. As various historians of antiquarianism have suggested, of 17th century antiquarianism have shown, churches and their monuments were a primary site for heraldic research at the time. And antiquarian descriptions of churches from the period typically focused on listing funerary monuments and commonly included transcriptions of epitaphs and other inscriptions, and often also drawings of coats of arms. And this offers, I think, an important reminder that genealogical concerns were one of the principal factors behind Camden's own collection of church notes. So, for some evidence, for a little bit more evidence, for this kind of genealogical reading, if you like, of the book, I want to turn briefly to this copy in the British Library, shelf mark C32E4. Beautifully bound, as you can see, in vellum with double fillets, elaborate decoration, nice floriated front centerpiece, and the 4 florins, closed with green silk ties as well. So a really nice copy of the book. What marks it out, however, are a series of hand-drawn editions to the copy. Carefully tinctured coats of arms, which very much bring the underlying genealogical concerns to the surface. This particular copy is a large paper copy. It has unusually wide margins and is interleaved throughout. And both seem to have been included by the binder for the same purpose, to provide space for these hand-drawn coats of arms that you can see from the slide. All told, 171 such drawings were added to the book by a single and clearly heraldically trained scribe. Not Camden himself, Although it is impossible to say, but I don't, given the set nature of the handwriting here, it's a kind of formal bookish hand, but I don't think it is Camden's hand. The pen strokes here are, Camden tended to favour seeing thinner pen strokes, and he also had a less upright hand. The largest number of them are at the end, where there are a series of leaves inserted at the end, so not interleaves as such, but I suppose additional fly leaves. And this is a single continuous section of 40 coats of arms, 20 of which can be seen in Australia part of Ecclesiae, so in the south part of the church, and another 20 in Boreali, the north part. So this copy was, in short, a customized version of Camden's guide, produced either by its reader or, if it's a presentation copy, with genealogy uppermost in mind. And clearly for an owner, suffused in heraldry. So in turn, therefore, it is a copy whose additions underscore the extent to which Camden's book was a genealogical project. Are there other such annotated copies out there? Not to my knowledge, but I confess I have not seen every single copy of the Reges Regina, etc. out there. There are, though, other annotated copies with similar kind of additions and accretions, which offer a nice, interesting parallel. There's a copy in the National Library of Scotland, which belonged to a Scottish physician at some point in the 17th century, but I think earlier had an English provenance. And the owner of that similarly interleaved the volume, but not to add coats of arms, but to add other epitaphs. So it becomes a kind of anthology of epitaphic material. And that kind of, I suppose, that kind of idea of addition, accretion does link to what Tom was talking about earlier. And indeed, I agree with him, but I think is at the core of Camden's method as an author. Okay, so I want now to turn to some of Camden's other writings about church monuments and inscriptions, because the Guidebook was not the only occasion when he dabbled in that subject. Just a few months later, he wrote a paper on the same subject for a meeting of the Society of Antiquaries, which took place on the 3rd of November, 1600, at which epitaphs was the topic chosen for discussion. In Hearn's Curious Discourses, there are 7 papers that survive on that topic. Others include contributions by Francis Finn, James Lay, Arthur Aggard, and Joseph Holland, as well as a couple of anonymous ones. And as we've already heard today, they're strikingly similar. Camden's paper in no way does anything really different to the other presenters on the topic. His paper combined historical reflections on the etymology and origins of epitaphs with observations about their typical wording and their customary material form. He also cited a series of exemplary cases to illustrate his points. Some of these he took from library-based research from medieval chronicles, but others did come from fieldwork and from actual tombs that he's seen. And I think more so than he's generally been credited to have done. And he calls them examples that he found, I think, an interesting word. In the essay, he cites these examples to illustrate the memorial and practices of the English nation and to explore their relation to earlier Greek and Roman funerary practices. Camden returned to the subject again 5 years later in, I think, one of his most, a really fascinating and a really, again, under-discussed work, his Miscellany, the remains of a greater work concerning Britain, the inhabitants thereof, their languages, names, surnames, emprasas, wise speeches, poesies, and epitaphs, 1605. In its dedicatory epistle to Cotton, Camden famously described this work as, quote, the rude rubble and outcast rubbish of a greater and more serious work. I think I should say, as you know, not as you known. The comment here is an allusion to the Britannia. Camden's point is that the remains was a spillover from that work, but it contained material that he'd gathered for his magnum opus, but which in the end would not make it into any of its editions. And evidently, this supplementary material contained many epitaphs and inscriptions. The chapter on that subject is by far the longest in the remains. The chapter begins, rather like the papers delivered to the Society of Antiquaries, with a comparative history of ancient burial practices, before providing a potted history of the epitaph as a textual form. So combining a kind of anthropology, if you like, and etymology in a characteristically antiquarian fashion. He also, in this essay, attempted to map out some of the key literary and material conventions of epitaphs. You can see an example on my next slide, where he makes a series of observations about the formulaic openings and closings of epitaphs, classical, but also French, and indeed English. Most substantially, this essay also contains what Camden called, quote, a century of choice epitaphs of our nation, for matter and conceit, some good, some bad, that you may see how learning ebbs and flows. Again, those choice epitaphs came from his reading. The essay begins with epitaphs taken from series of medieval chronicles, and early to Bede, Paul the Deacon, Guillaume de Jumièges, but also towards the end, a number that he had himself written down and copied from churches, mostly in London. And I won't give you some examples, but I can, if you're interested, talk about them afterwards. Now, one thing that interests me about this is but I do want to say something about before beginning to wind up, is the judgment that he's making here on epitaphs. This essay, if you like, introduces a kind of proto-literary criticism, really, a kind of assessment of epitaphs as he divides them into good and bad. And the criteria that he uses for that are primarily aesthetic. So they were wit and word. If you go through the essay, you'll find this wit and wordplay, their meter and verse, and the fitness, and that's his word, of their allusions. And so Camden, in this essay, as he does throughout the remains, emerges as an astute literary critic. And particularly innovative in this respect was his attempt to think about genre, a concept that had only recently started to emerge as a category for literary judgments. And the organization of the book, as you can tell from the title, is beginning to do that. In a sense, the book is a kind of anthology of different kinds of texts organized generically. From a historiographical and scholarly perspective, the essay on epitaphs also constituted a significant advance on anything that Camden had previously written about this kind of material. This essay proposes essentially, or models rather, a comparatist approach to inscriptions, something that neither the Westminster Abbey Guide nor his paper to the Society of Antiquaries had attempted. And this was a development that would have significant historiographical and also aesthetic implications for a range of 17th century subjects and disciplines. And this essay also contains some reflections on how epigraphic material might be used by antiquaries and historians, and on methods and practices of transcription. In terms of the latter, quite incipient. Okay, I'm going to conclude briefly by returning to the Reges Reginae Nobles, Eralii, and Ecclesia Collegiata, Beati Petri Westmonasteri Sepulti. And I'm going to just say a little bit about its influence, readership, reception, imitation, to wrap this up. A direct line can be drawn from Camden's guide to a series of 17th century antiquarian books that's focused on similar material, monuments, epitaphs, other inscriptions. A decade later, the printer and bookseller Henry Holland issued this directly comparable guide to St. Paul's Cathedral, titled Monumenta Sepulchralia Sancti Pauli. And it's modeled entirely on Camden's book. Holland's guide, likewise, is a mixture of travel guides and antiquarian compilation. He too took the reader through the building and collected its monuments and inscriptions. And like Camden, he too began the book with a short historical essay based on philological research into the foundation and origin. That line also extended to the most important study of inscriptions in the whole 17th century. This wonderful book, which I'm sure most of you will know, John Weaver's massive, and I think still criminally understudied Ancient Funeral Monuments of 1631. Weaver references Camden throughout, but he also took his methodological and his generic cues from him and shared his genealogical interests. Again, you've got the same kind of motivation play here, the same kind of organization, but on a massive scale. Weaver, for those who don't know, collected inscriptions the length and breadth of the country, traveled up to Scotland, as far as Scotland. In the book, he doesn't ever get beyond Kent, London, and Norwich. And I think it's about 900 pages, which is maybe why it's understudied. We might extend that line also to works such as William Sumner's The Antiquities of Canterbury of 1640, and William Dugdale's The History of St. Paul's Cathedral of 1658. They took their cue from Camden's Guidebook, as did Dingley himself when he wrote his own history of marble. Dingley's history's in manuscript, now in the Bodleian, and he quotes from Camden on the title page. Unfortunately, I don't have a photograph of that to show you. Camden's book was still being read by the antiquarian-minded either as late as the early 18th century, and this is a copy that belonged to George Virtue, antiquary engraver, a kind of proto-art historian. You can just about see his signature, I hope, at the bottom, and read and annotated by him. And one of the things that Virtue did was collate editions of the different editions of the Reges Reginae, and briefly annotated it. So Camden, in short, in this slim epigraphic guide, popularized a new subject of historical research, advanced a new form of antiquarian writing, and pioneered a new approach to material culture. Compared to the Britannia and the Annals, and even possibly the Remains, the guide is, of course, a minor work. But I think for all those reasons, it and its contribution to knowledge surely deserve to be better known than they are today. Thank you.
Well, thank you both very much, Tom and Angus, for two fascinating papers. And yes, have a great sense of these themes of textual complexity, talked about by Tom, and engagement with primary sources, talked about with Angus. Now, I'm acutely aware that we are supposed to have a short break at 3:30. Are we allowed to just be a little late, or should we be very blunt and say just one or two questions? I don't know what people feel. Well, has anybody got any questions, first of all?
Thank you very much. Those papers did go very well together. And I want to ask a question to both of you about the same kind of topic, but with slightly different inflections. And I want to ask about religion. It seems to me that writing a book about church monuments in 1600, when you might be expecting the next king of England to be somebody who's grown up in the Puritan kirk, might be doing several things, might be making a kind of statement about the kind of ancient Catholic history of Westminster Abbey. I'm not saying, come to the Catholic or anything like that, but about the necessity of preserving a kind of pre-Reformation heritage. And I was trying to read the introduction very quickly when you had your slide up, and it, that's like kind of eliding the Reformation does seem to be there. And this may be a question that Tom really doesn't want to answer, but I wanted to know if Camden uses musculus at any other time, because he's a very interesting theologian, underrated, I think, with his impact on the Reformation. And I just do, yeah.
Okay. Which of you wants, which one? Well, Angus.
Yeah, yeah, I think you're exactly right, Alex. I guess what I think is interesting about Camden's particular book compared to the ones that are written in imitation of it is he's nonetheless he's much more careful about nailing any kind of colors to the mast. I think what you say is true, and I think that is undoubtedly is a motivation. But the kind of a sense of a sort of that kind of preservationist instinct, which I think lies behind this particular form of antiquarian activity, particularly common in or explicit in one's manuscript. But he's less, he doesn't articulate it in a way that if you read the Holland guidebook, actually, he talks about that explicitly in his preface. And then in a revised version of it, he then says, I've got to, in the 1630s, it's even more urgent to do it. So I think what you're saying is true. Undoubtedly, I think that's an impulse behind the book and characterizes it. But he doesn't articulate it in that particular book. But yeah, I think your reading of it is absolutely right.
And on musculus, I think that's the only reference I know, which is, but it does stay in the Britannia right until 1607. Perhaps on just a slightly wider point, I think it's worth saying, I think the first version of Britannia, the 1578-9 sort of drafting, is very cautious work, and is much. There is material about the kind of more monastic history, nowhere near as much though as is pumped in later, and that's actually a lot of what you can see. It gets expanded, even by 1586, let alone by 1607. And that's something he picks up then in the 1607 preface, where he says, that he's concerned about kind of some people have thought that he was oversympathetic to the monasteries and so on. So I think there's a lot to be said about that. But I do think that first work is quite a cautious and politic offering, and that's probably one of the ways to see it, as well as just. I mean, I talked about it in terms of the access to materials, but I think it is also probably that's an important dimension of it as well.
Thanks. Now, I saw a couple of other hands up. One at the back.
Can you hear me? Yes. The question I'd like to ask is, where was John Stowe in all of this? Because John Stowe was wandering
Can you
around.
speak up? I'm sorry. If you put your microphone nearer to your...
Yeah. Whereabouts is John Stowe in all of this? Because he was wandering around London before Camden, annotating the inscriptions of people he liked. I mean, he wasn't. He was quite partisan, but did Camden not draw on him and what he was doing as well?
Thank you. So, which of you two wishes to? Go on. Yeah. Okay, Angus, you first.
So yes, yeah, definitely. I guess I suppose Stowe's trying to. I suppose Stowe's kind of recording. I guess my reading of it, you may disagree, but I hope is what he's kind of. I guess sort of memorialized particular kind of urban civic virtues. So one of the things he's particularly interested in is benefactors, isn't it, and so on. Stowe's clearly an important influence in methodologically, so in terms of the kind of choreographic idea, the sense that you would you'd kind of approach a kind of historical subject through space, through geography, and listing inscriptions, and his manuscripts that either of us, kind of both of us, are kind of absolutely are a sort of starting point for it. And of course, his library was open to scholars. So centrally, I think.
That's all I was going to say, actually. I mean, it just, I think in terms of the very early Britannia, I think it's in some ways a very different work than someone like Stowe would have produced. But as the Britannia evolves, I think there's a huge amount more work to be done on Stowe as a figure who facilitated access to and understanding of medieval manuscripts for many of these scholars, not just actually Camden, but including him. And that's a very interesting and important point, I think.
Well, thank you. Now I can see it's 25 to 4, and we want to be good and keep to the timetable. So I think perhaps we better take our break, but of course, If any of you want to talk informally to Tom or Angus and raise matters we haven't had time for, we will say yes. But for now, thank you both very much for two yet more fascinating papers. Yeah. Both very much.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah, no. I don't. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's.
Yes. Exactly. That's exactly.
Yeah. No, I think about it. Yeah, I mean, it's. I was. I mean, when I was writing, actually what I wanted to write about, but a year ago said to Alex like something else. So, but I do think those. I guess they. I mean, yeah. Gosh, the kind of the De Cannubio, whatever it's. Places that Tamai, isn't it?
I was wondering about the idea of doing poetry.
So
I think that's yeah. I was wondering about that question about the revisiting it this week. Yeah, it's later. I think later. There is half material for
yeah. I suppose the yeah, but
that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely
and I thought, and it's interesting. I thought your response to the guy who asked about, I guess, Stowe, and you were saying initially how kind of different it is. Because I suppose they initially, I guess it's what Italians do, isn't it? It is. It's identifying the Roman pavement, which seems to be a long way. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it does. It's quite significant from that. But those two things got poems. One of the things which was John John's I was getting that which I think is the presentation, but I don't know. So I was is that one? Is that actually the presentation? So. But they don't. No, not. I think they will. Okay, I saw. Yeah, no, yes. Okay, the one in this of that.
It may not be, but it'd be good. No. I didn't see that. So she's gonna do. Oh.
Well, yeah, we know that they held on. Yes, I think. In the other. But anyway, there we go. John?
It looks to me as though it is time, and the room appears tolerably full as people have come back. So it's a great pleasure to introduce our last two speakers today, starting with the founder of the feast in so many ways, Alex Guida, who has clearly published a great deal and is researching a whole range of topics, political, religious, intellectual life, which is so richly fed into the work we have seen today. Much is coming, including next year, I see, an essay on the society and its connections with the writing of the history of Parliament. And so Alex is going to speak to us in a moment on Camden, the Society of Antiquaries, and the Ancient Constitution. Our other speaker is Professor Richard Cust from Birmingham. And again, in the course of his career, he has published many books, edited books, journal articles, essays in collections, examining the early Stuart period and particularly the reign of Charles I. And he has looked at the political culture of the aristocracy and the gentry through the prism of individuals and also provinces, particular counties and localities. And so he too is supremely well versed to speak to us today on Camden, heraldry and gentry politics. So Alex.
I'd just like to say that this first image was given to me by PowerPoint and has nothing to do with the Society of Antiquaries. Okay, so let's move on. At many points today, we have noted that Camden, the pioneering British antiquarian, was also a leading light in the European Republic of Letters. And so it's unsurprising when we turn to the remains of his printed books, some of which survive in Westminster Abbey, some in the British Library, that we find him reading extensively in the history and scholarship of his peers across the Channel. Now here, we have, with this book here, a brilliant piece of evidence of Camden engaging in that practice known as strenuous reading of a well-known late 16th century history of France. And you can see right at the bottom is Camden's name, and I don't know how clear it is, but the date of 1610. And you can see there's a kind of annotation about Hannibal, and this is characteristic. Camden has annotated the whole of this work with sort of squiggles, with underlinings, and with longer pieces of annotation. Now, what was he looking for when he was reading this history of France? Well, he's interested, of course, in language. We've got some underlinings there. He was delighted to see the author, you can see the underlining on the right-hand side, author disagreeing with the notion that, that a Trojan refugee had founded France or founded Gaul. This is, of course, the myth that he's keen to expunge from English or British history.
And I don't have underlinings. The various description of the French king's long hair, Camden also seems to have taken particular kind of delight, and also kind of squiggles at that part of the book. But for those of you who know anything about this book, you might find it odd that Camden's reading this history of France in 1610. Franco-Gallia, first published in 1573 by the eminent legal and Protestant scholar Francois Ottman, was an extremely notorious work, and it was unavailable in English translation in Camden's day. Now, Ottman was a preeminent jurist. He was also a Huguenot, a French Protestant, writing polemically in the midst of the bloody French wars of religion. And his intention in writing Franco-Gallia was to undermine the absolute and divine authority claimed by the Catholic French monarchy. And he did so by describing, you can see the subtitle, the state of the ancient Commonwealth of France, or what we might call the ancient constitution of France. In this book, Ottman aims to show that France, made up of the Gaulish and the Frankish races, had established an elective monarchy in the early Middle Ages. They had established a constitution that blended three types of government: royal, aristocratic, and popular, which was preserved in a public council that chose the monarch and met every year to make laws for the country. This inhibited the propensity for individual rule princes to rule arbitrarily. This ancient French constitution even dictated that kings who acted tyrannically could be tried and deposed by the public council. As contemporaries recognized by presenting these political ideas in the guise of a sober work of historical scholarship, Ottman hoped to give credibility to the notion that the public council of France, in the later 16th century, the Estates General, might be revived and come to play a role in curbing the power of the Catholic monarchy. And for most modern scholars, the significance of Franco-Gallia has been as its position as a canonical work of political theory rather than history, a seminal exposition of resistance theory and constitutionalism. It's surprising, or it was to me, to find Camden reading this with such attention. No modern historian of political thought that I can think of has taken any interest in William Camden. Camden exhibited no ostensible political ambitions other than those as a teacher, herald, and a scholar. As you've heard earlier, the authorial voice of the Annals, echoing Tacitus, is so deliberately, so self-professedly unjudgmental. And the most overtly political statement in Britannia comes in the Jacobean edition of 1607, translated into English in 1610, which contains a great acclamation of James VI and I as King of Britain by divine right and the law of inheritance. But that doesn't mean that Camden, or there's Ottman on his deathbed, I love that engraving, but that doesn't mean that Camden was uninterested by the fertile debates about the nature of the state that characterized late 16th and early 17th century political thought in Western Europe. Much of it, as evinced in Franco-Gallia, which were often framed around questions that he was very, very engaged with. The earliest history of modern societies and peoples, of social groups, of nobility, of laws, political institutions. So in his annotations show, he wasn't just reading Franco-Gallia for the haircuts. He annotates all of the most important theoretical passages, the ones that I would pick out from my special subject students. So here we've got the kind of him annotating. Unfortunately, they've been cut off. The marks of tyranny, the three marks of tyranny as described by Ottman. On the other side, we can see mixtus and temperate. He's annotating what Ottman has to say about the benefits of public councils. And you can, going everywhere this, utilitas publici consilii triplex, utility of the public council. This is all the central bit where Ottman's describing why the mixed constitution is the best kind of constitution. And here, he's annotating the section of Franco-Gallia where Ottman says that the powers that pertain to public councils in early medieval France are similar to those, or the same as those, that are exercised by the Cortes of Aragon and the English Parliament. Okay. Now, Camden's annotations are laconic. He's read Hopman's tract, he understands it, but they don't indicate whether or not he endorses these judgments. The history of the English Constitution, its laws, its legal, fiscal, and social practices and institutions, those questions so pertinent to English antiquarians of this age, also had a vital political and public resonance for Camden's contemporaries for three main reasons. Firstly, supporters and opponents of the succession of James VI of Scotland to the throne of Elizabeth I had invoked the history of English laws and institutions to make arguments for their preferred candidates to the throne. Well, James's title was based on claims of blood and hereditary right. Catholic opponents, most notoriously the Hispanophile Jesuit Robert Parsons, had insisted that the throne was elective, dependent on acclamation by the public community in Parliament, whose authority was greater than that of any prince. James himself had famously waded into these debates to defend his hereditary title to the English throne in print in 1598 in his tract on kingship, The True Law of Free Monarchies. In this tract, he also described the historical relationship of kings, laws, and institutions in a manner that seems to have raised eyebrows, to say the least, amongst his prospective English subjects. Kings, James argued, were put on the throne by God, but kingship had existed prior to the apparatus of the state. Representatives, assemblies, and laws, which had placed, and his argument is they are theoretically placed above the laws they agreed to rule by. Using an English example, James argued that in England, the bastard of Normandy, William I, had exploited his rights as a conqueror to abolish any laws of Anglo-Saxon England and establish entirely new laws and institutions in their place. Once James had secured Elizabeth's throne in 1603, the antiquity of an English constitution gained an even greater relevance to political culture, as the new king proclaimed his desire to rule a kingdom of Great Britain and claimed to aspire to a full constitutional union of the realms he now ruled under the crowns in England and Scotland. To do such a thing would have been to rip up all the kind of existing institutions and to create them anew and unified. Now, the subsequent failure of James to bring about this type of union nevertheless generated a huge amount of debate and discourse in England about the distinctive history of the English law, its legal system, and of course, the centrality of its own parliament to the constitution. James commissioned multiple tracts on this issue of the union, and debates on Parliament between 1604 and 1607 slowly but persistently obstructed his aspirations, but brought all of these kind of questions, constitutional questions, to the fore. There were also more abstract antiquarian reflections, which I will come to in a moment. Finally, and most canonically within the history of English political thoughts, were the distinctive views of certain common lawyers, and the most important of these was Sir Edward Coke, hero of John Pocock's classic work on the ancient constitution and the feudal law. Now Coke was far from the first writer who celebrated the ancient lineage of contemporary English laws and institutions. At the end of Elizabeth's reign, a tract by the admired antiquary, we've heard quite a bit about him already, William Lambard, known as Archaon, circulated widely in manuscripts, and this gave a potted history and account of England's legal system, asserting that the English Parliament had existed unchanged in composition and function since at least Anglo-Saxon times. And yet it was in the limpid and stirring English prefaces to Coke's celebrated printed 13 volumes of law reports, published between 1601 and 1617, which gave a public and ideological definition of the English common law as the greatest bulwark against monarchical tyranny, the kind experienced by those poor oppressed subjects on the continent. He also argued that the English laws, the common law, had existed since time immemorial, uninterrupted by the conquests, the Romans, Saxons, Danes, and certainly the Normans. Now, scholars of recent years have argued that Coke's views were far from hegemonic, so far from hegemonic that in fact they were probably pretty unique. His scholarship was terrible, and they've sort of defined him kindly, these views, as an outlier. We should remember, though, that Coke was a very important person. He was the most important and successful lawyer of his day. And he clashed with his Chief Justice, first of the Court of Common Pleas, and then Chief Justice of the Court of King's Bench under James. Those are the most important positions in the legal system as a judge. And he frequently clashed with the king. At one point, James threatens to punch him in the face. And Coke was finally kind of removed from public office after annoying James with his view that judges made decisions about the law and that monarchs needed to back out of judicial inviolability. The questions, though, that energized Coke also energized anybody thinking about and participating, though, in debates about the succession, the union, and the role of the common law in relationship to the royal power and prerogative. As with Coke's reports, the arguments about this debate take their framework from the interpretation of historical record and legal precedent. Now, the most prominent group of individuals engaged in thinking about the antiquity of these matters were, of course, members of the Society of Antiquaries, which, relying extensively on Spellman, of course, met on the Fridays of the law term between 1586 and 1607. Now, these years, coincidentally, perhaps not, covered, of course, the succession crisis that wasn't, the proposal and failure of the Japanese Union, and the publication of books 1 to 7 of Cook's reports. Now, the college wasn't founded with the intention of providing a commentary on matters of state. It was founded, of course, to preserve and enhance the knowledge of British antiquities and history, which was not a subject, of course, taught at the English universities. From the surviving accounts we have of the papers and summonses, and we've seen some of them already, that exist for around 38 meetings, we know that they held forth on a bewildering number of topics, from inscriptions, numismatics, use of sterling money, heraldic titles, epitaphs. But some of the society's discourses did, of necessity, touch on those matters of state adumbrated above. Notably, it was around the turn of the 17th century and the accession of King James that the membership appeared to have debated the antiquity of the common law, the age of the Christian church, and the antiquity of Parliament, three of the most crucial kind of matters of public, concern. Now, again, according to Spellman in 1614, when antiquaries abortively planned to resume their activities, they established some rules of government and limitation for avoiding offence. We should never meddle with matters of state or religion. Now, I don't really know what to do with this quotation from Spellman, but it is possible, and it has been argued, that controversy had arisen around the society's meddling with these topics. What contributions, though, did members of the society make to matters of state of the day? Although a good number were practicing lawyers who made extensive use of their knowledge of legal records and narratives, as well as chronicle sources, narrative sources, there's very little evidence from extant sources associated with the society's meetings that suggest that they adopted a kind of Cokean perspective. The discourse on the laws of this island, common law, attributed to William Hakewell, common lawyer and parliamentarian, observed that although there are many who pretend our laws are as old as any in the world, it may pretend more honor to our nation than is deserved. And he quotes the 15th century legal scholar, Sir John Fortescue, who makes the kind of first historical account of the excellence and antiquity of the English common law. He notes that the affection Fortescue bore to his profession might have moved him to say more than his best learning could enable him to maintain. In other words, the fact that what Fortescue's doing in venerating the kind of common law is because he's a lawyer, and he would do that, wouldn't he? Another anonymous discourse on the same subject noted that Cook himself, in his third report, had made a very learned discourse of the antiquity of the laws of England, but one that failed to be convincing on the scholarly standards required by the antiquaries. Well, both of them agree that the impacts of the waves of conquest by the Romans, the Danes, and of course the Normans had utterly kind of exploded the notion that there was an unbroken tradition of common law. Hakewell actually observes that our laws today have great agreements with the laws and customs of the Normans. This, of course, was a position that would be entirely comfortable for James. Discourses by the antiquaries on English parliaments were actually extremely well known in the 17th century. There are a collection of about 8 tracts, some more long and more formal, others more fragmentary, which were collected together into what Noah Milston's very helpfully termed a manuscript pamphlet, and were very, very widely copied and circulated scribally. This is a British Library additional manuscript 305 on the manuscript version in the 17th century until their publication as a collective group in 1658. And they always attribute a tract to Camden himself. Now, previous studies of these discourses have tended to assume that the antiquarian's interest in the ancient root of Parliament set them at odds with the views of the king, who, to recap, had written that the English constitution had been formed anew by monarchs ruling after the Norman conquest. Now, some scholars have argued that the discourse attributed to the lawyer John Doddridge, common lawyer, parliamentarian, and royal judge, which argues that the earliest parliaments in England were held by the Druids before the age of kings, was a view that directly opposed that expressed by King James in the True Law, was completely at odds with it. Overall, though, to ascribe one common law mindset to these tracts is impossible. In their combing and layering of chronicles, extracts from chronicles, law codes, classical histories, legal treatises, and the work of their immediate Elizabethan forebears on these issues, the antiquarians offered a variety of perspectives on the antiquity of parliaments, which did not seem to have a particular relevance for the role of the institution in their own day. Following the Elizabethan antiquarian scholar William Lambard, Francis Tate, for example, uses Tacitus and to argue that Saxon rulers, whose practice reflected the customs of their Gothic forefathers, consulted about lesser affairs with their chieftains and about greater matters with everyone. For Arthur Agard, Deputy Chamberlain of the Exchequer, the foundation of the English Parliament was in the reign of Canute, when the Danes conquered the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and reduced them to one monarchy. There's little even in the tracts that James could have found offensive, even in that of Doddridge, whose headless, or cephalous, I love that word, juridical councils, he insists, existed before the Anglo-Saxon kingship. But Doddridge also argues that these consultative bodies might be forerunners of the English Parliament, but they changed profoundly in composition and in function over the years. The practice of tripartite assemblies was an import of the Roman conquest, perpetuated by the Germanic practices of the Saxons. Yet all the time since have not kept the same form of assembling of the 3 estates. So the antiquarian researches into the history of the institutions and laws of the English were not undertaken in the spirit of English exceptionalism. Antiquarians accepted the fluidity of English laws and institutions, and they didn't rule out the possibility of further alteration or transformation at the hands of a future monarch. So finally, what did Camden, member of the Society of Antiquaries since its inception, historian, attentive reader of Franco Gallia, and the most brilliant scholar of British antiquities before John Selden, make of these matters of state? Now, despite the many hats he wore, schoolmaster, scholar, herald, grammarian, Camden was not a lawyer and he was not a parliamentarian, and his links with the royal court were defined by bonds of patronage rather than a desire for a political career. There's nothing in Camden's extant writings that suggests he supported an exalted understanding of the superiority of the English laws and customs over those of other nations. The discourses on the antiquity of the English parliaments attributed to him is both the most scholarly, but also the most cautious. So he admits that Parliament had an ancient ancestry. He uses Caesar's Gallic Wars, Book 5, arguing that the Common Council of the Britons granted leadership of the army to Cassivellaunus, so the kind of common council that could delegate authority. And he agrees that Anglo-Saxons also held assemblies called synods, witans, and so forth. But he doesn't say they're exact forebears of the modern English Parliament. He says they're Parliament-like assemblies. Norman rulers ruled with swords in their hands, dispensed of parliaments altogether. And on their return, the Plantagenet kings changed the composition of Parliament seemingly at will. He argues he doesn't find any continuity of the assembling of the House of Commons until the reign of King John. And he argues that Edward I clearly selected his right to summon or exclude barons and knights and burgesses as he felt fit. He selected the wisest and such as pleased him, and he omitted those who lacked the wisdom. Now, there's very little about Parliament in Camden's Annals, and still less about the central role of common law and legal system in Elizabethan England. But the portion on the 1560s, which deals extensively with the religious settlement, has the greatest amount of material. And again, Camden doesn't adopt a very high view of statute or indeed the institution. Noting that the Henrician statute that had bastardized Elizabeth was not repealed on her accession, he dismisses this as a problem at all. The great perplexity of acts and statutes doesn't matter. The crown once worn takes away all defects, and de facto assertion of the legitimacy of monarchical authority. The first long section of Britannia in its various editions is a kind of history. This is before we get to the county by county bit. This is a kind of history of the island of Britain until the Norman conquest. But this too gives the English exceptionalists little to work with. The ancient Britons were not, Camden argued, aboriginal. They weren't descended from Brutus of Troy. In fact, they came from the territory known as modern France, descendants of the Gauls, whose common language of customs and political organization were shared by inhabitants across the Channel. The conquests of the Romans, the Saxons, and the Danes were at first brutal, but they were followed by peace and accommodation. As Camden expanded the work over various editions, he gave increasing space to the Norman conquest, expanding the account that first appears in the first version. So in the very first version, Camden gives a couple of lines to the insolent and cruel victory of the Normans and their treatment of England as quasi-trophaeum, as if a trophy. He says that they abolished English laws, the large part of them, introduced Norman customs, and replaced the English nobility by an aristocracy bound to the king by feudal ties, but that's it. The discussion of the conquest, however, is enormously expanded in the edition of 1590 and in subsequent editions thereafter, incorporating what Camden claims is a kind of essay he'd written in his youth when he'd imagined he was going to write a history of England. This essay is a narrative of a succession crisis of Edward the Confessor, of the valiant tragedy of ill-counselled King Harold and the virtuous victory of Duke William, who sees the opportunity to invade and take the crown. But Camden also expounds in a more positive way, his account of William's rule. The victory was indeed bloody, but afterwards, the Normans had a very positive impact. William resolved to rule by optimus legibus, by excellent laws then forth, and he was able to protect England from any further incursions from marauding Danes or other. The final pages of the general account of the peoples of Britannia finishes in all printed versions with a description of the English constitution. Camden calls it Ordines Angliae, and constitution isn't quite the right word there. But he describes its social order, its religious and legal institutions. Camden's emphasis is very different to other such descriptions by his forebears, Sir Thomas Smith in his De Republica Anglorum, or William Lambard in his Archaeon. Smith and Lambard had written about the legal institutions of England as the real skeleton of its monarchy, and the common law and statute law, the lifeblood of the Commonwealth. Camden spends very little time on the law courts, and he gets quite a lot of information wrong, spends far longer, as you might expect, talking about titles of nobility. But his real emphasis is on the excellence of royal power. The king is supremum potestatum and merum imperium. Supreme has supreme power and absolute command. And in a passage that's added to the edition of 1607, that's his final kind of expansion of the Latin, Britannia, he added a passage on the royal prerogative that had been very pleasing to the views of his master, King James. He explains the rights of majesty peculiar to himself. The lawyers term them sacra sacrorum, that is sacred and individual, and that is inseparable because they cannot be severed. And the common sort call them royal prerogative, which they term, and he has a quote from Bracton. And what does he say of the royal prerogative? Some of these are by positive or written law, others by right of custom, which by a silent consent of all men without law, prescription of time hath allowed. The king justly enjoins. But these are points of loftier discourse and not of the argument now in hand. Now, Camden might be shimmying away here from the implications of the theory he's just outlined, but it is really quite significant, particularly in light of the kind of debates in Parliament in 1607 and around this time about the legitimacy of the royal prerogative rights to prerogative taxation, impositions. So here, Camden's arguing that the doctrine of prescription, which is usually invoked by common lawyers to describe the ongoing authority of custom or unwritten common law, here he is arguing that it confirms the very expansive scope of monarchical authority, and I knows exactly what he's doing with this. This is almost the argument of Franco Gallia in reverse. The study of the past from pre-Roman times demonstrates not corruption and decline from an ancient constitution, but the constantly evolving nature of language, custom, laws, and political institutions, with the emergence of a strong post-Commonwealth monarchy firmly in control of a legal and social system that they have created. And finally, what did Camden make of those proposals? So widely abhorred by many of his peers for a constitutional union of England and of Scotland. Now, again, this is the part in that first part of Britannia that discusses, that is a kind of tribute to James. And this comes at the end of his discussion of the Anglo-Saxons and the fact that the Anglo-Saxon kings changed the name of Britain in their part of the islands to England, as Egbert commanded this hither part of Britain, and which was his own possession, to be named England. So now, after 800 years or thereabout come and gone, even while we are perusing this work, King James invested the monarchy of the whole isle by the propitious favour and grace of God in right of his own inheritance, which is one thing in itself encircled within the compass of the ocean. What is this inheritance to be? In his own person and in one imperial crown and diadem, in one community of language, religion, laws, and judicial process, the increase of perpetual felicity and oblivion of old enmity, that the island should bear one name, King of Great Britain. Let me summarize that too much. What Camden imagines here is a kind of ideal union of language, religion, law, and judicial process that really wasn't achieved by the Jacobean reign, but it wouldn't be achieved even in the Union of 1707. But flattery aside, this is a seismic transformation, which he seems to suggest is both desirable, but also possible, as informed by his deep knowledge of the long and tumultuous sweep of history and the transformations of political and legal and social arrangements in these isles since their beginning. Thank you.
Yes, you'll see I've dropped the gentry from the title. When I got going on this, I found more than enough to say about Camden and the Herald. What was that? So if we go on to the first one, here we go. There's Camden in all his glory, as Clarence said. I'd like to start by thanking Alex and Helena and Neil and Julian for inviting me to give the paper and for organising such a brilliant conference. I don't think I've been to a conference recently where the different papers and contributions have overlapped and connected up as effectively as they have done today and provided such thought-provoking sort of linkages. I think this is the first time I've done the last paper at a conference. And I've realized that it causes two problems. One of them is that as the day's gone on, I've picked up so much material from the other speakers that I've had to keep revising my own paper, which means that it's even more bitty than usual. The other problem is, of course, that I stand between you and the drinks. So I'll try and keep things as short as possible. This is basically a paper about Camden as a herald and his role as Clarenceau, King of Arms, the second most senior herald responsible for all grants and other heraldic matters south of the Trent, from the time of his appointment in 1597 to his death in 1623. Now, this is not a topic that has received a great deal of attention from historians. In the standard histories of the College of Arms, Camden's seen as being, well, more or less, seen as being parachuted in by Lord Burleigh to clean up the college after the mess of the 1580s and 1590s. And under his calming and reforming oversight, order was indeed restored and the college was set back on an even keel. Well, it will be no surprise, given all that we've been hearing about today, to learn that it's not quite as simple as this. But in the process of investigating Camden as a herald, I hope to be able to offer some sidelights on his career more generally. The first thing to say is that the College of Arms certainly was in a mess in the 1580s and 1590s. The reforms introduced by the Duke of Norfolk as Earl Marshal in the 1560s, culminating in his 1568 orders, had basically established the college as the arbiter of the honours system. But under the marshalship of the Earl of Shrewsbury, which followed, most of these reforms had been allowed to lapse. Grants of coats of arms were being made hand over fist without any proper checks or accounting. Heraldic funerals were being conducted by unqualified arms painters and quasi-heralds operating outside the jurisdiction of the college. There were constant rows over the apportioning of fees, which were the basic source of the herald's livelihood. And the college was riven with personality clashes at the top. William Dethick, Garter King of Arms and the senior herald, was in disgrace from the mid-90s after quarrelling repeatedly with Robert Cook Clarenceau over who had the right to conduct visitation. And he had a history of violent assaults, including punching the minister at Sir Philip Sidney's funeral. Ralph Brooke, York Herald, about whom I'll say more later, was an even more turbulent character, just at the start of what turned into a 30-year vendetta against the majority of his fellow heralds, including Blue Mantle Pursuivant, who he challenged to a duel in 1596. So Burleigh took over as head of the Lords Commissioners for the Earl Marshal in 1592 and did his best to get a grip on all this. He suspended Dethick from the post of Garter. He commissioned a pretty thorough visitation of the college, which exposed many of the abuses, or at least alleged abuses. And he tackled the vexed problem of the system of precedence, the ranking amongst the nobility particularly. But Burleigh had lots of other things on his plate, and there was only so much he could do. And in the longer term, it was in fact the Earl of Essex, in the shape of Lord Henry Howard, his in-house counsellor on all matters relating to honours, who did most to reform the college. It was an Essex client, Fulk Greville, who with his incessant supplication badgered Elizabeth into appointing Camden as Clarenceau on the 23rd of October 1597, probably at the behest of Howard, who appears to have been preparing the ground for Essex's bid for the position of Earl Marshal, which came out into the open around this time. Howard, of course, had wide connections in scholarly and antiquarian circles and was already beginning to form a close relationship with Camden's star pupil, Robert Cotton. And he would have been very well aware that the appointment of Camden, with his massive reputation as a scholar and his fairly unimpeachable integrity, would set just the right tone for a reforming Essex Earl Marshalship. Burleigh, who of course had been Camden's chief mentor since the 1570s, was said to have been distinctly miffed that his protege had come into the post without his backing, but he was mollified when he was assured that Camden had done nothing to solicit the position.
And Camden himself in later years would famously insist that he had the place of King of Arms without any suit cast upon me. Whether he's quite as passive and devoid of ambition as his comments suggest, I think is debatable. He was clearly very proud of the honour that the position brought, as his tabard portrait suggests. And as the son of an arms painter, and no mean arms painter himself, as his remarkable role depicting the funeral of Queen Elizabeth demonstrates, he would have been fully conversant with the workings of the college. But I think perhaps most importantly, the new position brought him the wealth to set himself up as a country gentleman after a fairly impecunious early career. The salary of £40 a year paid to Clarenceau, and more importantly, his share of the proceeds from all the grants of arms, heraldic funerals, and visitations enabled him to purchase a small country estate at Chislehurst in Kent in 1609, and of course in 1620 to provide a £400 a year endowment for the Camden History Chair at Oxford. Essex was appointed Earl Marshal within 5 weeks of Clarenceau on the 30th of November. And the first action of the college under his auspices was to adopt a new mission statement declaring that they have with one mind and mutual consent agreed that the General Office of Arms, lately discontinued, should be again erected and recontinued only within the appointed place of Derby House. They also agreed to re-equip the college library by reacquiring all the books and rolls of arms which had been purloined by Dethick and Cook that were so essential to carrying out the college's work of grants and registrations. Now, these measures bear all the hallmarks of Lord Henry Howard, who around this time was composing a treatise for Essex on how to reform abuses in the granting of arms, which above all recommended reenacting the orders made by his elder brother Norfolk as Earl Marshal in 1568 and centralising all grants and registrations at Derby House. What Camden's role in all this is unclear, but as the senior acting herald, it was probably considerable. And there are hints in later comments by Brooke, who bitterly resented Camden's promotion over the heads of existing heralds, that Camden was not averse to putting his weight about and cajoling the other heralds into line at this point. Over the following months, prior to setting out for Ireland in March 1599, Essex pursued various reforming initiatives as Earl Marshal in what seems to have been a determined effort to establish his credentials as a serious civilian councillor and responsible supervisor of the honours system. So he began to tackle the growing problem of duelling, and he also set about reviving the Earl Marshal's Court, or Court of Chivalry as it's often known, as the principal forum for arbitrating disputes relating to honour and nobility. In November 1598, he reconvened the court to determine the long-standing dispute over the Abergavenny peerage that Nick Popper was referring to earlier. And he employed Camden as his chief agent, certainly the chief go-between with the College of Arms in the whole matter. Got a pointer. Camden, you can see Camden marked out on the little sort of bench in front of the high table where the Earl Marshal's sitting. He's sitting alongside, so Garter and Clarenceau are sitting alongside each other, and then just behind them is Lord Henry. So he's taking a central role in these proceedings. As Nick Popper showed, he's engaged in copying and reviewing the submissions made by the two main protagonists, Neville and Lady Fane, and he kept a detailed account of the
proceedings. And also, when the hearing proved inconclusive, it was he who was sent to seek out the two Lord Chief Justices and get their advice on whether the case should be referred back to the Queen for a final determination. Around the same time, it appears that he was also helping out Henry Howard with his research on the origins and scope of the Earl Marshalship. And he delivered an opinion that was particularly relevant to Essex's view of the role, vision of the role, by pointing out that in times past, the Earl Marshal had acted as Commander-in-Chief of the Crown's forces in wartime, citing the precedent of the great William Marshal, Earl of Pembroke, in Henry III's reign, from whom, as Camden pointed out, Essex was distantly descended. Now, I had thought that Camden's relationship with Essex more or less ended with Essex's departure for Ireland in March 1599. But Blair Worden's superb paper throws a completely new light on. If Camden was around in the latter half of 1600 and not trekking up to Carlisle with Cotton, as we previously proposed, and if he was as close to Henry Howard as Blair has shown, then this raises, I think, the intriguing possibility that Camden continued to be an important figure in the circles around Essex, and may even, as I think Blair was hinting, perhaps putting words into your mouth, may even have been one of the indifferent men lining up behind Henry Howard to try and push Essex into a more submissive political stance. I hope I'm not representing you, Blair. About the continued relationship with Henry Howard, well into James's reign, I don't think there's any doubt, as Blair has presented all the most of the evidence for this. It's perhaps worth adding that they seem to have been working very closely together on the various position papers that Howard was writing about the College of Arms in this period, at a time when he was in many ways de facto Earl Marshal, as the head of the Lords Commissioners who were appointed to exercise the office during this period. And both of them basically seem to have been operating on the assumption that the key to reforming the college was to reinstate Norfolk's orders of 1568, which I think adds another interesting perspective to Camden's efforts to some extent exculpate Norfolk in the Annals. So Camden was around and talking and using his scholarly credentials to get in with powerful and influential figures at court at this time. However, unlike his desperately ambitious protege, Robert Cotton, he doesn't seem to have pushed himself forward when the Crown was looking for antiquarian advice and support to bolster various policy positions. As far as I'm aware, he's conspicuous by his absence from making any direct recorded contribution to the debate on the fraught matter of the union with Scotland, in spite, as we've heard, of having sort of popularized notions of a geographically united Britain in his Britannia, and in spite of the fact that several of his closest friends, including Cotton and Sir Henry Spelman and Sir Henry Savile, composed treatises on the subject. But perhaps the clearest indication of his reticence over becoming more fully involved in the cut and thrust of court politics was his turning down of the post of Garter when the king offered it to him in January 1605. When Camden later said that I did never set sail after present preferments or desire to soar higher by others, he may well have had this particular episode in mind. Sorry, how do we explain this? How do we explain his reluctance? Well, I'm going to offer a possible approach to this. So the traditional explanation, I think, certainly given in the College and some other works, is that it's an example of Camden's scholarly diffidence. the response of an individual who felt far more comfortable in the world of learning, interacting with fellow intellectuals, and pursuing his academic interests. And there is no doubt, I think, that there's a good deal in this, but it doesn't seem to have been the whole story. Camden probably got closer to the centre of power during Essex's Earl Marshalship than at any other stage in his career. And the indications are that he didn't entirely enjoy the experience. Helena Ruthlauskas suggested that he was fazed by the fate of Sir John Hayward, who, after some ill-judged remarks in his translation of Tacitus, published at the time of Essex's revolt, found himself imprisoned, and that thereafter Camden was extremely wary about making comments on past history that might be misconstrued. He also appears to have been fairly thin-skinned when it came to public attacks on his scholarship. When Robert Brooke published his bilious attack on Camden's Britannia in 1599, in his discovery of the errors published in print in that much commended Britannia, Camden showed his reluctance to get involved in the exchanges of name-calling apparently being urged on him by his friends. And in a Latin response to Brooke, loftily declared that I thought good to spare the man and his name, both for humanity and for his profession's sake. Well, I think this was an example of precisely the sort of scholarly condescension that riled Brooke so much in the first place, and Camden may well have intended something of that. But I think from his perspective, it was probably intended as a statement of his determination to try to rise above the personal denigration that was such a feature of these literary spats. And he no doubt felt that further exposure on the political stage would bring more of this sort of thing with it. But the impression this might give of a rather unworldly individual who shied away from political confrontation, I think, is not entirely accurate either. When he was on home ground within the college, he showed himself to be a capable and at times quite forceful institutional politician who did indeed contribute a good deal to the renaissance of the college during James's reign. The college re-established its oversight of the honours system, banished some of the cynicism over grants of arms, catered for the vastly increased appetite for heraldic display amongst the gentry, resumed the practice of regular county visitations, and for the most part, avoided being caught up in the political backlash over corruption in the sale of honours. There were complaints in the 1621 and 1624 Parliament about the scale of fees being collected for funerals and the heavy-handedness of some of the heralds in the visitation procedures. But I think in many respects, these were a reflection of improved efficiency in the procedures being adopted by the college. Camden's precise role in this is not always easy to discern, but the glimpses we catch of him suggest that his generally emollient approach, combined with a concern to promote high scholarly standards and a readiness to fight his corner when required, did have a positive impact. It's very noticeable, for example, that the quarrels at the top of the college were now a thing of the past. Camden worked effectively with the new Garter, William Seager, and he stood by him in 1616 when, in an act of pure spite, Brooke tricked him into granting a coat of arms to the London hangman and then promptly reported this to James. They both ended up in prison as a result. He also got on well with his counterpart in the northern province, Richard St. George Norroy, King of Arms. And it's also notable that even the malicious Brooke was unable to uncover any evidence of Camden himself making improper grants of arms. All the evidence we have indicates that he was pretty scrupulous in researching these. And the grants themselves often make direct reference to the virtuous service to prince and country that was the ostensible justification for them. And I think it was Nick Popper Julian Harrison showed us an example of the Middleton grant of arms, which I think exemplifies this point. In addition, he took the lead in replacing an older generation of heralds like Brooke, who were adept at blazoning arms and marshalling ceremonies, with scholar heralds who could read Latin and had highly developed antiquarian research skills. So he cultivated a group of younger heralds whom he would send as deputies on his visitations, men like John Philipot, Henry St. George, and his person who seems to be his personal favourite, Augustine Vincent, who published a searing indictment of Brooke in 1622, which doubled as a sort of festschrift for Camden. And in an episode in 1619, which demonstrated Camden's capacity to assert himself when the need arose, he defended Philipot to the hilt against complaints that he was overreaching himself on his visitation to Kent. He pointed out to Garter and Norroy that Philipot's presence had been specifically requested in consultation with the local gentry and deputy lieutenants, and he himself undertook to supervise his proceedings personally when he next went to Chislehurst. Then when the Earl of Arundel, who was now head of the Lords Commissioners, weighed in and tried to stop any further proceedings by Philipot, Camden responded very firmly by quoting the Comprehensive Visitation Commission that James had issued to him in 1604, giving him complete control over the appointment of deputies and explicitly prohibiting anyone else from interfering in the process. And after this, no more was heard of the matter. Well, perhaps Camden's most important service to the college was in working to head off the threat to its future posed by the instructions from James to the Lords Commissioners in 1615 to investigate its culpability in making past grants of arms to those who were unworthy of the privilege. The senior heralds immediately swung into action with an intensive campaign of lobbying the commissioners and a series of memoranda from Clarenceau, Norroy, and the college as a whole. Camden's contribution focused particularly on the threat to the herald's livelihood presented by the new fashion for nighttime funerals amongst the nobility and gentry that was depriving them of the fees they could normally expect from conducting the full dress daytime funeral. The Lords Commissioners actually proved very receptive to the herald's point of view. And in the conference at Derby House in March 1617, and then a remarkable proclamation of the 16th of November 1618, issued in their name, but with the approval of the King and the Imprimatur of the Great Seal, they set about tackling the central concerns highlighted by the college officers. Nighttime funerals were strongly discouraged, with an order that any gentleman or nobleman who chose to be buried at night was still liable to pay the full fees due to the college officers, which were now set down in a scale according to rank. And the long-standing problem of unauthorized arms painters and deputy heralds, which the college officers blamed for any abuses in the granting of arms, was addressed by affirming that no painter, glazier, or sculptor be allowed to depict a coat of arms without express warrant from the heralds, on pain of being summoned to answer before the Lords Commissioners. And this was reinforced by decrees that all funeral monuments showing coats of arms were to be registered in a book of monuments, and that Garter was to authorize named deputy heralds to operate in parts of the country where the writ of the college did not normally run. Camden, with his family connections with the Painters Stainers Company, followed up on this behind the scenes, and in 1621 brokered a deal whereby 8 of their number were officially licensed to carry out arms paintings under the authorship of the college. Now, the impact of these measures was certainly mixed, and the struggles to control the activities of the arms painters and to collect funeral fees continued over the next 2 decades. But at least the reforms of 1617 to 18 had equipped the college with the means to protect its livelihood and secured a firm financial base for its activities. By 1623, now aged over 70, Camden's powers were declining, and his Annals for James's reign chronicle a rather sad tale of declining health. His final surviving letter on the 22nd of October was a request to Cotton to intervene with Arundel, now Earl Marshal, to head off a further complaint about his choice of visitation deputies and to help collect the monthly fees due to him as Clarenceau. Within 3 weeks, he was dead. So what are we to make of Camden as a herald? He was certainly very active in his duties. He conducted large numbers of heraldic funerals in person, responded to numerous queries about coats of arms and genealogy, each of which required careful research. And he lobbied hard and fought his corner when this was required of him. And all this alongside his work on the Annals, the later editions of Britannia, and keeping up with his networks of correspondence and news gathering. It's no surprise to discover that he was something of a workaholic. But what about his relationship with political power? He was certainly not a courtier politician in the manner of his friend and protege, Sir Robert Cotton, whose nerve and ambition fed a very powerful appetite for preferment. Camden had his opportunities during the days of Essex's Earl Marshalship, when he showed that he could make himself useful to such a powerful figure. Henry Howard continued to cultivate him after Essex's death. But I think increasingly in this first decade of James's reign, Camden appears to have been backing off from close involvement with the court, culminating in the rejection of the office of Garter in 1605. He was to some extent drawn back into the fray when James approached him in 1608 to write the Annals. But whilst Cotton appears to have been willing to tailor his efforts in this regard to meet the king's requirements, Camden was more reticent and less accommodating, and appears to have been extremely nervous, as we've heard, about the monarch's likely response when James pressed him to deliver over the final version and publish it in 1615. But if Camden was no courtier, he was still a capable and effective politician on his home turf. He may have been less pushy than his colleagues Garter Seager and Norrow St. George, but he did make an important contribution to restoring the college to its role as arbiter of the honours system. Helped it to sidestep the political fallout from the various sale of honours scandals, and used his patronage and his example to bring on a new generation of professional scholar heralds. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Richard, for opening up another fascinating aspect of Camden's life. Thank you again, Alex. I'm sure now this will elicit a number of questions. So is the microphone at hand? Okay.
Thank you. It seems a bit strange that you could dodge the funeral fees by doing the funeral a bit later. Sorry, it seems a bit strange that you could dodge the herald's fees by doing the funeral later in the day or in the evening. Do you know how did that come about?
Well, the whole point was to avoid having heralds in attendance and having the whole paraphernalia of coats of arms and elaborate hearses and so on. I mean, it's presented by. Yeah, it's basically to avoid a lot of it's to avoid the expense of a full heraldic funeral, which could cost a nobleman 40 or a nobleman's family 40 or 50 quid.
I sort of get that bit, but why didn't the funeral charges apply like for the whole day, only for 24 hours? If you see what I mean.
Why didn't the funeral?
Why didn't they apply for like 24 hours? Why were the charges limited to certain hours? It seems a bit odd.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what the Earl Marshal's commissioners introduced with their proclamation in 1618, that whatever time of the day you had the funeral, whether you had heralds in attendance or not, you still had to pay the appropriate fees.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This is ready for Alex, I think. I wondered if you think that Camden was writing some of his sort of common law, the bulwark against monarchical tyranny and so on, also to try and inform James that this is how it operated down here, because he'd been operating up north with the assistment and blood feud and a very different form of law.
So
and that continued, I think.
So to a certain extent, there is, you know, this desire to educate the king in the kind of manner of the new constitution, but I don't think Camden's very interested in the common law at all. He does write about the history of Parliament when it's debated, but he seems to have quite a dismissive, like Henry Savile, who does write a treatise on the Union, and they're quite close friends. Savile says, well, the common lawyers are going to make a big fuss about the common law, but who cares what they think? And Savile isn't a lawyer. Sorry, neither of them are lawyers. And I therefore think he's very much, this kind of scholarship is a way of showing somebody like Edward Cook the way that they are kind of, showing, or dictating what the Constitution is to James is wrong. So I think that's where he's coming from. Yeah.
Thank you very much. This one's for Dr. Guider, really, but I think because it relates to the history of heralds as a profession, it will also interest, or may interest, Richard Cust. In the papers of the Society of Antiquaries, the contributions, when the members were invited to discuss the origins of the heraldic profession, one of the things that Camden makes far clearer than anyone else is the distinction between institutional dissent and institutional parallelism. In other words, he says there are heralds in all ages and all societies, but I'm not going to fall into the trap of deducing modern heralds from Egyptian or Babylonian equivalents. The profession, the institution is polygenetic and will have arisen in countless different places. The only other contributor, I think, who makes the point with any degree, with any similar clarity is Francis Tate, who uses the parallel of Welsh bards without deducing modern English heralds from bards. I suppose my question is there in Camden's treatment of the Constitution and of parliaments a similar distinction being drawn between dissent and parallelism, which seems to me quite a sophisticated distinction?
So his little discourse on Parliament, although it's interesting because of the things he picks out and the particular sources he used, is short and fragmentary. So he doesn't talk about Parliament very much. But what he does say is that there are Parliament-like assemblies. So you do get other scholars saying the Anglo-Saxon Witon hasn't changed at all since, the earliest records. And Camden says, well, these things existed, but they look very, very different. So I think that is a kind of parallel, if that's the sort of thing you're saying. But he takes lots of evidence, I think, from looking at writs returns or people's copies of this. And that's where he notes that, for example, clergy used to attend the House of Commons, they don't anymore. He's not saying that they should again. It's not being prescriptive. It's just being observational.
Could you tell us more about Camden's illness? We think he moved, it may be thought that he moved to Chislehurst to get out of London, to the plagues in London. Yeah. And he had been very ill as a child.
Yes, that's right, yes.
But he also, I think, was a friend of William Heather and Walsingham,
yes,
who lived in Chislehurst.
Yes, I mean, I don't know a huge amount about this, and I suppose I'm mainly reliant on other people's work done by other people. I mean, there seems to be a tendency to sort of write off Camden in about 1618, 19 as somebody who's retreated from sort of London and public life and spent most of his time in Chislehurst. I don't think that's true. I mean, I was looking at the references to him in John Chamberlain's letters. Chamberlain is a great friend of Camden, and they meet up quite regularly and are still clearly sort of exchanging news and gossip from, he talks about Camden going to Paul's Walk and passing on tracts and treatises into the 1620s. And if you read those Latin annals of James's reign, a sort of diary that Camden keeps for James' reign, which is mainly a news diary, he says in 1621 he's summoned to meet the Lord Treasurer. He's not quite sure why he turned up, but there was nobody to receive him. So he's clearly sort of still very much in the swim of things in 21 and 22. And I think, you know, I mean, he does talk about bouts of illness in the meantime, but they don't seem to have incapacitated him in the longer term. But there is this really sad reference, which you probably know, in August 23, about how almost the last entry in the Annals, where he says he fell off his chair and he hadn't got any feeling in his arms or his legs. You know, I don't know whether that was a stroke or what, but so there's a, you know, there are bits like that. Yeah. Yes, yeah, good, yeah.
Hello there. If Camden was asked in his time, what was the character and constitution of the English Constitution and the British Constitution in his time, how would he answer that?
There isn't a British Constitution. So it's a monarchy. I mean, the monarchy is the centre of the Constitution, and the laws and institutions might evolve over time, but the monarchy is the heart of power. And I think that's, I didn't say this, but at the same time as he's writing that little addition on monarchical power in Britannia, seems to have acquired Cowell's Interpreter, and I need to go and read it, but apparently there's his kind of account, which is famously controversial about the royal prerogative. So he's thinking about these issues, but yeah, so it was a bit incoherent, wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, listening to you two and to Blair, seems to me the case for a really close connection with Henry Howard is very, very strong indeed. But ideologically, Alex's account of his position sounds just like what I understand. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about. But what I've gathered from other people writing about Howard, this is Howard's view of the way the political system works. There's a, you know, I remember, it's very funny. I mean, Linda Peck in an article designed to show just how moderate he was, quotes a speech in which he says, well, Parliament's like the theatre, the king's the playwright, the lords are the actors, and the commons are the audience. So this is, you know, which is not, in my view, you know, not necessarily moderate. So that, I mean, it just seems to me that those three papers make the case for him as very close to someone like Howard. And I was wondering if you could think about that in religious terms, that he's obviously, he may not be a crypto-Catholic, but he's got a very conservative view of the Elizabethan settlement, as far as I can see, a very conservative view of the relationship between the current England and its Catholic past. I mean, would you like to talk a bit about that?
Well, yeah, I've been listening to Bear's paper. I hadn't realised that he spent so much time on the trial of the Duke of Norfolk and tried to sort of rehabilitate him, and that, you know, that he and Henry Howard, in some sense, are involved in a project to promote the ancient nobility. People like the Howards against parvenus like Leicester, and it seems to me he's sort of, you know, that is one of the fixed points in certainly the sort of views I've seen him associated with in relation to the College of Arms, and you know, the college is a very important part of that, and one of the reasons why James and Charles are very keen to reform the college and you know, get it working effectively again, is because they see it as a prop to nobility, which in turn is obviously one of the essential props to monarchical authority. So they want the whole system to work well. They want it all to look clean and above board. That, I mean, Charles takes big steps to with Arundel to sort of move away from the whole sale of honours scandals of the 10s and the 20s and the Buckingham era. And I mean, obviously Camden wasn't around at that point, but that's certainly the sort of thing that he bought into in a big way. And I think that certainly fits with, you know, I think you're right. I think one of the most interesting things to come out of today is the closeness of the association with Henry Howard and what that means for Camden and his approach to politics.
Can I say something about religion? Because, you know, everybody that Camden's hanging around with is anti-Puritan. I mean, if there's one kind of clear lens through which we can understand his attitudes to religion. And it's very, very apparent in the Annals, where he describes the Puritans as zealots, and the Catholics whom he condemns as those actively involved in plotting. The settlement is described as a really good thing because it's so moderate. Now, of course, we know it's not. And the theology is completely Calvinist. I think he's responsible for that, that narrative in many senses. He also describes it as Elizabeth's settlement because, she's kind of moderate in religion. Again, it's underlying the complexity. And he talks a very positive way about lots of Catholics who don't put their head above the parapet in the Annals. So Viscount Montague, when I a million years ago had a quick look at the Annals, you see that he, Catholic nobleman, he expands Montague's obituary to really emphasize how much Elizabeth really liked Viscount Montague and how she saw him as a really loyal type of Catholic. That's exactly the kind of person, Howard, is trying to set up. So absolutely, he's formally obviously a conforming Protestant, but his inclination and his cultural inclinations are anti-radical.
Just to add to that, it's noticeable that some of the rhetoric coming out in some of the statements by heralds and members of the college in the early part of James's reign is all about preciseness being opposed to degree and order, and the notion that it's all tied up with the sort of rhetoric of popularity. But it's this idea that the Puritans and precisions are opposed to the sorts of things that we stand for in terms of maintaining order and degree throughout society. There's quite a bit. I haven't found Camden saying that, but there are certainly other heralds who are doing that in quite a big way.
But as it is 5:15, we should probably continue the discussion over wine. But I think before we do that, we should thank both Alex and Richard again for two splendid papers. And I think we'd all agree that we have all had a wonderful day here. So many themes, so many interlocking perspectives, so many papers which give a wide angle lens, zoom lens, so much yielded by patient, tenacious, scrupulous in-depth reading, use of visual evidence, the enhanced visual evidence too. And I think we've got a sense very much this is a beginning and so much is likely to come out of this, which we will all rejoice in. So thanks to everyone with great warmth, to the organisers, to the speakers, to those who chaired, those who asked questions, and of course to the Society of Antiquaries who have hosted us so well here today. Okay.